I guess I was fairly apprehensive the whole time that I was flying in combat. And I guess there's good reason to feel that way. I'm there to cause a lot of damage and a lot of harm, and therefore they would like to damage me. And I was 25 years old at that time. Top Gun was really a thrill. I must have done well in actual combat because at the time I was just a lieutenant junior grade, which is a first lieutenant in the Air Force. And so I may have been the very first lieutenant junior grade to go through Top Gun. That was the dream of a lifetime come true. I had wanted to be an aeronautical engineer and a test pilot just like my dad from the time I was 10 years old. STS-27 was my third launch. And it was only the second launch after the Challenger accident. We were a top secret, classified Department of Defense mission. So to this day, if I told you what we carried, you could never leave this hangar. You'd be... Well, I will never forget. We maneuvered the arm, and Mike Mullane was my arm operator, so he moved the arm over there, and we brought up the television image of the right wing. And I looked at what I was seeing and I said to myself, we are going to die. To be an airline pilot, there was mandatory age 60 retirement. I was a NASA astronaut until I was 50 years old. And so I looked at the situation, and I had known a number of Southwest airline pilots. And they were just like me. They were flying because they loved to fly. Well, there's a lot of piloting that goes into it, a tremendous amount of piloting that goes into it, because you're going to wind up passing other airplanes. You're going to get in a duel with another airplane that's fairly closely matched. So there's a ton of satisfaction from doing that. And hey, let's just talk about the racing itself. It's fun to fly low, but it's dangerous. And so the only time I fly low is at the Reno air races. But watching the ground go by you at 400 and 500 miles an hour is pretty darn thrilling, because it's really scooting on by. And that's fun. That's really fun. I had always been fascinated by racing planes because they're sleek, streamlined, and they go real fast. There's that need for speed again, and they're raced around a pylon. And so I determined that I could break the existing altitude record for altitude and horizontal flight for that category of airplane. And in fact, I did that in 1991. And I'm fond of saying that If I have done well as an aviator, it's because my dad was the one who taught me how to fly. And he didn't just teach me how to fly, he taught me the why of it as well. He taught me the aerodynamics behind it, the reasons that you're doing things, not just how to do it, but why you're doing it is also very important. Space is absolutely beautiful, yes, because when you're on the night side of the Earth, and even though you have to look through a shuttle window, what you see is more stars than you've seen standing on top of a mountain in the wintertime on a clear night. So the Milky Way is huge and beautiful. It's also beautiful to be looking back at our Earth at night, because it's all lit up with cities and things. And sometimes it's lit up by the northern lights, the aurora borealis, or the southern lights, the aurora australis. So it is such a beautiful experience to get to go to space that you just never forget it.
We are in a very interesting place with the most interesting aviator. I happen to think he's the greatest living American aviator. Robert Hoot Gibson started with a solo at age 16, private license at 17, on to California Polytechnical Institute to become an aeronautical engineer, on into the Navy to become a fighter pilot, with 300 carrier landings with F-4s and F-14 Tomcats in Southeast Asia, followed by Top Gun School, or did Top Gun School come before that?
No, Top Gun School happened in the midst of all of that. After my first cruise, which was the combat cruise, I flew in 1972 aboard the USS Coral Sea, and it was after that cruise and before my second cruise.
I remember when I met you the first time, it was at Oshkosh at the EAA event, and you were an astronaut at that time. You had flown 2 missions. Like a dumb guy would say the first time, what attracted you to space? And you kind of incredulously said, this has to do with airplanes. The shuttle's an airplane, and it's going higher and farther and faster than my F-14. So that was the attraction.
And it was interesting. I was fascinated by the space program, and I watched it. And I remember in elementary school and beyond, your teachers would bring in a black and white camera, and you'd get to watch some of the missions. But I had no interest in doing that myself. I was an airplane person. Mom and Dad were both pilots, and so I grew up with it, which in fact is how they met. My dad was a flight instructor, and that's how he met my mom, and they married, and so I've been an airplane person all my life. So I had no interest in flying Mercury or Gemini or Apollo or any of those programs, and then all of a sudden, in about 1974, I became aware of this new vehicle we were developing, which was going to be the Space Shuttle. And I'll never forget, I looked at a page in an aviation magazine, flipped the page, and here's an artist drawing of a space shuttle. And I looked at that and I said, oh man, I have got to get me one of those. Got to have one of those. And so I already knew I wanted to be a test pilot. I wanted to go to test pilot school. I was, at the time, flying F-14 Tomcats. Knew I wanted to be a test pilot. And then once I saw space shuttles, I knew if you want to fly these, you're going to have to be a test pilot school graduate. So it was a small change of direction, and it was a huge change of direction as well. And it's because this thing had wings on it. It's an airplane. It's the world's highest flying, fastest flying airplane, and I wanted to fly those. So I was the pilot, co-pilot, on my first mission, and then mission commander the other 4 times. So I was 8 days in space on my first flight, 6 days on my second flight. My third flight was the second mission after we had suffered the Challenger accident. So it was a test flight, and it was a minimum duration flight. So let's get it up there into orbit and accomplish what we were there to do, and get it back down on the ground and look it over very, very thoroughly, because there were some things we thought we knew about space shuttles that we really didn't. And so that was only 4.5 days. My fourth mission was 8 days, and then my final mission was 10 days. So altogether, 36.5 days.
36.5 days in space, retired from NASA as the chief astronaut, at which time you got a drink with a bamboo umbrella and sat on a beach, right?
Right, yeah, it was time for me to just go out to pasture. Except that I wasn't ready to stop flying. And so that's when I really got involved with racing in the unlimited class at the Reno Air Races. I got approached by a friend of a friend that had a Hawker Sea Fury with a big engine in it, and he asked, you got any interest in racing my unlimited class Hawker Sea Fury in the Reno Air Races? And I was tempted to say, how much do I have to pay you to get to do that? Which is how much I wanted to do that, because over the years as an astronaut, I would sit through a lot of interviews, and you'd frequently get the question, okay, you've done all these things in the world of aviation, general aviation, military aviation. I was a Navy test pilot as well, flight test, space shuttles, of course. Is there anything out there that you haven't done that you would like to do? My answer was always, I would love to race the unlimited class at the Reno Air Races. And so that started up about the time I left NASA, but I still needed a full-time job, and so I started all over again as a brand new pilot, as a co-pilot with Southwest Airlines. And that was a great experience. I had been a jet fighter guy, of course, all my career. And so I had not that awful much time flying big, heavy airplanes, except for space shuttles, which were big, heavy airplanes. So I started in 1996 as a brand new co-pilot with Southwest Airlines and flew with them for 10 years. After retiring from the Navy and leaving NASA. So my dad was born 4 years after the Wright brothers flew, born in 1907. And in the 1930s, he found himself in the Army Air Corps and flew the airmail with the Army when the Army was flying the airmail. And they didn't last very long flying the airmail because they really weren't set up correctly to do that. And what had happened was, February the 1st, 1934, all the airmail contracts were canceled by the president because the idea was, we're going to have the Army fly the airmail. We got all these aviators and airplanes hanging around not doing anything. Let's have the Army fly the airmail. And so the Secretary of the Army was asked, how long is it going to take you to be ready? And he said, give me 10 days. So on the 10th of February, they flew the airmail. And I have reconstructed that I'm pretty sure my dad flew that same day. And so he flew an airplane called the B-7 Keystone Bomber, open cockpit biplane, 2-person crew, biplane with 2 Liberty V-12s, one between each wing. And he was the first Army airplane to make it through with the mail, bringing the Western airmail. And he started out in, I think, Chicago, and then Cleveland, and then into Newark. And so that's why I believe he flew the very first day. My first recollection was flying with my dad in a J3 Cub. And the reason I have such a vivid memory of it is because I did something wrong. My dad was letting me fly the airplane, and I was flying it a bunch, and of course it was a stick and a throttle, and he let me fly it all over the place, and then we drove it back towards the airport, into the traffic pattern. He let me fly it on downwind, base leg, on final, and then at some point my dad said, "Okay, I'm going to fly it now, so let me fly it." Well, I was disgruntled because I didn't get to keep flying it. And so I sat there for probably a minute or so, and then I decided I'm going to fly it some more, and I grabbed a hold of the control stick and started moving it right as we were in the final flare. And I had lectures from my dad and my mom that when somebody else is flying the airplane, you don't mess with it. And so I was 5 years old, and so I have memories that go back that far. My dad was an aeronautical engineer, and he was the hero of my life. And I remembered from the time I was about 10 years old thinking to myself, I want to be an aeronautical engineer and a test pilot, just like my dad. If I have been successful as an aviator, it's because he was the one that taught me how to fly. He didn't just teach me how to fly, he taught me the why of it at the same time. So he was telling me the engineering, he was telling me the structural ramifications of pulling G's, for example, and how airplanes fly. So that was a great start. But then having the aeronautical engineering degree where you learned about profile drag and induced drag and shockwave drag, transonic drag, all of those things, I'm convinced that made me better prepared to learn how to fly in the Navy when it was time to go through Navy pilot training. So I had not a whole lot of flight experience. I had about 150 hours of flight time before I joined the Navy. But between that and the aeronautical engineering, I had a huge head start. Well, the story of how I wound up in the Navy was a little bit complicated because back in the late 1960s, we had the Vietnam conflict going on. And so the draft was something that was going on. And so you were only going to have 4 years of college deferment that you could have. And since I transferred from a community college into the 4-year university system, I was out of sequence in one course. It was going to take 5 years to graduate. And so at the end of my 3rd year, beginning of my 4th year, I had to fill out a questionnaire if I was going to graduate in 4 years, and the answer was no. And so immediately the draft came after me, and they were going to draft me out of college, right out of college. And so I figured I'd better go sign up for an officer program because I wanted to fly jet fighters. And the first place I went to, I walked into the Air Force recruiter, and the Air Force recruiter said, "Well, when are you going to graduate?" And I said, "Well, that's the problem. I'm not going to." And he said, "Well, we don't talk to candidates unless you're within 6 months of graduation. So come back a year from now or a year and a half from now." Well, there wasn't going to be a year from now. And so I walked into the Navy recruiter, and the first question was, what's your draft status? And I said, it's 1A. And he pulls out this form letter that says, "Dear Draft Board, please leave this guy alone. We're considering him for an officer program." And he signs it at the bottom, and he said, "Sign here. This gives us 3 months to work this." And I signed there, so immediately I was impressed. And so that's the story of why I wound up in the Navy instead of in the Air Force. And I'm glad it went that way, because I got to have the experience of flying from aircraft carriers, which is a very unique part of aviation. And I would have missed it, most likely, if I'd been in the Air Force. So that was a lucky break.
You know, a lot of people these days are not aware of that whole student deferment program that went on during the Vietnam era, but it was quite controversial in a lot of ways. You know, it kind of spoke to the question of, are we really at war to defend this country if we can just say certain people can stay where they are? And I know, being a younger person in those days, I didn't think that much about it, but I think back on it now, and it really affected a lot of lives, including yours.
Oh, it certainly did. And you didn't have a whole lot of options as a male in those days. You either went to college or you went in the military at that time.
At what point were you pretty certain that you were going to Southeast Asia, that you were going to a real fight?
As soon as I saw orders to F-4 Phantoms, I knew that, and particularly since I was going to the West Coast, we knew that we would be taking part in the Vietnam conflict. It wasn't a popular war. Those of us that lived through it at that period of time knew that the country was somewhat torn apart by it, and it wasn't popular here in the U.S., but I had signed on to be a naval officer, and when you sign on to be a naval officer, you're going to receive orders, and you will follow those orders. And so it was something that I knew would most likely occur, although you kept thinking, well, gee, maybe this war will be over soon. Maybe it'll be over right away. Yeah. So I wasn't necessarily going after it because I would get to fly in combat, although that was a very challenging form of flying and would develop you in many, many ways as a pilot, as an aviator. But I knew there was a good chance that I'd wind up in Vietnam, and sure enough, I did. Now, I joined the carrier halfway through that cruise, so all the other pilots in the squadron had experience in combat, and I didn't. But one of the really experienced pilots was one of the pilots that helped found the Navy's Top Gun school, Jim Rulifson. And he was the maintenance officer when I first joined the squadron, and then very shortly after that he became the operations officer. But the ops officer at the time as well was a very experienced, he had flown F-8s previously, Dave Coles, and he was now the ops officer in this F-4 Phantom squadron. He's the one that caused me to get the nickname Hoot, by the way, because when I first joined the squadron, I was a 25-year-old kid. Now, I was experienced. I'd flown the F-4 Phantom in training and been through Navy pilot training. But the way I like to tell the story is that he said, okay, kid, you got a nickname? He didn't call me kid, but he said, okay, well, do you have a nickname? And my real name is Robert, so I said, oh, yes, sir, it's Bob. And he said, no, come on, I mean a real nickname. And I said, well, occasionally in the past I've been called Hoot. And of course, that came from the movie star cowboy, Hoot Gibson. So if your last name's Gibson, you're going to get Hoot for a nickname. My dad told me that he, when he was in the Army Air Corps, had picked up the nickname Hoot. And so that's when I got the nickname Hoot. And that went on my name tag on my flight suit. That went on the side of my cockpit, my canopy in the F-4 Phantom. That went on my coffee cup. So that was April of '72. I changed from being Bob Gibson to being Hoot Gibson.
When you docked with Mir, did the Russians say hello, Hoot?
Yes. Now, it was interesting. Sometimes in the different languages, hoot doesn't come across as hoot. I remember when I flew a shuttle mission with the Japanese. I flew a joint mission with Japan. One of the Japanese astronauts that we were training couldn't say hoot, so it was hoot. It was hoot. So, and I'm trying to think. I think the Russians were able to pronounce it. Hoot, or hoot rather.
And then did you have to get into an explanation of old-time Western movies? Probably not.
Well, over the years, since I'm old enough, of course, I knew about Hoot Gibson, the movie star cowboy. But nowadays, oh golly, none of our young people have ever heard anything about someone named Hoot Gibson who was a cowboy. So I'm always explaining. Yeah, he was a movie star cowboy.
I guess at some point we should get it on the record. How many types of airplanes have you flown?
That was an interesting question to me. I think it was about 5 years ago. Air and Space Smithsonian Magazine told me that they were going to put me on the cover. And this was, like I say, about five years ago or so. And it was a real honor because they said, you're only the third person that we will have put on our cover of Air and Space Magazine. And they said, okay, for the website, we're going to put a website together and all. How many different airplanes have you flown? We want to put that on the website. And I said, well, I don't know. I've never sat down to count it. And they said, well, then make us a list. So I made a list, and this was some years ago. But anyway, to answer your question, I've kept the list updated ever since then. And the answer is 162 airplanes, or helicopters, or gliders altogether. 162 is the number at this point.
Earlier, we talked about the fact that you felt air racing was more dangerous than space. And I guess the only way I can ask it is, how do you process danger? How do you say what I'm going to do in the face of danger is worth it? If that makes any sense.
Well, to answer that, I guess I'll say that, I get questioned all the time, do you consider yourself to be a risk taker? And I say, no, I don't consider myself to be a risk taker. All of the risky things that I've done, though, are all in the world of aviation, in the world of flying. Now, I have a lot of experience. I have more than 14,500 hours of flight time. And so, with all of that, I believe that I am very much able to analyze what I'm about to do. Certainly, the aeronautical engineering is a big advantage for being able to analyze. Also, the experience of test pilot school, being able to do a risk analysis that goes along with that. And so the things that I've done that are really exciting, like flying in the air races, I think are a bit of a calculated judgment that says, okay, I'm going to have to be very much alert and very much cautious because air racing is probably more dangerous than the Space Shuttle was, because we flew the Space Shuttle 135 times, and we lost 2 of those. But when you look at air racing, I raced at the Reno air races over the course of 18 years altogether, and in 8 of those years, we had at least a pilot fatality. So 44% of the years that I raced at Reno, we had a pilot die. And one of those years, 2007, we had 3 pilots die. So based on a statistic like that, that's probably, well, it is. It's more dangerous than flying combat missions over Hanoi in the Vietnam War, and it's more dangerous than going to space. But there is a huge reward for taking that risk. Seeing what the Earth looks like from space is certainly worth that risk. And our experience and the Russian experience has been that the majority of your missions fly just fine and come back safely. And there doesn't have to be a fatal mission, even 1 out of 10. So certainly everything we do in life is a calculated risk, and doing that was a calculated risk. And as far as air racing goes, I am not brave enough to race in one of the classes out there at Reno where the airplanes are all nearly identical, that being the T6 class. You could offer me a whole lot of money and I wouldn't take it to race in the T6 class because those airplanes are too closely bunched up and too even, whereas the classes that I've raced in, the unlimited class, the jet class, and the Formula One class, airplanes are going to space out reasonably. So sure, right at the start, you're right next to 9 other airplanes, but very rapidly, you are pretty much flying on your own, especially if you're out in front. I got to have that experience the one time, and that's really great. That's really great to be way out in front by yourself. And sure, there's a risk of your hitting the ground, but if you hit the ground, it's probably because you did it. And so it's the sort of thing that, are you confident that you can fly that thing and not hit a pylon, not hit the ground? And do you think you're capable of doing that? And if the answer is no, then you better not do it. But I certainly always felt that, yes, I'm capable of keeping the airplane above the ground and keeping it in the air. And so it's one of those calculated risks.
We could probably talk about your career for years, but what can we look forward to in some of the upcoming podcasts? What are some of the things you'd like to share with pilots, aviators, or students, anyone out there, about what it's been like to fly this remarkable career?
Well, I've managed to learn a lot of things about flying airplanes. I've learned a lot of things about managing a crew. I've learned a lot of things about leadership and learned a lot of things about human nature and how to get the best out of not just yourself, but your crew as well. And there are so many fascinating things out there in the world of aviation that we need to talk about.
20 feet per second. Now on video. Houston, Columbia, we got wheel stop.
Welcome back to Earth, you seasoned space veterans. We're working on you, Delta.
Roger that, Houston. Seasoned by an extra 2 days. Mission lapse time to touchdown once again is unofficially 6 days, 2 hours, 4 minutes.
Houston. Post-landing per procedures, no Deltas.
Copy that, Fred.
STS-27 was my third launch, and it was only the second launch after the Challenger accident. So we lost Challenger January the 28th, 1986. It took us nearly 3 years to redesign, recertify, rebuild, and we went through everything on the shuttle, not just the solid rocket boosters, which caused the accident. We had to redesign those and recertify them for flight. And the folks out in Utah, Morton Thiokol, and Thiokol Incorporated just did such a brilliant job on the redesign and the way we mechanized the booster rockets after Challenger, that we had just about zero problems with the booster rockets for the whole rest of the Space Shuttle program. But we had to go through everything, not just the booster rockets, the external tank, the orbiter, everything about it. And then we were finally ready to launch again, and the first launch was Discovery, launched in September of 1988. And then I got assigned to command the second launch, STS-27 aboard Atlantis. And that was kind of interesting because I flew the last successful launch before Challenger, before the Challenger accident. And then I flew the second launch after we started up again. I almost flew back-to-back missions. And we were a top secret, classified Department of Defense mission. So to this day, if I told you what we carried, you could never leave this hangar.
So go ahead. I don't want to leave.
Never had anybody tell me that before.
Careful what you wish for.
But yes, it was a top secret classified mission, and one of the fascinating things about it was that my crew and I got briefed into what our capabilities in space are in terms of the military. And again, it's not weaponry. We don't put weapons in space, so it's not weaponry. But it's intelligence gathering, it's surveillance. And so we were the second launch after Challenger accident, after Discovery had flown in September. We launched on December the 2nd of 1988. So it took us almost exactly 3 years to redesign and rebuild. And it was interesting being a top secret mission because there was a ton of press and media interest in the flight before mine, STS-26. And now here comes a top secret mission. Don't try to ask us any questions because we won't tell you anything. We can't cover what we're covering on this mission. And we're trying to avoid the press. And the press was just ferociously interested in anything Space Shuttle after the Challenger accident. In fact, the press had changed overnight. Prior to Challenger, the press talked about NASA and they said, okay, well, NASA says they're going to do this and they're NASA, so they will do it and they'll make it work. They'll pull it off. That'll be we're forecasting success already. After Challenger, they flip-flopped. They were the opposite. It seemed like no matter what we were doing, they questioned it all. They were not agreeing that we were just going to go accomplish what we were going to go accomplish. But even so, they sure wanted to be there for every little thing on the mission. So we actually tried to launch on December the 1st of 1988, and the winds up at altitude were raging. So this was December, so we've got winter winds up there. And the jet stream during launch looks like 140 mile an hour wind shear to us. Because here's our jet stream flowing along from west to east, and here we come up in our shuttle, and by the time we got to where the jet stream was, we're going fast. We're probably up to Mach 2 at least. And so it looks like a sudden wind shear. So December the 1st, we had winds that were out of limits. We can launch if our structural indicators say we've got 100% design load. We can launch at 100%. We can't launch at 101% design load. So on December the 2nd, we sat on the launch pad for about 4.5 hours and used up the whole entire launch window hoping for the winds to die down. And right about the end, when it looked like we're not going to get to launch today either, the winds died down enough to where they concluded that we are at 100% design load. Okay, we can launch. So we launched, and we had very little time left. I want to say seconds, maybe 30 seconds left in the launch window. So we just barely made it into space that day. Unbeknownst to us, during the launch, the nose cap of the right-hand booster rocket, that's the big white rocket that's on the side of the thing, the nose cap has a coating of ablative material on it. and the ablative material obviously wasn't strong enough. It broke loose, and pieces of it showered my right wing on Atlantis. So, of course, we couldn't see any of that. But the ground always goes through all the launch footage, all the movies, all the stills, everything, to look for this sort of thing. So the next day, after we had gone to orbit, and on the first day, we deployed a major new intelligence satellite for the United States. And that's about as much as I'm allowed to say about it, even to this day. This was 1988. So what's that, 34 years ago? And I'm still not allowed to say what it was we carried, but I am allowed to say it was a major new intelligence satellite. Mission Control called us and said, hey, Hoot, during launch we saw something hit your right wing. We want you to take the robot arm, which is, they call it the RMS, the Remote Manipulator System. It has a television camera on the end of it as part of the system. Said, we want you to hang it over the right side of the orbiter and look at your right wing and tell us what you see. Well, I will never forget, we maneuvered the arm, and Mike Mullane was my arm operator, so he moved the arm over there, and we brought up the television image of the right wing, and I looked at what I was seeing, and I said to myself, we are going to die, because we could see a vast amount of tile damage on the right wing. So I keyed the mic, and I told the Capcom, if I remember right, the capsule communicator, or Capcom, was Dave Hilmers. And I called him and I said, Dave, we're seeing a lot of tile damage on the right wing. And he said, okay, we'll get back to you. So they went away for a while, and it turned out Department of Defense didn't want any video coming down, just in case we would have the death ray in the picture. Oh, okay, we didn't have a death ray. Just in case there would be something classified.
The flux capacitor.
Yeah, the flux capacitor, like, from Back to the Future. Yeah. Yes. So DOD didn't want anything, video, any kind of imagery at all coming down from the mission. And in fact, every photograph that we shot over the whole course of it was only 4.5 days. But one of the goals that you had as a shuttle crew was to shoot up every frame of film that you had on board. You didn't want to come back and land with any unexposed film. But DOD had to go through every single frame with a microscope and make sure there was nothing classified that accidentally showed up in any of these things. So, for example, a shot looking out the window of the Earth and a particular point on the Earth, if somehow the time of that frame showed up in the frame, that was going to be a classified item, because where we were at any particular time was going to be secret, although you could pretty well tell where we were. But anyway, so DOD finally relented and said, okay, since you really need to take a look at your right wing, we'll let you send down encrypted video. Okay, well, encrypted video isn't very good. It doesn't have very good resolution. And I guess what it does, it shoots a frame, and it takes about 3 seconds to encrypt it and record it, and then another frame, another 3 seconds. So the resolution was so poor that down on the ground, unbeknownst to us, Mission Control looked at it and said, that's not tile damage, that's just lighting and shadows that these boys are looking at. Hoot's all screwed up. Well, did they ever tell us that? No. They came back, I guess after 24 hours, because I think they looked at it for a full day before they came back. And Dave Hilmers called and said, okay, hey, Hoot, we've got the resolution on your tiles. And I said, okay, yeah, great, go ahead, Dave, what? He said, it's no problem, just re-enter just like we always do. Well, I was incredulous. I couldn't believe it. And I keyed the mic and I said, Dave, what are they basing that on? And he said, okay, well, stand by, because he had to get the rationale from the engineers and all. And he came back about 10 minutes later and he said, Hoot, they looked at it and they said it's no worse than what we've seen on other missions. Notice they did not say, we don't think you're seeing tile damage. We think you're just seeing lighting and shadowing. They didn't say that. So this is called a failure to communicate. Now, I think I was communicating because I said, Dave, we're seeing a lot of tile damage on that right wing. So they came back and said, it's no worse than what we've seen before. Well, I said, well, you know what? I've been here since before STS-1, the first shuttle launch, and I've never seen anything like this. And then I did something that I shouldn't have done. I kind of gave in. I said, okay, but you guys are the experts. I should have dug my heels in and said, hey, let's talk about this, because I'm definitely seeing serious tile damage. But I think the big failure to communicate was on mission control. They never said to me, you are not seeing tile damage, Hoot, you're just messed up. It's just lights and shadows. Because if they had done that, I would have said, okay, I'm sending you clear TV, because I'm definitely seeing tile damage. But I caved in because it was always, and still is, considered bad form for an astronaut to get into an argument with mission control. In fact, it's career limiting for you to get into a contest, a fighting contest with mission control. So I gave in, and I shouldn't have. I should have made them talk about it some more. And so there were some funny things that came out of it. The night before re-entry, I remember one of the astronauts was talking about how he was a little bit more than nervous about this re-entry tomorrow. And I said to him, oh, come on, don't feel that way. No use dying all tensed up. And so, this is fighter pilot humor, or gallows humor.
Gallows humor.
And however, all the way down on re-entry, I was watching the elevons. I can see right where the left elevons are and where the right elevons are on my display. And I knew that if we started to burn through the right wing, what I would see is we would build up more drag on that right wing. And to balance the amount of drag, the left elevon would be going down. And that creates drag. That's how we create drag with an elevon at this 40-degree angle of attack that we fly re-entry at. And so all the way down, I have the audio that I made from the re-entry, that we made, the crew made for the re-entry. And all the way down in the atmosphere, about every 2 minutes, I'd say, guys, the controls look good. The elevons look good. So we watched them all the way down, because I knew what I'd see a split. The right elevons would be going up, the left elevons would be going down. Oh, an elevon is a combination aileron and elevator, so that's why it's called elevon. So that's what we have on the trailing edge of both wings. I'd see the right elevon going up and the left elevon going down. And if that happened, I knew that I might have 60 seconds to tell Mission Control what I thought of their analysis. But fortunately, all the way down, the elevon stayed matched. So that said to me, I'm pretty sure we're not burning through over on the right wing. But after we landed, there was amazement. There was absolute amazement. We had damaged 770 tiles. And I think 300 of them were serious damage to the tiles, chunks bigger than an inch that were chopped out of the tiles.
And just for perspective, what percentage of the tiles is 770?
It's not a real big percentage, but it was over on the right wing.
It's enough to destroy the shuttle.
Over on the right wing, oh, absolutely. And even more than that, John, we had one tile that was entirely missing, which we had not been able to see with the robot camera, with the RMS camera. We had not been able to see that we had one tile entirely gone, and we almost burned through at that location. We lucked out many ways that we came back at all, but we lucked out in that particular location where that tile had been mounted. There was a thick plate under it that had something to do with a ground plane antenna for the L-band system. So there was a thicker plate there, and it didn't burn through. If it had just been the regular aluminum surface, I suppose there's a chance that might have burned through. And if that had happened, we might have been the Columbia accident on only the second launch after the Challenger accident. And if we had broken up at Mach 17, which is where Columbia broke up in 2003, if we had broken up at Mach 17, where were we? We were in the North Pacific, just south of the Aleutian Islands. We would have gone into the ocean when we broke up. There wouldn't have been much to find. That would have been the very end of us, of course, but it would have been the end of the shuttle program, because the discussion would have sounded like this. We gave you guys all this money to fix your space shuttles, and you lost the second launch after you started up again. It's the end. We can't afford to keep doing this. It would have been the end of the shuttle program. It would have been the end of us, of course. But where was the big mistake? The big mistake was Mission Control didn't tell us what they were thinking. We definitely told them what we were thinking. And that's an important lesson for leadership and for communication. Tell what you're thinking. And I gave in, and I shouldn't have done that. I should have said, hey, you need to talk to me a little bit more about this, because I'm pretty darn sure that I've never seen anything like this before. So I guess I'm partly to blame for us entering that way without knowing that Mission Control could have possibly looked at something. Maybe there was something we could do to fly a more gentle reentry. I don't know.
When you got down and saw that tile damage, did you have to keep your hands in your pockets to keep from punching somebody in the face?
Well, no, because, we wouldn't have known who to punch. There probably would have been too many people for us to punch. But in the debrief, this won't give us any great satisfaction whatsoever. I asked the lead ascent and entry flight director, who was responsible for mission control as the leadership in mission control. I asked him in the debrief, I said, okay, if you had listened to us and paid attention to what we were saying and realized that we did have serious tile damage, what do you suppose we could have done? And he said, I don't know. And that was as far as it went. So what did we do after STS-27? The only thing we fixed after STS-27 was we went to a stronger ablative. Remember several minutes ago I mentioned the ablative on the nose cone of the right booster rocket disintegrated. They went to a stronger ablative, so we had no more problems with that ever again.
I don't know what an ablative is.
Oh, that's a material that will erode under real high temperature and burn off very gradually. All the original Mercury, Gemini, and Apollo spacecraft had an ablative heat shield. So it would burn and char, and then the char would break away, and then the next layer would burn and char and break away. And that was how you protected the aluminum surface of the vehicle. So that was to protect the booster rocket nose caps, because those could be reused. So, or just to protect, I'm not sure those can be reused, but it was to protect the rate gyros and things that would be up in the nose cone of the booster rocket. We went to a stronger ablative. We did not say, okay, if this happens again and we had to repair some tiles or repair a missing tile, could we do that? We had looked at it very briefly. NASA had looked at it very briefly before the first shuttle launch, STS-1, because after the trouble we had flying Columbia from California to Florida and had all these tiles come loose, there was talk about, okay, what if we get up there in space and there's a bunch of missing tiles? Can we come up with a putty that we could putty up that gap? That was done a little bit before STS-1, but then we saw that our tiles worked okay, so we never did anything else about it. So even after we had lost a tile, we never looked into what could we do to replace a tile on orbit. So we weren't prepared for this, and we weren't prepared when we lost Columbia either. And we didn't look into Columbia as thoroughly as we should have. Maybe there was something that we could have done. There were several real big thrills that we got after we came back. You know, one of the big thrills was coming back alive, of course.
Of course.
But then there were several thrills awaiting us, and this was December of '88, and so it was either late January or early February of '89. We went back to Washington, D.C., and we went to two places. We went to the Pentagon, and my small crew and I, 5 of us all together, all military, 2 Navy and 3 Air Force, went to the Pentagon to debrief the Joint Chiefs. And this was a little bit intimidating because I'm just a Navy commander, and on my crew I had three bird colonels on my crew. And by the time we landed, there were 4 bird colonels because the other Navy guy got promoted to the rank of captain in the Navy, which is a colonel in the Air Force. But we went to the it's a very small conference room that the Joint Chiefs have. And there's a big table in the middle of the room, and if you're not at least 4 stars, you sit on the chairs back by the wall, against the wall, which isn't very far away from the table because it's this tiny little place. Well, I insisted that each of my crew members get to do part of the debrief. And so we stood up and we told our story. We talked about what the mission was like. We had a movie that I don't have a copy of because the movie was top secret.
Okay.
And James Bond stuff. The way the movie got from, we landed at Edwards Air Force Base, but the way the movie got delivered anywhere was handcuffed to a courier. It was in a briefcase, a locked briefcase, and it was handcuffed to his wrist. And so that's how that movie would get to where it was going, because again, it was top secret. So we showed them our movie. We answered all their questions, and then at the end of it, a moment that I won't ever forget, none of us will ever forget, the chairman of the Joint Chiefs, Admiral Crow, stood up and said, "Okay, are there any more questions?" There weren't any more questions. And he said, "Okay, gentlemen, I think we owe these young men a standing ovation." And they all stood up and applauded us.
Wow.
Gives me chill bumps even to think about it to this day. The other neat thing that we got to do was we went to CIA headquarters. Now, they awarded us a medal, but they also pointed out to us that anytime you talk about this medal, you are to make sure that you mention that this was not a CIA mission. It was not. It was a Department of Defense mission. It was a DoD mission. But the CIA has this cool medal that we had never heard of before, and it was called the Intelligence Achievement Medal. And it's very rarely awarded. And they pinned it on to my entire crew, 5 of us, and the 2 lead flight directors for NASA were also awarded the Intelligence Achievement Medal. And so I tell my wife, I have achieved intelligence because I got the Intelligence Achievement Medal. And she said, that's not what it means.
Yeah, I was just going to ask if I could borrow yours and take it home and show it to my wife and
Yes,
see if I could run a number
So
there.
she said, it doesn't mean that you have achieved intelligence by any means. But then leaving, and we're walking to the door, and there's a security guard standing at the door, and he's holding his hand out. And I said, what do you need? And he said, I've got to have that medal back, sir. And Mike Mullane, who was my lead payload officer on the flight, one of the funniest guys I've ever known, he gets a big grin on his face and he says, wait a minute, you don't mean to say you just awarded us a medal that we can only wear in a safe, do you? And the guard says, well, yes, unfortunately, that's true. And not only that, but you can't tell anyone you were here and that you were awarded this medal. But anytime you're in the D.C. area, come on back and we'll let you in and you can look at your medal. Well, that persisted for about 5.5 years. And then at that point, we had flown the final classified flight on the shuttle. And DoD declassified all of the medals and declassified the write-up that came along with it. So from that point on, I'm allowed to say whatever's in the citation that went along with the medal. And what it said between mine and Mike Mullane, my lead payload officer, who operated the RMS that grabbed the satellite to lift it out, and that was secret, that was done, but not anymore. And so the fact that we used the remote arm to lift this satellite out of the cargo bay, deployed it, we separated away from it, and then there was a problem with it, and we had to do an unplanned re-rendezvous with it and help fix it, and then we separated away from it, and it went on to a completely successful career. And to this day, that's all I'm allowed to say about what we did. But that was pretty fascinating. That was a pretty fascinating mission.
So your Intelligence Achievement Medal is still in Washington?
No, I'm sorry, I left that part out. We were allowed. They gave us our medals and they gave us the citations. So I have both of those. So, and I'm allowed to show those now and I'm allowed to talk about it. But for 5.5 years, we couldn't tell anyone that we had received a medal at CIA headquarters.
Was there a cover story? What did you tell people? What did NASA tell people you were launching the space shuttle for?
They just didn't say. NASA would just say, and any of the public affairs folks would just say that we were carrying out a mission in support of the Department of Defense. So, for example, we were not allowed to say, when we got back for 5.5 years, I was not allowed to say, yes, we launched a satellite. But if you had gone out at the sunrise or the sunset and you watched the bright dot of the shuttle going by, you would see another bright dot 80 miles away from it on the same orbit with it. So it was obvious to the world that, sure, we had dropped something off. But nevertheless, we could not say, yes, we deployed something. We deployed a satellite. But now it's as much as I've described that we're allowed to say, but no more.
If you had to think back across your 5 shuttle missions and some cosmic hand said, sorry, you can only have one. You can only keep one in your memory bank. There can only be one. Which of the missions comes to your mind?
Well, second place would be STS-27 because it was the most challenging. Other than the mirror docking. The mirror docking would have to be the one that I would say, yes, I want to preserve that memory because it was the first docking a space shuttle had ever done. So we were breaking new ground when we did that. Now, we had flown the space shuttle up to orbit many times and rendezvoused with satellites and grappled satellites with the robot arm and repaired satellites and brought satellites back to Earth. But we had never docked to a space station until I docked Atlantis with the Russian space station in 1995. And beyond that, though, the training leading up to it, the fact that we went to Russia twice to train for a total altogether of about, I think, 21 days was how many days that we spent in Russia training. That was the most memorable flight.
And what did the Russian part of your training consist of? What were you doing for 21 days?
We went over there in September of '94, and that was the longer one of the two. I think we were gone for about 10 days. So we were at Star City, Zvezny Gorodok, in Russian, Zvezny Gorodok, training on the Soyuz, which is the little capsule that they fly up and down in. But the majority of it was training in the Mir station simulators. Now, they call it a simulator. We would call it a mock-up. Because it wasn't like our simulators where we have computers connected to all the switches and we can operate the thing and learn which controls to activate, actually fly it with the control stick and all of that. What they do, it's more of a plywood mock-up. Now, it's fairly high fidelity looking in terms of what you will see inside the Mir space station. But it isn't like you can run simulations of missions the way we do. You could go in the Mir mock-ups and go through procedures and have your checklist and have some of the equipment and things that you'd use. But you're not going to be flipping switches and turning on the cabin. Well, I suppose you could turn on the cabin lights, but you're not going to be entering things into the computer or any of that kind of thing. So it's more of a training on mock-ups is what it is.
At some point in time, somebody designed and built the mirror, and at some point in time, somebody designed and built the shuttle, and then sometime later, somebody said, we're going to dock these things in space. How do you retrofit to do something like that?
The Russians had intended for their space shuttle, which sure does look like a carbon copy of our shuttle, although, you know, what they will tell you is they'll tell you, "Niet, it was designed for the same sort of mission, so of course it's going to look very similar." Well, I have to give them credit for saying, why should we reinvent the wheel? They already knew what kind of a shape would fly, what kind of a shape would fly a reentry, and our flight procedures handbooks and our systems diagrams and things like that were never classified. So they could get a hold of it. They could get a hold of how our flight control system operated for reentry. So they don't have to develop that. They can just copy it. And the shuttle, their shuttle, was supposed to go to their space station. So they had built a docking port on a module called Crystal, and it had about a 4-foot diameter ring that their shuttle was going to go fly and dock with. And when they built their shuttles, I think they built 5 of them intending to send them to space. They were built with that docking module in the cargo bay, because we saw one of their shuttles in Moscow where the shuttles were built. We saw one of their shuttles in the high bay, and it had the docking port in it. So what we, NASA, did when we arranged to fly our space shuttles and dock with their space station, we bought the portion of the docking ring, the 4-foot diameter ring, and then adapted it to a structure, and then adapted it to the Space Lab tunnel, and we carried as well the Space Lab because we wanted to do medical investigations of them in space, of the 3 cosmonauts who had been up there for 4 months. When we got there, we wanted to evaluate their blood pressure, their heart rate, all their blood makeup and all of those things. And so we used the Space Lab to do that. So we bought that portion of the docking ring to adapt to the Space Shuttle Atlantis. And that thing, to some people, I suppose it would look like the ultimate Rube Goldberg. But if you looked at it and you had it explained to you by the designer and the builder, who was their gifted builder, Vladimir Syromiatnikov, actually showed it to us in Moscow. Now, he was quite old. He was quite old then, but he showed us how this thing worked, and it had passive dampers, it had active dampers. It was a Swiss watch, is what it was. It was virtually all mechanical, and we probably would have built something that used a lot of software and might have been more difficult to integrate and all of that. But it really worked beautifully because you had to be able to account for, let's say I hit them a little bit, couple degrees off, then it's got to be able to tolerate this kind of thing. And so the docking ring itself would get extended on, how many struts was it? 6 struts. And those struts had, as I mentioned, passive damping and electrical damping as well. And you had to be able to damp all that out. And then once you had damped out those motions, then you would retract the docking ring down into the rest of it. There were, if I remember right, 12 big structural hooks that reached around and grabbed and pulled those things tightly together. And if you think about it, there's a lot of force trying to push those things apart.
Sure.
We stayed at sea level pressure in the vehicle, 14.7 psi. So you've got 14.7 pounds per square inch times about a 4-foot diameter area trying to push those things apart. So structurally, those things had to be pretty strong. They also had to be pretty strong because now you've got a 250,000-pound Mir space station and a 250,000-pound space shuttle fastened to it. And what's taking all those loads? That docking system. That docking system's taking all of those loads. And we couldn't both be controlling the vehicle attitude. So what we did is we took turns. I think we took the first 2.5 days that we were there, and then the Russians took the remainder of the time, the other 2.5 days. And so initially, we were controlling the orientation of the mated vehicle for the first 2.5 days. Now, we used thrusters to do it. And then after it was their turn to take over, the Mir took over, and they controlled our attitude and our orientation for 2.5 days. They used momentum wheels, which are like big flywheels. And by speeding up or slowing down a flywheel, you can exert a torque. And so that's how they controlled the attitude of the Mir space station.
At the time of the Mir assignment, you were chief astronaut, didn't really want to give yourself that assignment, and it came down from on high that you indeed needed to command this. It was sort of taken out of your hands that they wanted you to command it. Is that because of piloting skills? What are the piloting skills involved in mating up like that for the first time?
Well, there were a lot of piloting skills associated with doing it because rendezvous and docking in the space shuttle is controlled manually by the commander. So we would do some burns leading up to the actual join up, and a number of those burns happened at great distances away, and it was phasing on the vehicle that you're going to be docking with. And the way we would do it is we would let the Mir space station overfly Cape Canaveral, overfly our launch pad basically, and then when it was about 2,000 miles out in front of us, which, let's see, how long would that take? 2,000 miles out in front of us would be like 4 minutes for it to go 2,000 miles. So,
are you Mach 25 at that point?
It is.
Yeah.
But then what we did is we launched behind it, and we launched into a lower orbit. So we're going a shorter distance around the Earth because we're in a smaller orbit to catch up to the Mir, which was up at 212 nautical miles. And so we would do a series of burns. I think we did something like 13 different burns to phase on it. And then we did a terminal intercept burn. It was called TI, terminal intercept. It sounds awful. It sounds like this is going to be a terminal collision, but it was targeting to basically hit it. And then at some miles, we would do mid-course correction burns as we were closing on it. And then I'd say it was about a mile or 2 miles away, I took manual control of the orbiter because I'm going to fly it the rest of the way in. And I use a thruster controller, and I could use the control stick, although we can put it in an attitude where it'll track what I'm heading for. It'll point at it. And then once we flew underneath the Mir space station and stopped, and then flew up the rest of the way from about 1,000 feet below all the way up into the docking. Now they said, Hoot, you can be sloppy. You just have to line the centers of those docking rings up within 3 inches. So we're both going 17,500 miles an hour, but I have to line it up, the centers, within 3 inches, or else we'll bounce off. We won't capture the docking ring, we'll bounce off. So, and the contact velocity, the closure rate, was to be 1/10 of a foot per second. 1/10 of a foot per second. Okay, let's see, what's that? That's 1.2 inches per second is the closure rate. So that's about this fast. And by the way, Hood, if you hit it at 0.2 of a foot per second, you will destroy it. So no pressure. But the day before launch, the head of NASA, the administrator, was on a telephone communication with us, telecon. And at the very end of it, he said, okay, all right, I guess we're about done here. And he said, okay, Hoot, one more thing. no pressure, but there are going to be 5 billion people watching you on television when you do this docking. Because we had live television.
Was Golden the administrator then?
Dan Golden was the administrator then. So yeah, we made sure that we had downlink television able to go to the ground so they could watch it. And so my whole family was in mission control in the viewing gallery and got to watch the whole thing and heard everybody in mission control cheering and yelling when we actually docked.
This is Mission Control Houston as the Shuttle Atlantis and the Mir space station pass across the southern tip of South America. Our first views of the shuttle as taken from the Mir and relayed to the United States.
Houston.
This picture now from the Mir space station showing the approach of the two docking mechanisms toward each other. Atlantis 10 feet from the Mir, time to docking 1 minute 50 seconds.
Input. Houston, Atlantis, we have capture.
Copy, capture.
Mechanical Systems Officer here reports that the two docking mechanisms are now aligned. The docking ring on Atlantis should be retracted shortly. Once fully retracted, the structural mating of the hooks and latches on both sides of the docking interfaces will be underway.
Congratulations, Space Shuttle Atlantis, Space Station Mir. After 20 years, our spacecraft are docked in orbit again. Our new era of space exploration has begun.
Houston, Atlantis, we agree. It's a great feeling to be here. It's a massive team effort. Many people have pulled together to make this happen. We're lucky and we're honored and privileged to be part of this. It's great to be back joined in orbit again.
Hear you loud and clear.
Well, the real reason I think that I got picked was not piloting skill. Well, I don't know. Maybe it had something to do with it, because I did have a fairly decent reputation as a pilot within NASA. But there was more to the story than that. It turns out we had to look back 20 years. I didn't find this out until well after the fact. I think, in fact, I didn't hear about this until after I had retired from the Navy and left NASA. But it turned out that 20 years earlier, in the Apollo-Soyuz docking, where an Apollo capsule launched and rendezvoused with the Russian Soyuz in 1975, July of 75, at the height of the Cold War, and docked together, and Americans and Russians shook hands in space. It turns out that they did 2 dockings, and I suspect one of them was flown by the mission commander, Tom Stafford, and the other one I know was flown by Deke Slayton. So those two flew the 2 dockings. I don't know who flew which one, but probably the one docking that rammed them so hard that it nearly broke the docking mechanism was probably flown by Deke Slayton, because that was his first trip to space and his only trip to space. And Tom Stafford, on the other hand, had been to space 2 or 3 times, and he probably flew the final docking. Well, the Russians never forgot that we had hit them kind of hard. And now 20 years later, here we come with our 250,000-pound space shuttle to attack their space station. And so what I was told was the Russians were nervous. The Russians were quite nervous about this. And to help calm them down some, NASA wanted to be able to say, look, this is so important to us, we're sending our chief astronaut to command the mission.
Sure.
And I guess I can see the logic in that. But it was not what I had intended. It wasn't what I had planned on, because as a leader, you are not there to skim off the good deals for yourself. And this was a huge mission. It was a hugely cool mission, a really big challenge, but a really satisfying thing to get to do. I wasn't about to give that to myself, because as the chief astronaut, I picked who flew the missions. and it got taken out of my hands. And so I wound up having to do it. And in hindsight, it was a thrill. It was a real big thrill.
How did, again, just little basic things, how did you know we're down and locked, we can go ahead and open hatches, we're coupled as we should be?
We had feedback. We had a software program on the shuttle that I think we had powered up through a laptop computer. So we had learned how to do that fairly early in the shuttle program. It was really challenging and difficult and expensive to make changes to the mainframe computers on the shuttle, because you make some little change in it, now you've got to run it through all the verification steps to verify that it's safe to do. But we found out that we could bring laptop computers on board. We could plug it in and have it talk to the onboard computers. Now we had to verify that there was nothing that we were going to do that was going to alter anything that was in the mainframe computers. But we could pull data out of them. We could look at things like the rendezvous program was really helpful, because it could say, okay, here's where we are right now, because the shuttle knew. The shuttle knew how far away you are, what your closure rate was, all of those things. We could look at it on a laptop computer, and it could say, okay, if you don't do anything different than where you are right now, if you don't fire any thrusters, here's where you'll be in 30 seconds, here's where you'll be in a minute, here's where you'll be in 2 minutes. To be able to look ahead and predict was so valuable for being able to fly the rendezvous. So we had a laptop computer that could look at all the micro switches and things that were in the docking mechanism. And so we knew when we had all the structural hooks engaged and that they had pulled everything tightly together. So we were able to tell that. So that was what let us know that, okay, all right, we've got them joined. Now, the next thing we had to do, though, was we had to repressurize the Mir space station. Air is a very valuable commodity up there in orbit.
I would bet.
One of your most valuable commodities, in fact. And they were down to 12 psi, 12 pounds per square inch of pressure. And, of course, we stay right at sea level pressure, 14.7. So we had to give them a whole bunch of air. Now, fortunately, we have lots of air, because we carry liquid hydrogen dewars. About 4-foot diameter is how big these dewars are, full of liquid hydrogen and liquid oxygen. So we manufacture the atmosphere on board the shuttle, 80% nitrogen, 20% oxygen. So we opened up the differential pressure. There's 2 of them in the hatch. We opened up the differential pressure taps and opened it up to where we could dump air into the Mir. So it took us, I want to say it took us about a half an hour to flow air through these orifices over into the Mir space station. Well, the Mir space station was big, and so we had to repressurize them to sea level pressure before we could open the hatch.
Did we foresee this? Did we know
we knew about it. Yes, we knew.
You knew we were going to have to do it. Well, here we are again in Hoot's hangar, a great place to be. It's a new day, and if there was some miracle that could happen, I wish I could interview the shirt you're wearing. Could we talk about where that shirt has been?
The shirt that I'm wearing is a polo shirt, of course, and what happened along the way in the Space Shuttle program, the first 2 times I flew, NASA maintained a big inventory of trousers and shirts and all these kinds of things, and after every mission they'd have to go to the cleaners and get cleaned, and then they'd have to get folded and stored carefully in bonded storage and all that. And after my first 2 flights, so starting in about 1988, NASA figured out, you know what, it would be a whole lot more economical and a whole lot more feasible if we just let the air crews pick out shirts from various outfits that sell these sorts of things, have them monogrammed with their flight number on it, and then we let them keep the shirts at the end of it. That was less expensive than maintaining a big inventory of shirts. So as a result, starting with my 3rd mission to space, I was able to have shirts embroidered with which flight they were and what vehicle, and the one I'm wearing was from my last mission to space, the docking with the Russians on the space station Mir on STS-71. So this shirt actually went to space and spent 10 days in space with me.
Was that shirt in Mir? Did you wear it across?
I did wear it across. So
Very cool.
This shirt, I think, is the one I wore. We had the day we got there, we had a very special shirt, similar, that all the crew members were wearing. We even bought a shirt for our two Russian friends that were with us, Anatoly Solovyev and Nikolai Budarin, so that when we arrived to the Mir space station for the docking, we were all wearing the same shirt. This shirt is the one that we decided we'd wear, if I'm remembering it right, that we would wear for the big press conference we had on day 2 after we joined up, or day 3, something like that. So I actually wore it aboard the shuttle and aboard the Russian Mir space station.
If only it could talk.
Well, I have to talk for it. So I've told.
But you might edit some things.
I've told its story.
Yeah.
But it's been really a pleasing thing to have, and I'm going to preserve as much of the things that I got to take to space for my kids and grandkids. So this won't show up on eBay.
Well, it's a historic thing, and it's fun to have it here. Can we talk a little bit about the hangar itself? This is, you built this, and it certainly is reflective of, if not the most amazing aviation career in American history, one of the most. Tell us a little bit about some of the things that are in here, not just the models, and I know you're a big model guy and still fly them, but your guitars, your close relationship with the Eagles, and tell us a little bit about how this all came together.
I've been into radio-controlled models all my life, and I really enjoy the daylights out of the radio-controlled jets. Now, these are not turbojet models. These are electric ducted fans, what we call an electric ducted fan. So it's a three-phase motor, a three-phase AC motor, that is being powered by a DC battery. How do you get three-phase AC power with a DC battery? Well, it goes through a device called an electronic speed controller, or ESC, and it constructs a pseudo three-phase AC power. Well, that means that you don't have commutators on your electric motors. You don't have arcing across the commutators and the brushes and all of that. So as a result, there are minimal losses out of these things. So these things positively scream. And these ducted fans, the larger ones, 90 millimeter diameter, and I've even got 110, 120 millimeter fans, they probably only spin about 40,000 RPM. But the smaller ones can spin as much as 50,000 RPM. And so if you have a 10-bladed fan spinning at 40,000 RPM, it makes a whooshing sound. It makes the kind of whining sound that a jet engine makes. And it sounds just like a jet engine, is what it sounds like. Now, the battery technology is very good. They're lithium polymer batteries that we're using. But you're only going to get about 3, maybe 5 minutes, depending on the size of the battery and the size of the motor. You're only going to get about 3 or 5 minutes of runtime in a jet model. But anyway, having said all that, the wife and I decided that we wanted to move all of my models out of the upstairs family room where they were an incredible clutter. They were stacked up in the corners. They were stacked up in a rack that I made for them. They were really cluttering up the upstairs family room. So we decided to build this and put the vaulted ceilings with wood paneling so that I could put screw hooks in anywhere I wanted to and hang up the models. So these are all radio-controlled flying jets that I have hanging up here in the, I refer to it sometimes as the party room, sometimes as the ready room, like the ready room that you had on an aircraft carrier. Each squadron had their own ready room. And it's been called a man cave, although one of my wife's wine friends that came to see it said, "Oh my gosh, this isn't a man cave, this is a museum." And so it has really been an enjoyable thing. We've had it for just about exactly 2 years now.
And all of these models are hung with bungee cords and leashes and things so that you can grab them and go fly them, right?
Yes, I keep a ladder nearby so that I can get up on the ladder and release. It's either a dog leash or a bungee cord that is hooked into eye hooks that I've put up in the ceiling, so it's very easy to get them down.
And you've either assembled or built from scratch all of these, is that correct?
That's correct. Now, many of these come to where all they need to be is assembled, and you put them together, and they've really evolved over about the last 4 years or so, where it's rare that any glue is required. So mostly you put them together with screws and bolts and things like that. Although I have several of them up here that are scratch-built models, because nobody made a particular model. So back behind me is a model of the Douglas Skyrocket. In my opinion, one of the best-looking airplanes ever built. And nobody made a radio-controlled model of it except for me. So I made myself a mold, and I made a fiberglass body for it, and made the wings out of plywood and balsa wood, and covered them in fiberglass and all of that sort of thing. And it was Scott Crossfield, Scotty Crossfield's airplane. He let other people fly it once in a while. But
Who was the first man to go Mach 2, right?
Scotty was the first one to go Mach 2 in the Douglas Skyrocket. And I had always admired Scotty so very much and had the privilege of being on stage with him 3 different times doing a talk called Rocket Pilots Then and Now. And what an honor it was to be on the same stage with Scotty. So I wanted a model of it. I'm not sure I'm going to fly it. It took me a year to build it. It was a lot of work, and I spared no hardship to make it as perfect as I could possibly make it. So now I don't know that I'm going to fly it.
I want to risk it.
I don't know that I want to risk it, but I have to admit it's a pretty gorgeous model.
Did it ever occur to you when you're working on something like that this is what I was doing when I was 7 or 8, and here I am on the other end, still making models?
It does, and one model that I remember I made when I was 8 years old. I don't think it flew very well, but it was a balsa wood and tissue model of the Bell X-1, and I drew myself a plan. And it was, it was close.
Yeah, it's a pretty usual stuff for an 8-year-old to be making models.
So I drew a plan of it, and I cut out bulkheads and glued it all together with stringers and all that, and then covered it with tissue paper. I don't know that I have any photos of it at all, but the point of it all is I've been building scratch-built models all my life, virtually all my life.
Well, when you are curious about something, you go all in. There's no halfway for Hoot. And we talked a little bit about your guitar collection. And as I was entering the hangar, see a big box, like a roadie box from a band, and it says on it, Eagles. And being this environment, I'm thinking, okay, gathering of eagles, young eagles. It was the Eagles, right? Can you tell us a little about that?
It was the Eagles, yes. I'm part of an all-astronaut rock band. And where this came from was 1987. The year after the tragic Challenger accident, we had been to a lot of memorial services and the like, and we had started to investigate the Challenger accident because we had to determine, why did this happen? One of the big questions we needed to answer, and I was part of the investigation down at Cape Canaveral, from January through April. I was down there every week, every single day of every week, working on the investigation. We had to answer the question, did this happen because we assembled it incorrectly? Or did this happen because it was a design deficiency? And of course it wound up being a design deficiency. We had assembled it correctly. But it took us 2 months to get through all the paperwork and all the documentation. And we went through a really difficult time. All of us did. So the summer after that, the chief astronaut said, you know what? We need a party. And so we're going to have a sock hop, a 1950s sock hop. And they encouraged people to come up with dance acts and lip sync acts and the like. And one of the other astronauts and I had played our guitars and sang at a couple of astronaut parties in the past. And I never forget, he walked into my office on Tuesday. The sock hop was to be on Friday. He walked into my office Tuesday afternoon and said, "Hey, Hooter, you suppose we ought to get us up a 4-man rock band to play at the sock hop?" And I said, "What a great idea that is." And so 3 of us got together Wednesday night and Thursday night, and we had picked out one other guitar player, and we had a little bit of an argument over who was going to be lead guitar. Brewster Shaw said, "Okay, well look, I can play rhythm. I can't play anything else. I can't play bass, and I can't be a lead guitar player. So okay, he gets to be rhythm." Pinky Nelson said, "Well, I can play bass or I could play rhythm, but there's no way on God's green earth that I can be a lead guitar player." And I said, "Okay, well look, I can play rhythm. I can't play bass, but I am not a lead guitar player." Well, I had the weakest denial, so they said, "Okay, you're lead." So that's how I got. I didn't have to audition for it. It was by denial basically, and I didn't have a strong enough denial. So they said, "Okay, you're the lead guitar." So we only got together those 2 nights. We picked a drummer, but his drums were in New York, and he needed to get his dad to ship his drums to them. They got to him on Friday, but I was out of town Friday on some NASA business. So the 3 of them got together. The first time all 4 of us got together and played was actually at the sock hop. Well, they loved us. Oh, I need to mention, I didn't have an electric guitar at that point. So I went down to the local pawn shop that was about 3 miles away from where I lived, and I bought an electric guitar and an amplifier because I didn't have either of those things and obviously needed it for this sock hop. Well, they loved us. They just loved us. And so next thing we knew, we were getting asked to play at weddings.
Do you remember the songs you practiced and did at the sock hop?
We did. I remember most of them. We did. Pinky Nelson, our bass guitar player, put together a Chuck Berry medley. So we played Johnny B. Good. We played also rock and roll music. We played Maybelline. I got to sing Maybelline. And so we did those. Each one of the 3 guitar players sang at least one of those parts in the thing. We did that. I sang Needles and Pins. We also did instrumental, Walk Don't Run.
Wow, you did an instrumental.
So since I was the lead guitar player, and the lead to Walk Don't Run is easy enough that I can play it. Even I can play it. So we did that, and let me think. Those are most of them. But like I say, they just loved us, and from then on, we played as a band all the way through.
It was 4. It was lead, bass, rhythm, and drums.
And then after about 6 months or so, we added a keyboard player. So Steve Hawley joined us as keyboards. Jim Weatherby was our drummer. And so that was the original 5. we got asked to play at a big space symposium in Tucson 3 years ago called Space Fest, and on that occasion they wanted us to be the dance band for the whole evening, so we put together 3 hours worth of music to
This
play.
is like an Eagles reunion.
It is.
When the
It's
original-
very much like an Eagles reunion. And then just a week ago, the band got asked to play accompanied by the Orlando Philharmonic Orchestra.
And suddenly they started finding that some of our crew could really play. And then they reached out and they found a guy who had a set of drums, and they went to Stevie, Dr. Steve Hawley, PhD in astronomy, and he said, I'll go buy a keyboard. And they formed the first astronaut band and named themselves Max Q, which is the maximum dynamic pressure that a rocket senses as it is going uphill as it accelerates. Max Q, it makes a lot of noise, and you hope it's all syncopated. But no music. So, you are going to have the original Max Q. And I've never seen them intimidated until tonight, playing with you.
So I just got back from that event as well, and we hadn't played together in 3 years. So it's always, I don't know if the word struggle is the right word, but it's always an evolution to get ourselves back into playing together. But it's been so much fun. Well, you asked about all the guitars. Well, you asked about what time it was, and I told you how to design and build a watch. But
That's why we're here.
over the years, that crummy guitar that I had from the pawn shop was painted up and designed to look like a Les Paul, and it wasn't a Les Paul. I don't know what brand it was, but it was not a real Les Paul.
And for anybody that doesn't know, Les Paul invented the electric guitar.
He and Leo Fender, I think, were the two that were right about at the same time that evolved into the solid body electric guitar, and the two of them. So Les Paul was the first guitar, solid body guitar that Gibson came out with, and of course the Fender Stratocaster, which I have one of those. Of course you got to have a Stratocaster.
I have one of those, absolutely.
So over the years, I would go a couple of years and I'd say, well, you know what, I don't have a 335. So I got a Gibson 335. And then, I mentioned the Stratocaster. I said, I kind of like the sound of the Stratocaster as well, so I should have one of those as well. And I should have an acoustic electric, so I got a Martin. And so what would happen is I would acquire a new guitar, didn't get rid of any of the older ones, the ones that I had before, because why would you? I mean, they're wonderful, fun things. And I've really loved playing the guitar. It's the kind of instrument where you can just sit down all by yourself and play it instrumentally and play the melody and the chords, because it's amazing when you've got a chord being played, one of those notes that's in that chord is what you need for what's in the melody right now. So you go from chord to chord and pick the notes and all. And I also can sing a little bit, so I would sit down and play my guitar and sing along with it. I have played my 12-string acoustic electric guitar at 2 weddings now, and that's very enjoyable.
That's a Fender?
That's a Fender 12-string that I have.
Yeah, wow.
And it was funny, I didn't really picture Fender guitars in the same context as acoustic guitars. But the Fender 12-string is about my favorite guitar now. I just really love that guitar. And so that's how I wound up with 27 guitars. And that's how I wound up with all these radio-controlled jet models as well. I don't crash them very often. And usually if I do crash them a little bit, I don't crash them fatally. And so I rebuild them.
Well, I'm jumping all over the place here, but that's how it goes. What came in that Eagles box?
Oh, we did mention the Eagles box. Well, since we had this all-astronaut rock band, we get invited to meet musicians. And our drummer is, golly, he's good buddies with Joe Vitale, who was a drummer for Joe Walsh. And he's good buddies with Max Weinberg, who was Bruce Springsteen's drummer. And so he would get us invited to concerts to hear them when they would come through Houston. So we were at a concert, and we got to go backstage and meet Joe Walsh after he and his band played. And the way that shipping container came about was I had an amplifier that I wasn't really thrilled with that I was playing through. And so I'm talking to the Joe Walsh, lead guitar for the Eagles. And I said, Joe, what kind of an amplifier should I buy? I don't really like the one I have. So what would be a good amplifier for me to use? And he looks at me for a second, and he turns to one of the roadies, who I think his name was Kevin, if I'm remembering it right. He says, Kevin, where's that spare Roland amp? And I see what's coming here. He's going to give me that amplifier. And I go, whoa, Joe, no, wait. I don't want you to give me one of your amplifiers. I want to know. I can afford it. I bought this other amplifier, and I just don't like it very much. What is an amplifier? And he said, you don't need to buy one if I've got one. So he says, Kevin, where's that spare Roland? And Kevin says, Joe, we've packed up the truck already, because they were going to Dallas for a show the next night. He said, we've packed up the truck. It's probably buried. And Joe says, well, go look. And so this poor guy runs out to where they'd packed up the truck. And he comes back about 10 minutes later, and he said, Joe, it's in the truck, but it's all the way in the front of the truck. And so I'm going, okay, well, look, Joe, no problem. And he says, okay, wait a minute, Kevin, when we get to Dallas tonight, you pull that amplifier aside and you send it to him. And I'm going, Joe, come on, no. Now that I know what kind I should buy, I'll just do that. And he says, you don't need to buy one. If I've got one, you can have. So I changed the subject. I didn't want him giving me an amplifier. So I changed the subject, and we talked about something else for a while. He was a real space nut, so I probably changed the subject to talk about flying on the space shuttle. And then he had to go away to an interview. So he goes away, and we stayed in their dressing room for a few more minutes, finishing our beer or something like that. And I'm walking out the door, and there's this hand on my shoulder. And I stop, and it's Kevin, the roadie. And he says, I got to have an address to send that amplifier to. And I said, hey, Kevin, look, you don't need to do that. And he says, you don't understand. If Joe tells me to do something, I've got to do it. So you got to give me an address. And he was adamant enough that in hindsight, this was a real thrill, because I gave him an address. I went my merry way and didn't think much about it. And about a week later or so, arriving back home from NASA, from work for the day, and I'm walking through my garage, and holy smokes, here is this big red shipping container with white letters on the side of it that says Eagles. Joe Walsh had sent me a Roland stereo chorus amplifier, and probably even more valuable than that, a shipping container that says Eagles on it. I'll bet if I showed up at the Hard Rock Cafe and said, or put this on eBay and said, hey, what's this worth? I'll bet it would be an impressive number. It's probably worth more than all my guitars put together. But it's a treasure. I'm not going to put it on eBay or get rid of it. And it was a gift from Joe Walsh of the Eagles. I have lived I guess I'd say I've lived a very charmed life. I've been so very lucky. For example, if we're going to a busy restaurant and we show up in the parking lot, there'll be a parking space right up front. And I say, oh, wow, look at this. Here's our parking space. And she says the words, charmed life in everything.
And you, of course, smile broadly and say, well, look who I married, right? That's part of your charmed life.
Well, yes. And I have a hard...
You can use that if you want.
I have a hard time believing she picked me. Because she's gorgeous. She's beautiful. She's always been beautiful. She was one of the first 6 American women astronauts. And we met in the space program. And I remember the first time I ever met her being rather charmed by her.
Dr. Rhea Seddon, of course, was an astronaut. And how many missions did Rhea have?
She flew 3 missions. She flew her first flight aboard Columbia, and it was a fairly long. Well, let's see, it was an 8-day mission. Her first one was just an 8-day mission, but then she flew 2 more missions. So she flew once prior to Challenger, and then she was one of the ones that was brave enough to fly again after Challenger, and she made 2 more missions after Challenger. She made 2 relatively long missions after Challenger. She did space lab flights, which were scientific investigations where they carried the space lab laboratory back in the cargo bay. Instead of carrying satellites and things, they had a laboratory back there, and it basically filled up the cargo bay. And it doubled the amount of livable pressurized volume that we had aboard the shuttle. The Space Shuttle had 2,500 cubic feet in the cabin, the upper deck and the lower deck. And the Space Lab Laboratory added another 2,500 cubic feet. And so it gave us 5,000 cubic feet to work in. So she had, in just 3 missions, she had 30 days in space. And when she was in space on her final mission, we, meaning me and the kids, would all go down to the Cape to watch her launch, and then we came back to Houston because I'd go back to work for the 2 weeks while she was in space. And at the time, I was the chief astronaut. And I'll never forget, I'm driving to work one morning in my car, and I had the radio on, and the announcer comes up and says, hey, here's something interesting. As of this morning, Dr. Rhea Seddon, who's in space aboard the Space Shuttle Columbia, has more time in space than her husband, the chief astronaut, Hoot Gibson. And I remember my first thought was, hey, this isn't news, this is drivel. Why are you... Well, anyway, it was an interesting statistic because at the time that I was chief astronaut, I had only flown 4 times. So I had 26 and a half days in space. She now had 30 days in space that morning. So she had more time in space than I did. But it made a funny story. So I wound up flying a 5th time after that. And so then, only then was I able to surpass her and wind up with 36 and a half days in space.
You do have a charmed existence. Years ago, and I mean maybe 30 years ago, I remember making a trip down to NASA and seeing the simulator, pretty much the full-size shuttle, and had a chance to talk to Ray then. And at that time, people were starting to talk about Mars. And it just, when she started to delineate the challenges to the human body of being weightless that long, and then encountering whatever gravity is on Mars, and then Earth's gravity upon return, I almost came away feeling we're never going to go to Mars because we don't know if the body can stand it. It was a fascinating interview, and I hope we can get her. Does she come into the hangar? It isn't just a man cave, right?
She does come into the hangar, yes.
Yeah, that's good to know.
Yes.
That's good to know.
Yes, Ray came in as a medical doctor. She was a general surgeon. In fact, she was the most advanced medical doctor that we had ever picked to be an astronaut.
3, 2, 1. We have done our ignition and we have liftoff. Shuttle What a fascinating thing to be in the first group of women to come into the astronaut program. How do women's bodies differ from men's when you put them in this strange environment? How are women going to be able to fit into this program that's been all men up to this point?
I've met a number of the women who put themselves through the same physical exams as the original Mercury astronauts did. And they passed the physical exams, but NASA said you just don't have the credentials that we're requiring. And those women, had they been born 20 years later, would have been astronauts, some of them, but they were just too early. I was just at the right place at the right time.
She had completed a general surgery residency and was about to start a residency in plastic surgery when NASA picked her. And so she came to NASA as a very experienced doctor. And she was very fascinated by and interested in all of the human aspects of going to space. So as you mentioned, back, that would have been about 1992, that she would have brought up the fact that we're not sure if we can send humans to Mars because you've got to be weightless for about 8 months on your way to Mars. It could conceivably be as long as 8 months, depending on where Mars is with respect to Earth. And then all of your time on Mars, you're going to be at 1/3 gravity. 1/3 of Earth's gravity is what you'll see on Mars. And then coming back, it could conceivably be another 8 months. And so what are the effects? We have seen, and she'll be much better to talk about this, but we've seen calcium loss out of the bones, which resembles osteoporosis. And so NASA has been studying that, because if we can figure out how to prevent that, we can save women from experiencing osteoporosis as they get older. So Ray has always been very interested in the life sciences investigations that are done on board the Space Shuttle. Most of the astronauts tried to avoid those like the plague, because that involved blood draws and uncomfortable and unpleasant things. She was one of the few that said, I want to be part of this investigation. So she's been a real valuable astronaut to NASA because she welcomed all of that. And so she wound up flying. Her second mission was Space and Life Sciences 1, is what the mission was called. And then her final mission, she flew as the payload commander for Space and Life Sciences 2. Welcome to Hoot Gibson's Hangar, and we have a very special guest joining us today, astronaut Rhea Seddon, and also my wife. Well, welcome to Hoot Gibson's Hangar.
Thank you so much, Hoot. It's a delight to be here.
Well, we're going to talk a little bit today about some of our mutual experiences over the years. And to start off, though, we don't need to hear me talk. Why don't you tell us about how you got to NASA?
Well, I think my earliest remembrance about the space program was standing out in my backyard, a little town here in Tennessee. And my father took me out there and said, look up. And there was a little light blinking across the sky. And he said, that's something called a satellite. And you're seeing the beginning of the space age. And that, to a little 10-year-old girl, was, kind of like, this is the beginning of something important. And that's one of my earliest remembrances of space. And, that interest in knowing more about that followed me for a very long time. I just hoped that I would be able to fly in space someday. But, at the time, they were only taking male test pilots. And you had to be between 5'6" and 5'10" inches tall. Well, I was little. I was like 5 feet tall. So that was not a very good thing to be dreaming about doing when I was a little girl. And so I had to sort of decide what else I wanted to do. And when I was a sophomore in high school, I took biology, and I really liked that. So the life sciences became what I thought that I could do and make into a career someday.
Okay, and so then you did that?
I did.
Where did you go from there?
I went from a little town in Tennessee where I knew everybody at my high school, and I decided that I wanted to go to the best school in the country, the best university in the life sciences. And believe it or not, I ended up going from Murfreesboro, Tennessee, to the University of California at Berkeley in the late 60s. And that was a crazy place back then with the free speech movement and women's lib and anti-war protests and stuff like that. So it was pretty insane. There were times when I thought, I don't really belong here. But they had a really good program in the life sciences. And so I made my way through that. I was pre-med and applied to medical school, was lucky enough to get in to the University of Tennessee College of Medicine in Memphis. So after medical school, I decided that I really liked surgery. I'd been sewing doll clothes for a long time, and I figured that I had some skills that perhaps would help me in sewing up people. So that's what I ended up doing, for a residency program. And at the end of that, I found out that NASA was going to take females into the astronaut program. And so that's how I ended up applying and getting into NASA. And that's how I met you.
Oh, that's right. Of course. Okay, so you got your MD degree and did a residency in general surgery, as I recall.
Yes.
And you had completed that, and you were going to go into plastic surgery at that point from there.
Yes, probably plastic surgery or maybe emergency room work. But I really liked the plastic surgery part of it. I figured that women would appreciate having a female plastic surgeon because women would say, well, she's a female, she knows what I want to look like and what I don't want to look like. So that's how I got interested in that.
Okay, and then so then at some point you applied to NASA. What talk about that and talk about the selection process and how strong do you think your chances were and all of that sort of thing?
Right. Well, NASA was going to take females into the 1978 class of astronauts. And it was, kind of unusual for women to want to go into that program. But there were quite a few women who applied, many more men that applied. I think there were like 8,500 people that applied for that astronaut class because it had been the first time that they had selected astronauts in quite a few years. And it was just kind of remarkable that they were going to allow women and non-pilots to apply. And I didn't really think I had a chance to get in, but I did have some good background. I had my medical degree and my residency, and I had actually taken flying lessons, so I had my pilot's license when I applied. So there were an awful lot of females, not an awful lot of females, but quite a number of females who had advanced degrees, MDs or PhDs, but very few of them had a pilot's license. So it's kind of a good idea that I had that credential that was a little bit unexpected when I applied. But still, I figured I didn't really have much of a chance to get in.
Do you feel that the pilot's license might have been a factor in your selection, may have helped that some?
I think so. I think in looking back, NASA appreciated when the applicants were not just people that lived in an ivory tower, that they had done some risk-taking, and certainly, flying in an airplane has some risk associated with it. And so I think that was a real advantage to me to be able to say, oh, yes, I have my private pilot's license. But again, you can wish and hope that all the things you've done were correct, but you had to kind of guess along the way. I can remember when I was selected, they took me out and sat me in a T-38 jet, and they said, "How would you like to fly this thing?" And I'm going, "Oh, that would be wonderful." I had no idea what that was going to be like.
So how much supersonic jet time do you have? You flew the T-38 for, 18 years? You flew the T-38s for 18 years.
Probably 1,500 hours of jet time. I'd have to look it up.
Okay, well, talk about that. What was the program in that? Did NASA send you through Air Force pilot training to learn how to fly the T-38? How did you check out and qualify in the T-38s?
Well, when we got to NASA decided that we didn't need to go through all the Air Force training to be able to fly in the T-38s. They felt like that would take an awfully long time, and they might lose some people along the way who didn't do well. So they put us in the back seat of T-38s, and we always had a pilot up front. But the backseaters had to take care of the communication and the navigation. The pilots let us fly it as much as we could or wanted to. So I was lucky that I had some really good teachers to fly in the jets. And I got pretty good at it. I could take it right after liftoff, and I could fly the airplane all the way to some other city and get it right down to the minimum allowable altitude before landing, and the pilot would take over from there. But it was an awful lot of fun. It was a challenge at first, but over time, all the pilots were good at showing us how to do this, and I think I was doing pretty well at it. Got quite a few hours.
Was it anything like your Cessnas that you flew? How would you describe the handling of the T-38 and the performance of it? Would it climb like a Cessna 150?
No. Cessna 150 was kind of like a little putt-putt airplane compared to the T-38 jets. Everything happened quickly. You were certainly going to a different altitude than you ever would in a Cessna 150. Looking at the ground was wonderful, good scenery to see. Had to learn about not flying into bad weather and things like that, and learning, how to fly the airplane without looking at the instruments, using visual cues. And I learned a lot from doing that, but it was a totally different sort of thing. But I realized that I needed to learn a lot about flying if I ever hoped to fly on the Space Shuttle.
Did you ever have a gifted pilot that gave you a challenge and to measure what you're worth and to measure how good you are by playing dead pilot?
Yes, the remarkable Hoot Gibson was always challenging me to be able to do things that I was a little scared of doing. One of them was that we would take off and he would say, "Dead pilot." And so that meant I had to handle the communication, the navigation, and everything. And frequently, you wouldn't take the plane over until we were fairly close to the ground, which was a little bit scary. But the backseaters were not allowed to land the airplane, so I had to watch the altitude and let you take that over to do the landing part.
Well, this supersonic jet must have been fairly easy to fly, wasn't it? It must have had a pretty good autopilot, right?
There was no autopilot in the T-38. I was the autopilot.
So you would be flying the airplane by hand.
Absolutely.
At 39 and 41,000 feet
Right.
at 0.9 Mach number, 9/10 the speed of sound, right?
Exactly.
And so that took quite a bit of technique, I'd say.
It did.
And Do you think, you never had to do it, fortunately, because you never did have a dead pilot. You just had one who was almost a dead pilot for making you do it.
Yes.
But do you think you could have landed the airplane yourself if you had had to do it?
Probably. It wouldn't have been a pretty landing, might have bounced it a little bit. But, I had the skills. I knew what I was supposed to be doing. But it's difficult to land the T-38 from the back seat. So I'm glad I never had to do it. But, certainly if it was that or crashing or something, I probably could have done it.
Well, having flown with you a great many times, I think you would have been able to do it as well. That was my assessment. And you passed the test, not without some verbal commentary.
Whining.
To me about it. As I recall it, you weren't terribly pleased when I made you play dead pilot.
Exactly.
You weren't exactly pleased with me, but you flew the airplane all by yourself all the way from Houston, Texas to El Paso, Texas over the course of about an hour and a half and up to 39,000 feet going that direction.
Right.
And flew the whole descent into there and then down to about 500 feet when I took it over. Mm-hmm. And I think I had to sleep out in the garage that night because you weren't too pleased that I put you through that ringer like that. But you passed the test. Okay, so that was I'd say the T-38s must have been a lot of fun.
They were. I mean, once you relaxed in them and knew that you could handle the problems and stuff, we didn't have an awful lot of problems in the airplane, did we? I mean, the folks that took care of those airplanes worked really hard because they knew that the astronauts were flying them and that the astronauts were pretty valuable folks. So the folks that took care of our airplanes at Ellington Field were excellent. They didn't send us out flying an airplane that had anything wrong with it.
The maintenance was very good and the condition. Okay, so did you get to fly the space shuttle as well? You mentioned that you'd like to go to space. Talk about that some. Talk about the training and talk about whether you actually got to go to space.
Well, I was fortunate, while we were waiting for flight assignments, we all had different things to do. And one of them that I had to do was the Shuttle Avionics Integration Lab, and where it was kind of a cockpit, and they just were checking out all the wiring and things like that. But they wanted us to sit and pretend to fly the thing so they could look at all the hookups with the computers and things like that, and the black boxes. It wasn't a really flying machine, but I had a chance to actually fly it. They would tell me, here's what we're going to do, and, basically line it up and things like that. And then we learned how to handle some of the malfunctions. So, I knew I was probably never going to fly on the space shuttle, but it was excellent training to understand what was going on so I could be of help if I needed to. I wasn't ever going to fly the space shuttle. But I learned so much more from working in the simulators.
Yes, and it was the Avionics Integration Laboratory, so it was integrating all of the sensors, the navigation systems, the inertial navigation systems, the rate gyros, the accelerometers, all of the avionics, and using the actual wire links, the cable links that the SAIL laboratory, Shuttle Avionics Integration Laboratory, was putting all through its paces. Right. And I think some of the better qualified astronauts that we had were the ones that actually worked in the SAIL laboratory. Right. Because they got very, very familiar with the mainframe computers and all the systems of the orbiter. So that was valuable training.
But to me, who had never, when I got to NASA, had never worked a computer because they were not in healthcare at the time, for me, understanding how the computers worked and how they might fail that was quite an experience for me. I had a lot of learning to do.
Got to fly on the Space
I got
Shuttle
to
as
fly.
a crew member.
I got to fly as a crew member
as
on
a
my
mission
first flight.
specialist on the shuttle.
Yes.
So well, tell us about that. Tell us about how you heard that you had been selected. What sort of a mission was it? That sort of thing.
Well, the director of flight crew operations, George Abbey, was known to send a message over to the astronaut office, kind of, come see me. And everybody was waiting. We were kind of waiting in line to be assigned to a flight. And I got that call from Mr. Abbey, come on over and see me. And of course, at the time, I had hoped that he had a flight assignment for me. And he did. He assigned me to STS 51D. And I asked him, well, what was on that flight? Because we didn't really know what was going to be manifest for all the flights. It was a couple of satellites. There were some life sciences experiments on board with things that I could do. It was a great crew. It was interesting that they put a senator on board with us, Jake Garn, and he was going to do some studies on space motion sickness. So, I could help him with those things. I had an echocardiograph that took echo pictures of the human heart. So there were a few little things that were in my specialty field. And of course, I could certainly help the pilots. I sat behind the pilot. There was the commander on the left and the co-pilot, or on the right, and I sat behind him. And, I had certain things to do.
Did NASA call that person the co-pilot?
No.
What did NASA call that person who was in the right seat?
Tell me.
You're right, the pilot.
The pilot.
Right?
The commander and the pilot. You're right.
Now, was there anything funny about commander and pilot? Was the pilot in command?
Nope. The commander was in command.
So the commander was the
person that flew it.
Was the pilot in command. So the pilot was really the co-pilot.
That's true.
Well, why didn't they call the pilot the co-pilot?
Well, the guys all had big egos, and they didn't want to be called a co-pilot.
So NASA said, okay, you can be called the pilot, even though you're actually the co-pilot.
That's right. You can go out and talk to all the pretty ladies and say, I was the pilot on the Space
Because
Shuttle.
astronauts are such prima donnas, nobody's willing to be called co-pilot.
Yeah, they were all men, prima donnas.
They were all men. Did we ever have any men pilots on the Space Shuttle? Surely not.
Of course we did, but not while we were there. It took them a few years to get women into the astronaut program, but later on they did come in and they did a terrific job. I was really proud of them.
How was your mission? You had 2 satellites you mentioned and some other things. So when did you launch? Did you or your husband launch first? Who got to go to space first, and did you have any kind of a wager on that?
No, my husband flew first. I flew second. But, I don't remember whether we had a wager on that or not. I figured I was definitely not going to go before you went.
We did have a wager, and I was betting that you were going to go first, because we only had, how many women? 6. We had lots of boys. We had lots of boys in line and lots of boys there, so I was betting that you were going to go first, and you were betting that I was going to go first, but you don't remember what the bet was.
No, I'm afraid to ask.
No, well, it was 50 cents and a jelly donut.
Oh, 50 cents and a jelly donut.
Yeah,
that was frequently our bet.
That's what the bet was. So anyway, I guess I lost the bet because I was betting that you were going to go first, and I wound up flying the year before you did.
Right.
This will be the first trip in space for Lieutenant Colonel MacArthur. And here's our payload commander and mission specialist number 1, Dr. Rhea Seddon. T-minus 7 minutes, 30 seconds, and the ground launch sequencer has initiated retraction of the orbiter crew access arm away from Columbia.
Engines are throttling back now, easing Columbia through the dense lower altitudes, but continuing to accelerate very rapidly. Columbia is already traveling over 650 miles per hour. Columbia continues to climb at a relatively steep angle at this point, tripling its rate of speed over the next minute. Solid rocket boosters, each delivering 3.3 million pounds of thrust, will burn out and separate at 2 minutes 3 seconds. Time now, 1 minute 48 seconds. SRB chamber pressure is tailing off.
Barry, that was really beautiful, and we just want to tell you how much we've enjoyed working with all of you. You've sure been a help and a comfort to know that you're there, monitoring our systems, helping us, watching us, getting us through the difficult spots, and we really appreciate all the hard work.
And you were named fairly early in the scheme of things in the rotation,
Right.
out of the 6 women.
Yes, I was named to go third. And that didn't work out. The schedules changed and the flight assignments changed. So I ended up being fifth, I think, because the flight we were on was delayed and the shuttle schedule was changed around. And so I ended up being fifth, I think, out of the 6th. But that's okay. A space shuttle flight's a space shuttle flight. You don't worry that much about what order you went in. Of course, Sally Ride was put on she was the first woman to fly in space on the space shuttle. Judy Resnick was the second. Anna Fisher, I think, ended up third. Kathy was probably next, and then Shannon.
You were supposed to be the 3rd American woman to space, but because of delays in the program, you wound up being the 5th. So all of that trouble is out of the way, and the flight went off smoothly without a hitch, with nothing unusual whatsoever, right?
No.
Well, what
we
happened?
Had 2 fairly simple satellites that we had on board. And of course, we practiced and practiced and practiced. Jeff Hoffman was on the flight, and he was sort of my backup. You always had a primary and a backup. Backup was sort of supposed to watch you make all the switch throws. You always wanted to have a secondary person looking. So we had something called a SYNCOM satellite. It was a huge satellite that sat in our cargo bay right out the back window. And we were supposed to launch it, I think, probably on the first day up there, but early in the flight. So we got all ready. You have to put it out in a certain spot in space. So we made all our switch throws, and Jeff was watching, backing up, making sure I did everything right. And it came time to deploy the satellite. I pushed the button, and it rolled out of the cargo bay like it was supposed to. But then as it drifted away, it was supposed to spin itself up so it could be stabilized to get into a geosynchronous orbit around the Earth. And it didn't spin. And it had an antenna on the top that was supposed to pop up so the ground could send some commands, and that didn't happen. So, I was just worried that I had done something wrong. And Jeff said, no, you didn't do anything wrong. That's just a dead satellite. And there's nothing worse than you have planned and done everything right, and there's something wrong with the satellite. So we just figured, man, this is our first day up here, and it's a bad day. We're just going to have to come home, I guess. So towards the end of the first day, the ground came up, mission control came up and said, don't get any further away from that satellite. We have some ideas for you. We're going, what? Turned out that they thought that this little switch that was on the side of the satellite that was supposed to deploy when it came out of the cargo bay was stuck or didn't come out. So they had this crazy idea that maybe we could go and flip that switch and that would turn it all on. So we're thinking, right, how are we going to do that? Well, what they told us to do was go get all of this equipment out, and, they had no way of uplinking a picture to us of what they wanted. So they sent up, we had this teleprinter It was this thing that just sort of typed out letters, and they could sort of draw a picture with the letters. And they said, we want you to do this and do this and do this. What they wanted was us to take some plastic book covers, tape them to the end of what we called a swizzle stick, which was a kind of a long metal rod that had an end on it that you could pop circuit breakers when you were sitting on your in your seat for lunch. And they said, well, saw off the top of the swizzle stick. And we're all looking at each other going, how do we do that? And I remembered in the medical kit we had something called a bone saw. I guess they thought we were going to saw off somebody's leg if it got caught someplace. But anyway, they said, well, get the bone saw out, saw off the end of that thing so we can tape these book covers to it. And all of us down on the middeck, Jeff Hoffman and I, and, probably Bo Bobko, our commander, they're going, if we saw this thing off, there's going to be all these metal scraps floating around. And that's terrible. We had a handheld vacuum cleaner. So Charlie Walker, one of our payload specialists, held the vacuum cleaner near the bone saw and the swizzle stick. And so that's what we did. We chopped off the end of this thing. And then we were told how to create this sort of thing that made our stick look like a fly swatter. And it had some little holes in it. And the idea was we were going to go into space and put the swizzle stick fly swatter on the end of the robot arm and then go to try and flip that switch on the side of the satellite. And Bo and all of us were looking at each other going, this is crazy. This is crazy. Who came up with this idea? Well, of course, we knew that all the folks in mission control were scurrying around trying to figure out how do we do this? Will it be safe? What do we have to tell the crew to do? So there were many, many moving parts. But Jeff and Dave got to go out and do a spacewalk and attach that thing to the end of a robot arm. Well, all the astronauts had some training. Not all the astronauts, but usually 2 people on every flight had training in the spacesuits, and they could do certain things in the cargo bay. But Jeff Hoffman and Dave Griggs put on their spacesuits, went out the airlock, floated down to the end of the cargo bay, and attached this crazy-looking device to the end of the robot arm. So it was my job to raise the arm up, and Bo and Dave would get close to, Bo and Don would get close to the satellite, and it was spinning, and I was supposed to put this fly swatter device up against the robot arm and see if we could jerk on it and make it come into the on position. Well, we tried a couple of times. It was a little bit scary because Bo and Don had really not planned or done much training in rendezvous. And rendezvousing from a big satellite with a big satellite in space, you don't just drive over there. There's all kinds of what they call orbital mechanics about, the way things move when they're free floating in gravity or outside of gravity. And so they were doing something that this was the first time that they had done it. And Jeff and I were trying to figure out, can we do this? Can we see this? Can we move the arm? And so all of this is going on, and the satellite is just looming big outside that back window. And I'm looking at this, and I thought, okay. I looked down through the interdeck access, which is a big hole that goes from the flight deck down to the middeck. And Jake Garn and Charlie Walker were down looking out that window when their eyes were about this big, thinking, what the heck are we doing?
If I remember right, the Syncom weighed about 16,000 pounds.
Yes, it was a huge satellite.
Huge.
It pretty much, at least round in the cargo bay, was about the size of the cargo bay, but not that thick.
About 15 feet diameter.
Yes.
Yeah, that's what the
so
cargo
it was
bay.
Huge. And, we thought, oh, please, Lord, let us be able to do this. But we did the best we could do. It did not turn the satellite on.
Did you actually flip the switch? The answer is yes. You cut the switch a number of times.
I caught it a number of times.
With the fly
but it
swatter.
didn't turn it on.
It was already flipped all the way open. But there were those on the ground that were saying, I don't think this is going to work. I don't think she'll be able to do it.
Right. Yeah.
But
I did it.
You did, didn't you?
I did it.
Yeah, she reached over with this fly swatter and grabbed that switch.
Caught it
several times on the fly
on the
swatter
plastic.
to where it definitely put enough force on it that if it had been stuck just part way. But it wasn't. It was all the way. That was the only thing that you could do at the time, I guess.
Right. But it had started out to be a very simple flight, go up there and deploy a couple of satellites, come back home. But again, you never know what a flight like that is going to end up being like.
And it was interesting, too, because Dave Griggs was flying as a mission specialist, although he was selected as a space shuttle pilot. So he was going to be a space shuttle pilot on his next mission, but he was flying as a mission specialist. So I believe he is the only ever space shuttle pilot that got to do a spacewalk, got to do an EVA.
And it was wonderful after this was all over, and Dave was, after, I guess they had finished their spacewalk. Dave Griggs popped up in the aft windows of the shuttle, and you could just see through his helmet this big smile that they had gotten to go out and do a spacewalk. He wasn't going to get to fly the thing, but, second best was to be able to do a spacewalk.
So from there, the rest of the mission, everything just went fine. You came back to an uneventful landing back at Cape Canaveral, I guess, right?
Nope.
No?
No.
Well, what happened? Why was it not uneventful?
Well, we were coming in for a landing and everything looked great. Bo was flying the thing. We were going to land. There was a bit of a crosswind.
I had a great view as we came around the heading alignment turn on the final for runway 33 at the Cape. I was talking to Bo all the way around the turn relative to lineup and glide slope and energy management, and he was doing a great job of flying the airplane right around there. As we roll out on final here, I'll let him describe the landing.
It was a right crosswind. We touched down just a little bit to the left of the center line and drifted a little bit farther to the left with a crosswind. I put in a correction and brought it back to the center line. It handled beautifully. We rolled out with just a moderate braking and stopped with about 3,000 feet to go. We probably could have stopped a lot shorter if I had used a lot harder braking. At that point, we were all elated. We felt that we were really home. I mean, we had gone through this mission. We had done all of these things. Here we were rolling out. It was certainly under control. We were ready to stop and see our families and come home. What else could possibly go wrong? We, a few seconds later, felt one of the wheel brakes lock up, and it was no problem to control the vehicle. I mean, it was absolutely under control. There was no question about it, and you can see that. It didn't diverge at all. And then just about the time we came to a stop, the right tire blew.
And I was sitting down on the middeck, and all of a sudden we hear this bam. And we weren't quite sure what it was, and then things started to rattle. Turned out we had blown a tire. And we were lucky that we didn't skid off the runway or anything like that, but that was just kind of like, oh, perfect ending to this crazy flight. But, I think after that they changed the tires, didn't they?
No, what happened was at the time the nose wheel steering system was not usable.
Right.
So we just had a castering nose wheel, freewheeling castering nose wheel. So in a crosswind like that, the only thing you've got now to keep steering is the brakes. And so Bo was having to ride the, I think you blew a tire on the left side.
Right under my seat.
So he was having to ride the left brakes to keep the thing going straight. And you were lucky because you had slowed down to a slow enough speed that there wasn't a lot of negative lift from the wing, because it had always been said if we blow one of the tires on the main gear, the other tire won't be able to handle the load and it'll blow too, and you'll have two blown tires. So at that point you were in Discovery, and Discovery was slow enough that when the one tire blew, it didn't take out the other tire as well.
Yep.
So other than that, there was nothing that went wrong on your mission.
Exactly.
Other than those things. No.
But, you know, it made it an interesting interesting evolution, and it was wonderful to get back and talk to the people who had sent up all this information from us. What do they call them? Mechanical and something. There's a group in Mission Control.
IFM, in-flight
Yes,
maintenance.
in-flight maintenance. And they had to work out, you know, the fly swatter. They had sent people over to train in the water tank on doing the EVA. So there were many, many people involved in this flight. And it was fun to go back and talk to them and ask them about stuff, and they would ask us about stuff. And it was a good time to have a party.
So that was your flight in space. So you wound up with a total of 8 days in space, I guess, right?
No, that was just my first flight.
Before you flew again, we suffered the Challenger accident.
Yes.
And so you flew how many more times after Challenger?
2 times.
2 more times after Challenger. There were some astronauts that elected not to fly again after Challenger, but you made 2 more flights, and they were both concentrated space and life sciences missions.
Right. We carried Space Lab, which is sort of the size of a bus, in the back of the shuttle, and those were flights dedicated to the life sciences, which was of special interest to me. So it was very interesting to take those 2 flights later on. I felt like, you know, I was using the training that I'd had before. You know, the first flight was maybe a little bit of life sciences, but mostly you know, space shuttle stuff.
So you flew Space and Life Sciences 1, and then you flew as the payload commander on Space and Life Sciences 2.
Yes.
So you made, let's see, your first flight was on Discovery, and then both of your Space and Life Sciences missions were aboard Columbia. So Columbia is the only orbiter that you and I both flew in our time at NASA.
True. Very true.
Well, you had a distinguished career as an astronaut, and then you moved on.
Well, there were other things that happened in my life.
We are motivating those young people and getting them excited now as well, because when we retired the space shuttles in 2011, we still had the International Space Station to support, and we were sending Americans to the International Space Station, but they were riding on a Russian rocket. They were riding on the Soyuz rocket. And now SpaceX, with the Crew Dragon and the Falcon 9 vehicle, are carrying our astronauts from American soil once again up to the International Space Station. So we had an expression early in the Space Shuttle program that was launch fever, catch it.
Go fever.
And I think we are catching launch fever once again, because we can go to Cape Canaveral and we can watch American rockets launching Americans into space once again.
Exciting time.
Yes. And so 18 years at NASA, and then it was time to come back to your hometown, which is where Hoot Gibson's hangar, the building that we're in right now. So thank you for being with us on Hoot Gibson's hangar.
Good to be here. Thank you.
SpaceX Dragon, go for launch.
SpaceX reports go. Crew reports go. 30 seconds until liftoff.
T-minus 15. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Ignition. Engines full power. And liftoff. Stage 1 propulsion is nominal.
Vehicle is pitching downrange. Stage 1 propulsion is nominal.
20 plus 35 seconds into the 5th rotational crew mission on board Dragon and Falcon 9.
Coming up in just a few seconds, we'll hear the call out for stage 1 throttle down.
Stage 1 throttle down.
Falcon 9 engines throttling down to help pass through the period of maximum dynamic pressure.
This period is known as max Q, and once the vehicle... There we just heard that the vehicle is now traveling faster than the speed of sound. Once through max Q, we'll throttle those Merlin engines back up.
Max Q. Stage 1 throttle up. Stage 1 throttle.
Stage 1 Bravo.
Copy 1 Bravo.
You were supposed to be the 3rd American woman to space, but because of delays in the program, you wound up being the 5th. So all of that trouble is out of the way, and the flight went off smoothly without a hitch, with nothing unusual whatsoever, right?
No.
Well, what
we
happened?
had 2 fairly simple satellites that we had on board, and it came time to deploy the satellite. I pushed the button, and it rolled out of the cargo bay like it was supposed to, but then as it drifted away, and it didn't spin, and it had an antenna on the top that was supposed to pop up so the ground could send some commands, and that didn't happen. And then we were told how to create this sort of thing that made our stick look like a fly swatter. And, we thought, oh, please, Lord, let us be able to do this. But we did the best we could do. It did not turn the satellite on.
Did you actually flip the switch? You cut the switch a number of times.
I caught it a number of times.
With the fly
but it
swatter.
didn't turn it on.
It was already flipped all the way open. But there were those on the ground that were saying, I don't think this is going to work. I don't think she'll be able to do it.
Right.
Yep. But you
and
did.
I did it.
You did, didn't you?
I did it.
Well, you had a distinguished career as an astronaut, and then you moved on.
Well, there were other things that happened in my life.
Well, such as what?
Such as we got married. So that was kind of nice. We had known each other for quite a while, and we got married, and then we had a baby. When he was born, there was a great deal of news that 2 astronauts had a baby, and he was dubbed the world's first Astronaut. So we thought that was kind of a cool thing to say. One of the newspaper folks made that up. So Paul takes great pride in being the world's first Astronaut. There were babies born to other astronauts later on, but Paul feels like he was the first.
Any other kids? Did you have any other kids along the way?
I did. I had Dan a few years later after that. And, it was a challenge to be a working mom. And we were really lucky with the first child. We sort of toughed it out and had girls from the preschools help us out and everything. But with the second baby, we just thought, this is crazy. We're going to have to do something about it. And I sort of asked friends and maybe my cleaning lady, did they know anybody that would like to be a nanny for us? We had a nice house that would let us have a nanny suite downstairs. And Joyce, the lady that was cleaning our house, one day rang the doorbell and opened the door, and here was a nice older lady, and she said, "This is Joanne Powell. She's interested in perhaps being a nanny for you." And I said, "Well, come on in and let me ask you some questions. If you're going to have somebody come live with you, you want to ask them all kinds of questions." And I asked her, Did she smoke? I asked her several other questions, and she answered them, yes, no, yes, no. And I said, okay, do you have any other questions? And I had Dan, and I was holding him and patting him on the back because he was just a little baby. And when I asked Joanne, do you have any other questions? She said, yes, ma'am. May I hold that baby? And of course, that sold her. You know, she loved babies. She'd had 5 of her own. So, you know, she was wonderful. And she lived in our house. She did, you know, some of the laundry. She could babysit the kids. She cooked for us when we needed her to. But she was just there for us. And that was one of those things that, you know, for a working mom, it was just wonderful to have somebody like that in her house. And Joanne ended up living with us for 25 years.
All the way through Dan and one more baby, right? There was another baby that came along.
Emily.
Yes, your daughter.
It's my daughter.
Yes, that's who I was referring to.
Yes. So we had a third baby.
Emily was born about 3 weeks before my final mission in 1995. And so people ask us about our flights in space, and I tell them that I got to go to space 5 times. You got to go to space 3 times, but you had 3 children along the way. So you had 6 total missions, and I only had 5.
Well, and I can remember Emily was a teeny tiny baby for your last flight. And here we are sitting in the viewing room in Mission Control, and I've got a baby on my shoulder, you know. And so that was kind of interesting. We have pictures of that. But, you know, many happy memories of all those babies. And they're all grown-up people now.
And so 18 years at NASA, and then it was time to come back to your hometown, which is where Hoot Gibson's hangar is located now.
As I recall, you were not terribly happy about moving back to Tennessee, being a California boy, but you followed me here, so I appreciated that.
Well, your background in the life sciences, in medicine, must have given you some ability to look at some of the future plans of NASA and ponder or wonder about the ability of humans to handle long-term stays in space, travel to distant planets and things like that. Tell us some of your thoughts about going to Mars or about long-term stays in space.
Well, you know, I really, when I was assigned to the 2 life sciences space lab missions, I really knew that this was something that I had a background in. I was going to have to learn from the scientists who proposed the experiments because they were, of course, experts in those areas. But there were things that we had found out early on. There was an early Skylab flight that was kind of a big canister, and they had done some very simple experiments, you know, looking at bone loss, muscle loss, vestibular problems, ear problems, you know, getting around. But the life sciences missions were proposed by scientists from all over the country. They had to be experiments that could be done in space. They answered special questions that we were interested in. And so there was a big request for proposals from scientists from all over the world. So that sort of made it important that we understood what they were looking for, how the experiments needed to be done. We had to learn about all of the equipment that they put on board, because if the equipment didn't work, we weren't going to get the results back. So the first life sciences flight, you know, we trained with the scientists. They had what was called a payload operations control center, like the mission ops, so we could get information from the scientists from the ground if things weren't working right. We had to know what we were looking for. We had to be able to recognize when something important just happened, but it was not what we expected. We had to learn how to fix all of the equipment when we were on board, and there was lots of experiment equipment on board. and it would fail periodically for a variety of reasons. And we had a huge malfunctions checklist because, if you couldn't do the experiments, the flight was really not going to be a very good success.
So what are some of the conclusions that were arrived at? What are some of the challenges about long-term stays in space and about things like traveling to Mars?
Well, of course, when you're traveling in space, you're weightless. And the body reacts to that because when you walk around here on the ground, you're putting some stress on your bones. When you're in space and floating, your bones don't need to be that strong, and they react. They lose calcium. So we were collecting all our urine to see how much calcium we were eating. We had to record our diets. We were also worried about, you don't use your muscles as much in zero gravity, so they were very interested in understanding muscle protein was lost, so we had to look at that. We did some muscle biopsies, stuck a needle in and took some samples of muscle. There were a number of things. They were looking very much at the vestibular system, the inner ear, because when you're in space, your inner ear, here on the ground, the inner ear says, that's down, that's up. You're going sideways, you're turning around. In space, the inner ear gets really confused. And so that wasn't that much of a problem when you're floating around in the space lab, but if you're landing the space shuttle and you turn your head and everything starts to move funny, they were worried about the pilots getting disoriented a little bit when they went on the ground. The other funny thing, when you get done with your flight, and you come down the steps of the orbiter, they sort of held on to you because they knew you were kind of rocky. And of course, if you'd been in space for a week or two, the first thing you wanted to do, of course, after eating a cheeseburger, was to have a shower because you had just been sort of toweling off. So they would take you into a shower, and there's a chair in there, and they said, sit down in the chair. Don't get up, because if you get soap in your eyes and stand up, you'll try to fall down. So you had to take your first shower, which felt wonderful, sitting down in a chair, but it was just, oh, this is glorious. Yeah.
So what are the medical concerns about going to Mars?
Oh, gosh. For Mars, it's probably pretty much the same things. It's bone loss, muscle loss, vestibular problems. The eyes don't track as well. And of course, you have communication problems because going to Mars, it takes a long time to communicate. When we're in Earth orbit, we can ask the ground a question, they come right back with the answer. When you're going to Mars, what does it take? 30 minutes to get the voice down and then 30 minutes to get it back. If you have an emergency, that's too long to wait to hear from the ground. So you have to be much more self-sufficient. What do you remember about other going to Mars problems? Of course, it's, how does the vehicle get there? How do you get there in a reasonable amount of time? How do you get back home? So, there's a whole different problem. And of course, Mars is what, 1/3 gravity?
1/3 gravity.
So, when you step out, you only have a little bit of gravity. On the moon, all of us sort of remember seeing those first moon landings, and that's 1/7 gravity, and you can kind of hop around. But we don't know much about 1/3 gravity. So,
well, and a trip to Mars could take as long as 8 months to get there and 8 months to get back. And so things like bone loss and changes in the blood or any of those other things that could be occurring for a long time.
Right. And food. Do you carry all the food up for, several months, or do you grow it there? There's questions about the nutrition in space. What do you take? So it's just a whole different thing. I'm glad they're going to go to the moon and live there for a while, learn about a habitat, learning what kind of materials are there that are useful to you. Is there water under the surface? Is there something you can use for fuel? So I think that going to the moon is sort of a part way. And of course, the first flights are going to go, and a spaceship is going to orbit the moon, and then they're going to send people down to build a habitat. So we're just taking it one step at a time, but it makes it so interesting to know what the plans are and why they're doing it that way.
This is the SLS rocket you're referring to, the Space Launch System, which is larger than the Saturn V and will give us the ability to go back to the moon and land Americans on the moon once again. And as you mentioned, establish a crew base there on the moon, learn what the pitfalls are, learn how to operate in looking down the road towards going to Mars.
Absolutely.
Haven't we had several fairly long-term stays in space aboard the International Space Station?
We have.
In view of looking at, is there a way that we can battle some of these things like the bone loss and the other things that happen? Haven't we had some of those?
We have. You know, they develop better gym equipment. I think they've been growing some things that might be useful to eat. They're doing quite a number of things to look at long-term space flight. Of course, they have to look at radiation. That's one of those scary things when you're outside the magnetosphere of the Earth and you get out further, the radiation can be damaging, and it's one of those things that you don't want to come back with your chromosomes all messed up. So they're doing quite a few studies of that in long duration.
We had Scott Kelly stay up there for nearly a year, I think 340 days.
Right.
And we just landed another astronaut who had been up for, I think the number was 355 days. So we are studying. We are studying the long-term effects of it to convince ourselves that between an exercise regimen and some medication as well, that we can battle the bone loss and battle the things that we're nervous about.
But certainly the radiation protection as we get further out and people stay there longer. You don't want your chromosomes to get messed up, your genes to get messed up. And we haven't quite figured out what's the best way to shield against radiation. So lots of interesting questions coming down the road for scientists to look into and to solve. And, you know, I think everybody, even when they play a small part in the space program, they're very proud of that, having done it before. You and I meet people that tell us about, I did this and I did that. You know, we thank them all for the contributions that they have made to the space program, because we kind of feel like we're all part of the same family. If we were interested in that, got a chance to work in that.
Well, nowadays, we are eagerly looking forward to the SLS rocket. And the SLS rocket will go around the moon. It's going to go out, I think, 40,000 miles away from Earth. 40,000 miles beyond the moon is where it's going to go. It's going to orbit the moon for a while and then come back. This first flight will be unmanned. There won't be anybody in it. But Artemis, and that being Artemis 1. Artemis 2 is going to be a manned flight that's going to orbit the moon, but not land. And then Artemis 3 is going to be the first landing of Americans on the moon again at that point. And looking towards developing that moon base that you were talking about and that outpost facility to figure out what kind of things we need to know to establish a base like that on Mars as well. I think I'm seeing a lot of excitement within NASA because these things are coming their way, and yeah, it is an exciting time. And of course, we have had the International Space Station up in orbit for a great many years now. I think the first parts of it went up in 1998 or 1999, and so we have had Americans in space for a long, long time. But now we have another rocket that's been flying, that's been carrying our astronauts to the International Space Station. Can you talk about that a little bit? The SpaceX rocket. SpaceX, of course.
Of course. Well, you know, I think all of us would like the idea that there are private companies that would like to contribute and be a part of this. And, you know, it's fun to see how they're going to do it. I think we were all worried about, NASA was so focused on safety that we wanted to make sure that and the commercial folks are doing the same. But, you know, it seems to be working out quite well. And it's nice that NASA doesn't have to fund everything going to space, that there are other companies that are involved in that. One of the things that I really would like to talk about was, you know, when you and I were growing up, there was so much excitement about the space program. I mean, you and I can remember when we were just beginning the space program, the Mercury and Gemini flights and everything. And one of the things that really promoted was that young people thought that they might someday be involved in the space program. And a lot of those students went into science, technology, engineering, and medicine, hoping that they could someday be a part of that. And I think we need that kind of excitement now, that the kids need to think, people are going to go into space. I might get to go. If I study the right things, study hard, and do well, maybe I could be a NASA engineer or I could be a NASA astronaut. And I think that's one of the things that we really need for our young people to be excited about. You and I know several young people who have talked to us about, you know, what's it going to take? What do I need to study? Would it be best for me to do this or that? And, you know, we tell them to follow their dream, but to find something that they are very interested in, and maybe someday they'll get involved in the space program.
Now, one of the things that my dad had done when he was teaching me how to fly, and I've been very fond of saying, if I have been successful as an aviator, it's because he was the one that taught me how to fly. He didn't just teach me how to fly, he taught me the why of it at the same time. So he was telling me the engineering, he was telling me the structural ramifications of pulling G's, for example, and how airplanes fly. So that was a great start. But then having the aeronautical engineering degree where you learned about profile drag and induced drag and shockwave drag, transonic drag, all of those things, I'm convinced that made me better prepared to learn how to fly in the Navy when it was time to go through Navy pilot training. So I had not a whole lot of flight experience. I had about 150 hours of flight time before I joined the Navy. But between that and the aeronautical engineering, I had a huge head start.
Why Navy?
Well, the story of how I wound up in the Navy was a little bit complicated because back in the late 1960s, we had the Vietnam conflict going on. And so the draft was something that was going on.
The Selective Training and Service Act of 1940 created the first peacetime draft in American history. Used to fill the ranks during World War II, it was eventually replaced by the Selective Service Act of 1948. Although modified at times, the Selective Service Act remained in effect through the start of the Vietnam War. During the Vietnam War, the draft became a hotly contested issue. Anti-draft demonstrations on college campuses erupted throughout the nation.
You were only going to have 4 years of college deferment that you could have. And since I transferred from a community college into the 4-year university system, I was out of sequence in one course. It was going to take 5 years to graduate. And so at the end of my 3rd year, beginning of my 4th year, I had to fill out a questionnaire if I was going to graduate in 4 years, and the answer was no. And so immediately the draft came after me, and they were going to draft me out of college, right out of college. And so I figured I'd better go sign up for an officer program because I wanted to fly jet fighters. And the first place I went to, I walked into the Air Force recruiter, and the Air Force recruiter said, "Well, when are you going to graduate?" And I said, "Well, that's the problem. I'm not going to." And he said, "Well, we don't talk to candidates unless you're within 6 months of graduation. So come back a year from now or a year and a half from now." Well, there wasn't going to be a year from now. And so I walked into the Navy recruiter, and the first question was, what's your draft status? And I said, it's 1A. And he pulls out this form letter that says, "Dear Draft Board, please leave this guy alone. We're considering him for an officer program." And he signs it at the bottom, and he said, "Sign here. This gives us 3 months to work this." And I signed there, so immediately I was impressed. And so that's the story of why I wound up in the Navy instead of in the Air Force. And I'm glad it went that way, because I got to have the experience of flying from aircraft carriers, which is a very unique part of aviation. And I would have missed it, most likely, if I'd been in the Air Force. So that was a lucky break. And so I'm proud of the fact that I did get to be a naval officer and serve in the military for altogether 27 years.
Wow. Can you kind of summarize the Navy experience up to the time you got your wings?
Well, I'm sure we've all heard the expression boot camp. It wasn't called boot camp, but it was just like boot camp. You had Marine Corps drill instructors screaming at you, urging you along, and if you were pretty thin-skinned, it was going to be a difficult thing for you to do. But it was called, in my case, it was Aviation Officer Candidate School, and it was it was about 16 weeks that you went through it, and that was basically learning how to be an officer, learning how to be a member of the military, and learning how to be an officer. But it also included primary flight training, which was great. So I got to fly the Beechcraft T-34B Mentor, which is a Bonanza with 2 seats, a tandem cockpit, but it was same engine as the early Bonanzas, same wing, same fuselage structure for the most part. And I got to fly that. That took about 7 weeks to get through the course of instruction. And you wound up soloing the T-34. Of course, I had soloed previously to that and had my private license prior to that. But I got to do that, and that was the course of instruction. And at the very end of it, on the day that you were commissioned, graduated and commissioned from Aviation Officer Candidate School, that same drill instructor that had been screaming at you all those weeks of your training, all of a sudden he was your first salute. And so he got to be the one who rendered your first salute to you. And that was Staff Sergeant Sanders was my drill instructor. Never forget him.
Never forgot.
Never forget.
In the training portion of your Navy career, leading up to getting your wings, what did you learn that you didn't know before you started the Navy program about flying?
Oh, so many things. Of course, I had flown general aviation aircraft, and so that was the same as primary flight training. Everything beyond that was much more advanced. I had never flown a jet airplane until I went to the T-2A Buckeye, North American T-2A Buckeye, and that was the first jet that I ever flew. And jet aviation is so very much different from piston engines or even just propeller-type aircraft. Not just the speeds involved, but the altitudes involved, the flight envelopes, the G-loading that you're able to put on those kind of airplanes. So it's much more high-speed flight, much more dynamics. There's a whole lot more flight dynamics involved, because if you picture something like, let's say, the difference between a J3 Piper Cub, which is much aerodynamics, very little vehicle dynamics, because the vehicle mass is so light. Now, contrast that with something like an F-104 Starfighter, which I've flown, which has these little tiny wings, a lot of mass in the fuselage, a lot of inertia, a lot of momentum that can be built up with pitch rates and roll rates and things like that. There's so much in the world of dynamics, and maybe not quite so much aerodynamics. And so there was a lot to learn about the flight dynamics of big, heavy airplanes as being different from very light airplanes.
So what year did you receive your wings, and then when you were ready to go to the fleet, where did you go first?
I was pinned on my wings on January the 29th, 1971 at Corpus Christi. I had finished advanced jet training actually at Kingsville Naval Air Station, but the ceremony with the Admiral took place at Corpus Christi, Naval Air Station Corpus Christi. So I received my wings that day, and I had orders to report to Miramar Naval Air Station in San Diego to train to fly the F-4 Phantom. And that had been my first choice. My first choice. You filled out a preference card when you were within, I don't know, pick a number, 3 months of receiving your wings. And my first choice had been F-4 Phantoms on the West Coast. And second choice was F-8 Crusaders on the West Coast. And then third choice would have been F-4 Phantoms on the East Coast and F-8 Crusaders on the East Coast. I got my first choice. And I think you had to do well. And I think because of the head start that my dad gave me, and the head start that having some flight time ahead of time, and the aeronautical engineering, all of those things, and the model airplanes, let's not forget the model airplanes, I think those gave me a head start, so I did fairly well and got my first choice.
At what point were you pretty certain that you were going to Southeast Asia, that you were going to a real fight?
As soon as I saw orders to F-4 Phantoms, I knew that, and particularly since I was going to the West Coast, we knew that we would be taking part in the Vietnam conflict.
And how did you feel about that?
It wasn't a popular war. Those of us that lived through it at that period of time knew that the country was somewhat torn apart by it, and it wasn't popular here in the U.S., but I had signed on to be a naval officer, and when you sign on to be a naval officer, you're going to receive orders, and you will follow those orders. And so it was something that I knew would most likely occur, although you kept thinking, well, gee, maybe this war will be over soon. Maybe it'll be over right away.
Yeah.
So I wasn't necessarily going after it because I would get to fly in combat, although that was a very challenging form of flying and would develop you in many, many ways as a pilot, as an aviator. But I knew there was a good chance that I'd wind up in Vietnam, and sure enough, I did.
What do you remember about the weapons training that you had to go through to operate the jet fighters?
Well, in the Navy, you got to do that before you got your wings. The Air Force doesn't do that. The Air Force, you basically have learned how to fly a supersonic jet. You've learned how to fly instruments and how to do that very thoroughly. You've learned how to fly in formation and maybe a little bit of tactical maneuvering. But any of your weapons training happens after you get your wings in the Air Force. In the Navy, as a tactical jet pilot, we did air-to-air gunnery. Trying to remember if we did air-to-ground gunnery. I don't think we did any air-to-ground gunnery. But in the A4 Skyhawk, in advanced training, we did bombing. We did practice bombing, and we did air-to-air gunnery. And in fact, we did gunnery in basic training in the T2 jets before you finished basic training, before you went on to advanced training. So I had fired machine guns, I had dropped practice bombs, and of course all of that changed when I got to the Phantom, because now you're going to do the real thing. So we did use practice bombs to practice achieving the release conditions that you had to arrive at, to have your gun sight be telling you where you were going to hit. But then we actually did drop live 500-pounders going through the training in the F-4 Phantom Squadron.
When you do you remember the date of or do you remember your first mission, and how old were you on that day?
My first mission in Vietnam was my first flight with that squadron, because I had completed all my training in the Navy. It's called a Readiness Air Group, or RAG Squadron, and that was at San Diego. That squadron doesn't go deployed, it doesn't go aboard carriers, but you train on how to fly the F-4 Phantom at that squadron. And then I guess I had done well in that training as well, so I was designated what they called a Category Alpha. And that was someone who could replace a pilot on a ship over in the Tonkin Gulf. So I was sent over to the Coral Sea to join Fighter Squadron 111, the Sundowners, as a replacement pilot. And so my first sortie in that squadron was April the 18th of 1972. And it was a combat mission. So that was my first catapult from the aircraft carrier in a Phantom with 3,000 pounds of bombs on board.
Do you remember what you were thinking when before you released from the carrier?
Well, I knew it was a combat mission. It was actually a mission to troops in contact in South Vietnam. So we weren't expecting a MiG threat. We weren't expecting a lot of anti-aircraft artillery, which we call AAA, anti-aircraft artillery. We weren't expecting a whole lot of big guns shooting at us. There's always the small guns shooting at you, AK-47s, things like that. We weren't expecting any of that. I was apprehensive. I was apprehensive in my first combat sortie. And I was probably apprehensive as well because this was the heaviest Phantom I had ever flown. And the Phantom was an interesting airplane to fly from the aircraft carrier, because you went down the catapult and you got to the end of the catapult and you were flat You were in a flat attitude. And you couldn't rotate until you got clear of the carrier deck. And now you had to get from being flat to 10 degrees pitch angle immediately. If you didn't, you're in the water. And so we went down the catapult at full aft stick.
Wow.
And what happened was, as you got clear of the deck, and the acceleration on the catapult was rapid enough, it was 4 to 4.5 Gs of acceleration, it changed the shape of your eyeballs, and it was difficult to focus your eyes while the catapult was pushing you. And then once the catapult ended, you had about, 30 feet of deck left, and you're busily trying to focus your eyes. And then once you were off the end, you were sitting there at full aft stick, and you watched the attitude gyro, or you watched outside, and as soon as you saw it start to pitch up, you had to be ready to go to almost full forward stick to stop the pitch rate at 10 degrees.
At 10 degrees.
But you had to get to 10 degrees. Now, you could over-rotate. That wouldn't generally be fatal, although there have been accidents where somebody over-rotated to 25 degrees high and the airplane stalled and rolled, and that would not be a fun day.
Right.
But you had to get to that 10 degrees because you're not going to fly away. You're going to be right into the water if you didn't get to that attitude. And so at night, it seemed like I had a tendency to over-rotate because you wanted to get away from that nasty dark-colored ocean.
Yeah.
And like I say, you could survive a little bit of an over-rotation. You could not survive an under-rotation.
By 1972, there were pilots over there who had had some experience in the theater and in those missions. Do you remember anyone in particular trying to give you advice as a new replacement pilot, or saying, here's the thing to making it, to surviving over here? Was there any of that kind of help?
Yes, all of them. All of the above. Yeah, all of the above. Well, I remember very vividly the squadron commanding officer, Bob Pearl, the executive officer, Bob Rice. We had a very experienced group of people over there, and of course the Vietnam War had cranked up in about 1964, so by 1972 you had a whole squadron full of experienced aviators. Now, I joined the carrier halfway through that cruise, so all the other pilots in the squadron had experience in combat, and I didn't. But one of the really experienced pilots was one of the pilots that helped found the Navy's Top Gun school. Jim Rulifson was the operations officer when I got to the squadron. I'm sorry, wait, he wasn't. He was the maintenance officer when I first joined the squadron, and then very shortly after that he became the operations officer. But the ops officer at the time as well was a very experienced, he had flown F-8s previously, Dave Coles, and he was now the ops officer in this F-4 Phantom squadron. He's the one that caused me to get the nickname Hoot, by the way, because when I first joined the squadron, I was a 25-year-old kid. Now, I was experienced. I had flown the F-4 Phantom in training and been through Navy pilot training, but the way I like to tell the story is that he said, "Okay, kid, you got a nickname?" He didn't call me kid, but he said, "Okay, well, do you have a nickname?" And my real name is Robert, so I said, "Oh, yes, sir, it's Bob." And he said, "No, come on, I mean a real nickname." And I said, "Well, occasionally in the past I've been called Hoot." And of course, that came from the movie star cowboy, Hoot Gibson. So if your last name's Gibson, you're going to get Hoot for a nickname. My dad told me that he, when he was in the Army Air Corps, had picked up the nickname Hoot. And so that's when I got the nickname Hoot. And that went on my name tag on my flight suit. That went on the side of my cockpit, my canopy in the F-4 Phantom. That went on my coffee cup. So that was April of '72. I changed from being Bob Gibson to being Hoot Gibson.
There are people in aviation, well, there's people all around the world who have known you for years that might struggle to know your real first name.
It's true. My dad went to a test pilot symposium, and this was when I was brand new in the F-14 Tomcat, and the Tomcat was brand new because I was in the first squadron. I was in the Navy's first Tomcat squadron, and two of our air crews, it was probably a pilot and a RIO, a radar intercept officer, a backseater in the Tomcat, went to the Society of Experimental Test Pilots Symposium, and my dad was a member of that. And so after their talk, they talked about the F-14 Tomcat, this brand new jet fighter that the Navy was getting. And my dad walked up to them after their talk, and he said, "Hey, how do you do? I'm Paul Gibson. My son's a pilot in your squadron." And they said, "Really? Who's that?" And he said, "Bob Gibson." And they looked at him and they said, Bob Gibson, we don't have, oh, you mean Hoot." So, yes, most of the world didn't know me as Hoot for quite a few years.
When you docked with Mir, did the Russians say hello, Hoot?
Yes. Now, it was interesting. Sometimes in the different languages, Hoot doesn't come across as Hoot. I remember when I flew a shuttle mission with the Japanese. I flew a joint mission with Japan. One of the Japanese astronauts that we were training couldn't say Hoot, so it was Hoot. It was Hoot. So, and I'm trying to think. I think the Russians were able to pronounce it. Hoot, or Hoot rather.
And then did you have to get into an explanation of old-time Western movies? Probably not.
Well, over the years, since I'm old enough, of course, I knew about Hoot Gibson, the movie star cowboy. But nowadays, oh golly, none of our young people have ever heard anything about someone named Hoot Gibson who was a cowboy. So I'm always explaining. Yeah, he was a movie star cowboy. It wasn't a popular war. Those of us that lived through it at that period of time knew that the country was somewhat torn apart by it, and it wasn't popular here in the U.S., but I had signed on to be a naval officer, and when you sign on to be a naval officer, you're going to receive orders, and you will follow those orders. And so it was something that I knew would most likely occur, although you kept thinking, well, gee, maybe this war will be over soon. Maybe it'll be over right away.
Yeah.
So I wasn't necessarily going after it because I would get to fly in combat, although that was a very challenging form of flying and would develop you in many, many ways as a pilot, as an aviator. But I knew there was a good chance that I'd wind up in Vietnam, and sure enough, I did.
I think you said it was in troop support in South Vietnam, so you weren't really expecting air defense problems or MiG problems. What do you remember about how that mission turned out, or what was accomplished?
Well, that was, of course, my first combat mission, and the airplane that I flew on that one was interesting because that was F-4B, bureau number 153019. Side number 201, so that's the skipper's airplane. In each squadron, the 00 side number would be the air wing commander's airplane. So that would have the wing commander's name on it. 201 was the commanding officer of the squadron's airplane. 202 was the executive officer. 203 would be the operations officer, and so on. And side number 201, 153019, had been our airplane that shot down a MiG-17 on something like March 6th or 8th of 1972. And so that happened to be the airplane that I drew for my very first combat sortie, and it was troops in contact in South Vietnam, and can we help them with some close air support? And I remember I got to fly, when you're a new guy, you're going to fly with the more senior RIOs, radar intercept officers, the backseaters. You're going to fly with a more senior RIO. So I flew with Wingo Simonson was his name. And Wingo, we affectionately called him Black Cloud because it seemed like if somebody was getting shot at, it was him. And so I drew him for my first mission, and I rolled in on my first bomb run, and I don't know what he saw. It looked fine to me, but he said, no, abort. You know, you're not lined up. Well, I've got the gun sight, so I mean, I could see the bomb sight. I could see where I was aimed at. But anyway, I remember he made me go around again and come back, which wasn't really a big thing, I suppose, in South Vietnam, where you didn't have quite the threat that you had in North Vietnam. You didn't make multiple runs in North Vietnam.
Yeah.
So I do remember that. And so that had been my first mission. Came back to the carrier, and I was at the wrong altitude when I rolled out in the groove, and I thought I had the ball on the optic lens that we use to judge your glide slope when you're coming back in, but I didn't. It turned out I had a false ball that I saw in the mirror, and so I was too low. And the landing signal officer, I remember, said, come on, put it up in the middle where it's supposed to be. And that's when I realized, oh my gosh, I must not. And so I brought it up, and sure enough, there's the ball. So I got a crummy grade for my very first carrier landing in the squadron. And the grades that you could get was okay, and these are like grades in college. That was a 4.0. A fair was 3.0. A no grade was what I got. That was a 2.0. A wave off is even worse. That's a 1.0, or a really bad pass. And then below, let's see, wave off, there was a pass that was called cut, C-U-T, cut, a cut pass. I only ever saw one of those happen. It wasn't me, fortunately. But anyway, so I remember all that from that very first mission.
I was just wondering how many people could quickly come up with their own N number, and you're remembering these, every airplane you flew by the numbers. It's amazing.
Well, that particular one in particular, because it was our squadron's MiG killer. And in fact, it's out there where it can be seen on a pole. And my wife tells me that that's called, when you put a jet airplane on a pole, now it becomes a jet sickle, is what she refers to it as. That airplane is on the pole at Key West Naval Air Station, down on Key West. And so it's on the pole. So 153019201, our MiG killer, is down there.
Have you been down to see it?
I haven't. No, I haven't been down there.
If you just think about the Vietnam experience in kind of totality, if there's any particular missions that you would like to mention or that stood out for you, and then just kind of, if it was a Rorschach test and I said Southeast Asia, just sort of your impression of the whole duty you did over there.
I guess I was fairly apprehensive the whole time that I was flying in combat. And I guess there's good reason to feel that way, because I'm there to cause a lot of damage and a lot of harm, and therefore they would like to damage me. And so that's something that I guess is pretty apparent to you. And I was 25 years old at that time. And I have a 26-year-old daughter now, and she is really amazed by the fact that I was flying combat missions and being shot at, flying over Hanoi and Haiphong and Vinh and Thanh Hoa and all of those places over there when I was just 25 years old. And one of the things I'll never forget was when we came home. It's another dad story. But when we flew home, we launched off all the flyable airplanes when we get about 300 miles off the California coast. And then we'd fly to California, coasted in at Big Sur, and then flew down California to arrive back in San Diego at Miramar. And I'll never forget, my dad was standing, I got out of the airplane, somebody handed me a bottle of champagne because we're home safe and alive. And my dad snapped a photo of me standing by my Phantom with that bottle of champagne, and then he walked up to me and he gave me a big hug and he said, "You will never know how for the last 6 months I wished I had never taught you how to fly."
Oh my.
Another one of those moments about my dad that I just won't ever forget. So I was fairly apprehensive, I guess. Now we're, as humans, we're usually pretty good at covering up our feelings and not letting it bother us too much, but I guess we're just adjusting and adapting to the situation, because I remember on that flight, I mentioned that we launched about 300 miles off the coast. I had a really crummy Phantom that it was flyable, but it didn't have much in the way of anything else. It didn't have a working radio. It didn't have a working TAC-in, which is like VORDME. I didn't have navigation, so I was flying on another Phantom's wing, and he was doing all the navigating and all the talking. And when we got to Miramar, we came into the break, and he put me on the left side, so that then when we got overhead the runway, he kissed me off, which means, okay, brake, come around and land, taxi clear of the runway, and then wait for him, and he'll lead me back in, because I can't call ground control, obviously, or tower. And so flying towards California, I can't see anything but ocean and clouds and haze and all that kind of stuff. And then I caught my first glimpse of land, and I'll never forget. I remember I felt this cold shot in my heart. And then I said, oh, wait, that's California. So I think that was happening to me every time I launched off the carrier and had a combat mission, because we were quite a ways offshore, 50 miles offshore. And when you first caught sight of land on your way in on a combat mission, I guess you had kind of a tense moment.
Now it starts.
And then now it starts.
Your home was on the water.
Yes, and I'll never forget when I first saw land, because I don't have navigation. I can't tell how close we are or anything like that. But when I saw California, it was, oh, no, it's okay. That's California.
Have you been back to Southeast Asia for any reason since you did a tour over there?
Yes. I was a speaker on a cruise ship that went to Vietnam. And it was 40 years later. So that was 2012 that I was back there. And, you know, it's heartwarming to see that they don't hate us. They don't hate us over there. Of course, it's referred to over there as the American War. We call it the Vietnam War. They call it the American War. 80% of the population was born after the end of the war. So they have adjusted, they've adapted, they have succeeded financially in a huge way. They have recovered very greatly from it. And they don't resent us. And that was nice to see.
Were there any other particular missions that, I meant to say, somewhere in one of your cruises, you went to Miramar to Top Gun. How did that come about?
Top Gun was really a thrill. And that happened after my first cruise. So I was a relatively junior fighter pilot. I just had half a cruise. And there were, much more senior guys than me in the squadron. But I mentioned Jim Rulifson earlier. He had been one of the founders of Top Gun. They put together a cadre of pilots and Rios, backseaters, that were the best of the best, and they formed up the Top Gun school. Well, he had been one of the founders of it, and now he's our operations officer, and he picked me to go to Top Gun out of that squadron. So I must have done well in actual combat, because at the time I was just a lieutenant junior grade, which is a first lieutenant in the Air Force. I was not a full lieutenant in the Navy, which would be a captain in the Air Force. Top Gun actually had a guideline that says, we will not take a lieutenant junior grade pilot because he isn't experienced enough or advanced enough. But because Jim Rulifson had been one of the founders and he sent me to Top Gun, they let me come to the school. And so I may have been the very first lieutenant junior grade to go through Top Gun.
Wow.
And it was
Clearly overlooked your no grade.
It was, yeah.
First mission.
I was forgiven for that no grade. I had a whole lot better carrier landing grades later on, but yeah, that first one was not a good start. But I surprised everyone on my first night landing. And of course, you know, what they did is they made sure you got a number of daytime landings. And then it was going to be time for them to send you out at night. And so when it was time for you to come back in the dark, they'd bring up the camera, the TV in the ready room that lets you watch the landing approaches. And everyone in the squadron would be crowded around to see how that was going. And I had a pretty darn good pass. And so I was pretty much centered up. There was another pilot that had joined the squadron right at the same time I did. He had a terrible night. He got waved off twice in a row, and then on the third attempt, he got waved off again. But on the go around, he over-rotated. And when you over-rotate on a wave off, you had to not rotate at all. You just added the power up and don't pull the nose up. Well, he pulled the nose up. What does that do? It drops the hook down lower. He got what's called an in-flight engagement. His hook grabbed a cable, slammed that airplane down on the carrier deck. So he had a really, really bad start on his night grades because he had 2 wave-offs and then a cut pass for his trap when he actually got aboard. So my no grade, I guess, looked pretty good compared to all of that.
Did you ever ask why you were chosen as such a junior guy for Top Gun, or did you have that discussion?
I never
accepted
did.
It and,
yeah, I never did. And I had not known about that guideline that they had where they said, we will not take a lieutenant junior grade pilot. I didn't know anything about it. It wasn't until years later that I found that out. I should ask Jim Rulifson about it. Yeah. He's still around. He's on the East Coast. But he picked me for Top Gun, and because he was the one that picked me, they let me come to the class. And that was sure interesting. However, there was nobody that looked anything like Kelly McGillis there.
That's where I was going to go next. Everybody that's seen the movie thinks they know what Top Gun is like, and I'll bet you're going to tell us something different.
Oh, golly, yes. It was quite a bit different. Some of it was similar to what they showed in the movie. But there were, you know, back in those days, we're talking 1972, the women were not as integrated into everything as they are nowadays, of course. So I don't believe there were any women at all at Top Gun. Even our young sailors, you know, we had female waves that did a lot of things in the Navy. I don't even remember seeing any of those there, but it was fascinating. And my very first dogfight was against the Navy's MiG ace, Duke Cunningham. He had just come back. He had just come back from Vietnam right about the same time my carrier did. He was on the Constellation, and of course he had just become the first MiG ace of the Vietnam War. He and Willie Driscoll in the back seat. He had just finished his instructor qualification to be a Top Gun teacher, and he was flying one of the super, we called it the Mongoose. He was flying the A4 Skyhawk, where they had boarded up the wing slats because those could cause asymmetries when you're pulling a lot of G's. They had boarded those up. They had stripped all the weight they could out of the airplane. They put a bigger engine in it, and they called it the Mongoose instead of the Skyhawk. And he was in one of those, and that's a turning son of a gun for an airplane. And the Phantom is a known non-turner. It was a heavy wing loading, a really heavy wing load. If I remember right, something like 75 pounds per square foot was our wing loading. And so we could not turn with the MiGs. And so in this dogfight, I'm not going to be able to turn with that airplane. And so what you had to do, the Phantom had a much higher thrust-to-weight ratio than the MiGs did. So you'd fight a vertical fight. And so what I had to do was, while the Mongoose is flying a horizontal turning fight, much tighter than I can turn, I'd have to use the vertical. So swoop up high and then try to drop down on his 6 and then back up high again. Whatever you do not try to turn horizontally. Don't get slow with a MiG, and don't get slow with it. I thought I had a really good outcome for that mission because I did not shoot Randy down, but he did not shoot me down, which I considered basically a huge victory on my part,
sure,
to not get shot down by a mongoose in my first sortie in Top Gun. So it was really fascinating to go through it all. And the way they describe it, it's described as a graduate course in fighter aviation. So certainly in dogfighting, but also in analysis of the threat. In our case, we were at that time worried about MiG-21s and MiG-17s in Vietnam. So what are their characteristics? How do we exploit them? How do we use our advantages where we have them and minimize our disadvantages? And also, how do the various weapons work? How do the various missiles work? What's our success rate with them and all of that? So it was a really fascinating course. And then the philosophy of it is that person who has been through Top Gun is to go back to their squadron and impart all this great knowledge that I have now to the rest of the guys in the squadron.
And you're still a junior guy, so they're just eager to hear whatever you have to say.
I'm still kind of a junior guy, but the job they gave me in the squadron was a very much desired one, and it was called Weapons Training Officer. And so I could talk dogfighting techniques. I could talk how we optimize everything, what the success rate is of the various missiles that we carry. Now, the Navy Phantoms never had guns. There was a thing called a Mark IV gun pod that I never carried, but it was so inaccurate that nobody used it. So we didn't have guns. So it was all the AIM-7 Sparrow missile and the AIM-9 Sidewinder. And of those two, the Navy didn't have really great success with the Sparrow. And I think it's because, and that which is a radar-guided missile. And part of it may have been because we're banging it on and off the carrier all the time. And so frequently they wouldn't even tune. You had to tune the missile to your particular radar, and you'd bring up the arm switch to try to tune the Sparrows, and half the time they wouldn't tune at all. And even if they did tune, when they used them, they had a minimum range that was far enough that they just weren't useful to us in a dogfight. The Sidewinder, on the other hand, was a heat seeker, infrared seeker on the nose of it that homed on the exhaust plume of the thing you were shooting at. We had great success with the Sidewinders. And so it was passing on all of that sort of information to the rest of the crews.
How long did Top Gun last? How long is the course?
Top Gun was basically 1 month, so 4-week course. And half the day was in academics, and the other half of the day was flying. So you flew every day. That was a great gig.
And so when you went back to the fleet and went back to the carrier, anything more you'd like to recall from your Southeast Asia experience, and then we can move on?
Well, the second cruise that I made in that squadron, in the F-4 Phantom squadron, was after the ceasefire had been signed. So there weren't any combat missions. We still did some photo escort missions. Anytime you'd send a photo bird out, it doesn't have any weapons at all. And so anytime we'd send out a photo reconnaissance F-8 Crusader, is what we had on the Coral Sea, we'd send a Phantom escort. So we got to fly some of those, and we were doing some photography, some photo reconnaissance, just to see what was going on in South Vietnam below the DMZ after the ceasefire. And there was plenty going on because they were getting ready to take South Vietnam. North Vietnam was going to take South Vietnam. I got back there one more time, and that was I made the first cruise of the F-14 Tomcat. And we were the first two Tomcat squadrons, Fighter Squadron 1 and Fighter Squadron 2. And we sailed aboard the Enterprise in September of '74 and went back to Southeast Asia. So we were offshore. We didn't fly any missions over land, but we were in the Tonkin Gulf, and we could kind of monitor what they were doing. and we could see that the end was going to be coming. And so at the end of that cruise, we were due to go home, I think, the first part of April of 75. Well, we got extended because South Vietnam was crumbling apart. The North had moved into the South, and they were taking it all over. And so it turns out my last combat mission was April the 30th, 1975, and that was covering the evacuation of Saigon. And
famous pictures of people on top of the embassy trying to get on the helicopter.
The helicopters landing at the embassy and landing on rooftops all over Saigon. I was overhead that day in a Tomcat, all armed up with missiles, and of course the Tomcat had a gun. We had the 20-millimeter Gatling gun, the M61, and all prepared for combat. There really wasn't any. It was called a combat mission, but I was overhead Saigon the very last day of the Vietnam conflict.
So you know what's going on and why you're there, and you have a job to do, but did you have any particular emotions, or are you just focusing on the airplane, seeing those evacuations and realizing what all this 10 years had come to?
It was a very sad day. It was a very somber day, because the thought kept occurring to you that, look at how many Americans died. Look at how many Vietnamese died. Look at how many people died over the 10 years of that conflict.
My understanding is we just didn't have the political will to stop the second invasion or the second takeover of South Vietnam.
It's all true.
So they just blatantly violated the ceasefire, and we did nothing about it.
Right. And it was so unpopular here at home that everybody wanted us out of there, come whatever. It was the sort of thing, and what did we do? We took it out on the warriors. We didn't take it out on the politicians that got us there. We didn't take it out on the leaders of the countries that were responsible for it. We took it out on the soldiers. And I won't forget that when I came home, there weren't any parades, there weren't any marching bands, there weren't any yellow ribbons or any of that sort of thing. And in fact, you were kind of reluctant. I remember one of my neighbors said, "Oh my gosh, I haven't seen you for months. Where you been?" You were reluctant to tell them.
Yes.
Because it was so unpopular. And they made us the bad guys. We were the bad guys.
Yeah, I remember talking to Doc Clement, who was a cat killer over there, and we talked about when he came home, and he said, all my friends, we would go out, and they'd say, "Tell us all about it." And 2 minutes later, they were shooting pool. They really didn't want to know about it.
Yeah. I don't know what you could tell somebody. I mean, it was a beautiful country. The terrain was really interesting. The karst ridges, which are limestone ridges covered in jungle, it was really picturesque. And most of the time you weren't enjoying the scenery.
Right.
You were going as fast as you could, and you were being shot at. You were being tracked by various radars. And so there was a lot of apprehension every time you were flying over North Vietnam.
Yeah, there was never really a war like that previous to Vietnam. I mean, where geography, or, you take this hill tomorrow, give it up, or take this hill today, give it up tomorrow. And it was, we were keeping score by casualties rather than who had what territory.
Oh, golly, yeah. Well, you mentioned take this hill today and lose it tomorrow and that sort of thing. I remember one time we were directed to go bomb a particular bridge, which was actually our bridge, but it had been taken over by them, and so go ahead and bomb that bridge today. So you had some strange things that happened. Yeah, hopefully we don't do that again.
Well, yeah, hopefully lesson learned. There's been some interesting decisions since, but that's for another day. What happened next in your Navy career?
Well, the way I got to the F-14 Tomcats was I had made those 2 cruises, 1.5 cruises for me in the F-4 Phantom. And the F-14 Tomcat was just coming into the fleet. And I guess all of a sudden, it was realized that we didn't have enough junior pilots in the squadron. because everyone that had made their way into the F-14 Tomcats was so experienced and so senior that I think they looked around, they said, hey, you know what, we need some younger guys to stand all the duty watches and things like that, and all the integrity watches and shore patrol and stuff like that. So it was decided they wanted to add three younger pilots to each Tomcat squadron. And they asked all the commanding officers of the fighter squadrons, the F-4 Phantom squadrons and the F-8 Crusader squadrons, recommend one pilot. And so they had a bunch of names off the West Coast and a bunch of names off the East Coast, and they picked 6 pilots to go right into the F-14 Tomcat. So normally, a squadron tour you'd go to a squadron to be there for 2.5 or 3 years, and then you would go to shore duty for 2.5 or 3 years. So I had 2.5 years of sea duty, but then I got sent to the Tomcat squadron, so I had an extra long. I was one of the 3 that got picked off the West Coast to join the Tomcat squadrons, and then there were 3 off the East Coast. And so I had an extra long first tour, first fleet tour. And so then after that, it would be time for me to go to shore duty. So when I finished the cruise in the F-14 Tomcat, I wanted to go to test pilot school then, right then and there. And initially, I failed to screen for test pilot school. And here I am, I've got fleet experience in 2 different types of fighters and an aeronautical engineering degree, and I had done well in my squadrons. So we couldn't understand why I didn't screen for test pilot school. Well, meanwhile, what had happened was the Navy had decided that F-14 Tomcat training is so valuable and so expensive that once you're into the Tomcat, we're not letting you out. So they had not made me available for the screening. So my air wing commander was a big fan. He was a test pilot school graduate, and he pulled some strings to get my name to the commanding officer at test pilot school. And he went up to Washington, D.C., and put my application on the desk and said, you're not letting us look at somebody like this. And so with all that help, I got selected to go to test pilot school.
You know, if you think back about it, you could have been in the Air Force, but by chance, you ended up in the Navy. You were an unlikely choice for Top Gun. You were maybe surprised when you got chosen for the F-14. How much of your career path has been luck? I mean, once you had the opportunities, obviously you're a great aviator and you capitalized on them, but how much luck was involved in?
All of it. Sometimes I look at it and I say it was all luck, but I certainly had the desire and I had the zeal, and I worked really hard on everything, and I wanted to be the best I could possibly be. But the thing about so much of it is, you can't pick yourself for all of these things. You have to get picked by somebody else to go to Top Gun. You have to get picked by somebody else to go to test pilot school, and so on. You have to get picked by somebody else to get to be an astronaut. And so I think what it's done is it's helped me to realize how lucky I have been, how fortunate I have been that I got picked for all of those things. I've never had the inclination to sit back and say, well, okay, yeah, well, shoot, I'm so good, I got picked for all these things. No, I have been so lucky my entire career. So when I finished the cruise in the F-14 Tomcat, I wanted to go to test pilot school then, right then and there. And initially, I failed to screen for test pilot school. And here I am, I've got fleet experience in 2 different types of fighters and an aeronautical engineering degree, and I had done well in my squadrons. So we couldn't understand why I didn't screen for test pilot school. Well, meanwhile, what had happened was the Navy had decided that F-14 Tomcat training is so valuable and so expensive that once you're into the Tomcat, we're not letting you out. So they had not made me available for the screening. So my air wing commander was a big fan. He was a test pilot school graduate, and he pulled some strings to get my name to the commanding officer at test pilot school. And he went up to Washington, D.C., and put my application on the desk and said, "You're not letting us look at somebody like this." And so with all that help, I got selected to go to test pilot school. And what a great experience that was. And I feel like that took a lot of the aeronautical engineering that I had learned and put it into practice and put it into use. It was a fascinating course of instruction. Half of the day was spent in academics, and the other half of the day was in flight testing. And you could be assigned to 3 airplanes at one time. So initially when I got there, I was allowed to fly the T-2C Buckeye. I was flying the T-38 Talon, Air Force airplane. And my third airplane was the A-7 Corsair 2.
The A-7 Corsair II was a particularly intriguing development during a time when the aviation industry was embracing supersonic speeds and experimenting with unique airframe designs in the 1950s and 1960s. Although the Corsair II may not have possessed the supersonic capabilities of many other aircrafts during its time, its reliability and versatility made it a valuable asset for the U.S. Navy. Its unique design allowed it to remain in service even as other more advanced aircrafts were being proposed, making it an important asset for many years. Designed for use during the Vietnam War, the Corsair II was a reliable and powerful strike aircraft that prioritized features such as a large range, a high payload capacity, and cost-effectiveness over more flashy attributes. Despite its limitations, the A-7 could still perform well in the right hands, but it was not designed to be a fighter aircraft. Its large fuel capacity also made it useful as an airborne tanker. In total, 1,500 warplanes were built, and the Corsair II became the backbone of aerial carrier-launched operations during the Vietnam War, with up to 854 models participating in over 97,000 sorties. The majority of the missions carried out by the A-7 were low-altitude dive strikes, known for their reliability and pinpoint accuracy. The Corsair II only lost 54 units throughout its combat service in the Vietnam War and was considered a highly survivable platform for the U.S. Navy, despite concerns that its lack of supersonic speed would make it vulnerable to enemy fighters after a dive attack. The A-7 continued to serve for decades after its initial debut, with several different iterations developed. It has flown over 120,000 combat sorties and performed exceptionally well in conflicts in Vietnam, Libya, Grenada, Panama, and Operation Desert Storm. In an era of ambitious and costly aircraft design, the Corsair II proved that sometimes the best aircraft is not the fastest or the most expensive, but the one that can be produced in large numbers while keeping pilots safe.
And so you could fly all 3 of those airplanes, and you would get assigned a particular flight test to go conduct and then write a report on it. So you'd have a report due every week. And the reports were graded extremely critically. And you were also explained to you that a C+ is a perfectly acceptable grade. They didn't hand out A's and B's. So a C+ was an average grade. And that took a little getting used to because you're used to getting A+. And now if you got a C+, you were supposed to feel good about it. But when you got your report back, it had bled to death. It had red lines, marks, and scribbling, and you should have worded this way and all that all over it. It was an incredible learning experience. I've never worked harder in my life than I did that 1 year in test pilot school. And for that entire year, I had one weekend that I didn't work on something either Saturday or Sunday. The rest of the year, I worked, the majority of the weekends, I worked both days on reports and getting prepared for the next week. But there was one weekend that I took both days off. And so that was incredible. So this was more challenging and more hard work than college was. It was more work than Navy flight training was. So as I say, it's the hardest I ever worked, but it was also probably the most satisfying thing I've done.
Why?
Partly, I guess, because I had wanted to be a test pilot all my life, and now here we go, I am one. I am being a test pilot. And I've always enjoyed the aspect of, okay, how does an airplane perform, and why does it perform, and how do I measure it? How do I present it in a graph? How do I talk about it? And the test pilot is the go-between to the engineers that design the vehicle. And so he or she has to be every bit as conversant with aerodynamics and flight dynamics and structures, because you're doing structural testing as well while you're doing aerodynamic testing. And you have to be the one who can explain to the engineering staff what's wrong with the airplane. You are trained to be very critical. And of course, when
They
you're
don't want to hear it.
when you're assigned to an airplane in the fleet, I was assigned to F-4 Phantoms, and I was assigned to F-14 Tomcats. That became the greatest airplane in the world because it's my airplane. And everything about it is great. It's fantastic. It's a giant performer. It's great, great, great. You're trained to be the opposite way as a test pilot. You're trained to point out every little thing that's wrong with it, every little thing you don't like about it. So all of a sudden, you've got to be very critical about it. It's not your baby anymore. And so that was a learning curve as well. But you have to have that because the designers can put all these things into it, but the end user is the one that's got to be able to say what's good or what's bad about it. And that's the job of a test pilot.
Generally speaking, how receptive are the designers and the engineers to your squawks when you get back? They get defensive?
No, they don't get defensive. They have been very responsive to it. And of course, the manufacturer wants to produce a good product. And part of producing a good product is making something that's very usable. And that's what the test pilot does, is evaluate how usable is it.
For dummies like me, the airplanes that you were assigned at Pax River, what stage of development are they in? Are you really test flying it, or are these airplanes that have already passed muster and they're online and they're just testing you?
They're actually just testing the pilot. So these are all airplanes that have been certified, that have completed all their development testing, which doesn't mean that they don't have bad characteristics. And so, for example, the A-7 Corsair, that had some of the worst stall and departure characteristics of any airplane I've ever flown. When you stalled the A-7, it would depart not in pitch, not up and down, it would depart in yaw. And as you got close to the stall, you felt it getting as if the rudder, the whole vertical tail was being blanked, and all of a sudden it would take off in a big yaw direction, a side slip, a giant side slip. It could take 8,000 feet to recover from that, which says these are horrible stall characteristics. Why did we let that airplane get produced that way? Well, I think it was the rush of Vietnam and the crush that was going on then. And there were fixes that were made to it later on that improved a lot of that. But it was great to be able to see, here's something horrible that an airplane does. Because if you're in a bomb run and you depart the airplane in the bomb run, you're going to have to eject. You're not going to have enough altitude to recover. So that's one of the lessons that you learn as a test pilot, is point out all the deficiencies. And you'd have things called a Category 1 deficiency, which means this airplane cannot be used for its intended purpose until we fix this deficiency. And so the test pilot speaks the same language that the engineers and the designers do, and so you're able to communicate effectively to them, here's what's wrong with this airplane, and we don't necessarily figure out how to fix it. The test pilot doesn't figure out how to fix it. Sometimes we know the answer, but you're able to tell them and convince them that here's something that we've got to fix.
Here again, I imagine your aeronautical engineering degree helped you.
Oh, immensely.
Talking to those guys.
Absolutely. Helped immensely.
Or girls.
Helped immensely with all of this. And of course, it can't help but give you some credibility as well.
You know, I think the average person would think, okay, Navy test pilot school, Patuxent River, Air Force guys go to Edwards. But then you mentioned you were testing an Air Force airplane. It's not that cut and dried, is it?
No, it isn't. And part of the other things that we were there to evaluate were the flying qualities. There are specifications on flying qualities, handling qualities, stall potential, and things like that. But handling qualities were important too, because the way the airplane responds to control stick inputs is very important to the way it flies. And there are specifications for things that we call the short period oscillation, the long period oscillation. And however, even if you failed one of those standards, you could fail a standard, but the test pilot could also have an opinion that says, however, the airplane is suitable for its role, even with this. So there were always all these things that you were having to balance and having to weigh. And in the test pilot school, you were learning how to do that using both good examples of airplanes and bad examples of airplanes. Now, once I finished test pilot school, now I'm an active test pilot, and I was working on follow-on programs with the F-14 Tomcat. And so there are always that sort of thing going on. So I flew the very first flight of the reconnaissance modification to the F-14 Tomcat, and then flew all the developmental flights of it, which involved taking it out to, how fast did I take it? I took it out to 1.65 Mach number and 6.5 Gs. And so, of course, you're also doing structural verification. And so after finishing test pilot school, now you're going to be
a tough way to experience a failure.
Now you're going to be working on actual flight test programs. Yeah. So I had a year of that before it all got interrupted by the National Aeronautics and Space Administration.
I was going to say, what career path did you think you were on until you fell in love with the shuttle?
I had achieved the career path that I had hoped for, which was to be a Navy test pilot.
So you were going to do that as long as you could and retire with ruffles and flourishes?
Well, the way the Navy worked is you had a tour at Patuxent River, and your first year was test pilot school, and then you had a 2.5-year tour, if I remember right, as a test pilot. Then you were going back to the operational fleet. You were going back to an operational squadron. I believe that the Air Force does it a little differently. You go to Edwards Air Force Base, go through test pilot school, and then I believe from that point on, you're what they call a golden arm. You're a golden arm, which is the qualified test pilot, and that's what they refer to them as, is the golden arms.
Yikes. You were so lucky to get to the Navy recruiter.
I sure was. That worked out so well.
Your first encounter with your new girlfriend, the shuttle. When did those wheels start turning that this is what I need to do next?
Well, when I first saw a drawing, an artist's concept of a space shuttle flying a reentry, flying at this 40 degrees angle of attack with all the fire and flame around it coming back to land, I looked at that and I said, I have not been interested in being an astronaut before because they were flying capsules, but now I am. I had been flying F-14 Tomcats at the time, and here's an airplane that flies even higher and faster than my F-14 Tomcat. I want to fly those. And so I was already determined to go to test pilot school. If I wanted to fly space shuttles, I'd have to be a test pilot. And so I went through test pilot school, and I had just finished test pilot school when they started interviews for the space shuttle. And so I remember there had been one group of 20 pilots who had gone down to Johnson Space Center in Houston to interview with NASA for Space Shuttle Astronaut. And I didn't get called in that first group of 20, but I got called in the second group of 20 the very next week. And you went down to the Johnson Space Center in Houston for an entire week. And much of it was physical testing, was a really detailed aviation physical to make sure that everything was right with you. And there was an interview with the selection board, which is kind of memorable because it was 1 against 9. It was the one of you sitting at the long table in the middle, and you had 5 astronauts there at the table with you. You had a HR person as well, and it was an hour-and-a-half interview. And so I guess that could be kind of stressful because there was a lot at stake. So I'm sure I was a bit apprehensive about it. They went out of their way to make you feel comfortable, so it wasn't a grilling by any means. You also had 2 interviews with psychiatrists, and one of them was the nice guy psychiatrist. The other one was the not so nice guy. And the nice guy was this friendly, smiling, lean back in his chair and ask you questions about your family and your life and all that. The other guy, his job was to get you frustrated to see how you'd handle that. So I remember one of the things that he'd say is, okay, I'm going to give you a list of numbers, and then I want you to read that list of numbers back to me. So he'd say 6, 2, 3, 5, 8, 1, 4, 8. And if you did that okay, then he'd say, okay, I'm going to give you a list of numbers now. Read it back to me backwards. And so he'd do the same thing. Well, I got, I think I did okay at it, but I also got amused by it. And so I realized, it's almost impossible to do this perfectly. So let's not worry about it. And so I guess I did okay because both of them passed me. Both of the psychiatrists passed me. So it was an interesting experience to do. But what happened? I got to the end of the week. I went back to Patuxent River, and one of my fellow fighter test pilots there asked me, well, how do you think you did? And I said, I don't think I stand any chance at all of being selected. I think I stand 0 chance. So I was a little bit downhearted about the whole thing because I looked around at these other 19 pilots that I was interviewing with, and I'd been reading about a number of these guys. These were well-known guys. I had just finished test pilot school. So that's why I thought, I don't stand any chance. Well, it was January the 16th, 1978, that the decisions had been made, and everybody got their phone calls telling them either yes or no. And that's the day that I found out that the answer was yes, I've been selected to be a space shuttle astronaut. I was the youngest pilot that they picked. So therefore, I was the most junior in experience. So they picked a range of ages, which therefore means you've picked a range of experience. The older guys are going to have more experience than I have. So they picked a whole range of people. And as the youngest pilot, that's why I got picked.
So it was the attraction of flying an airplane on the scale of the space shuttle rather than, the mysteries of Star Wars and outer space that really motivated you to take that step.
Yes, it was. And again, the situation was I was flying the F-14 Tomcat at the time. That was the world's newest and most capable jet fighter that there was. So I'm flying a Mach 2.4 jet. I'm flying an airplane that outturns the MiGs that were in existence then. And so it was at the time, that was kind of the height of naval aviation. And along comes Space Shuttle, and I look at that and I say, this is even more capable and more incredible, and look at what the experience would be like. Going to space and spending a week, spending 10 days in orbit, looking at this Earth, going by at 5 miles per second. And so it was the lure of that caused me to say, yes, that's what I want to do now.
Challenger now visible at touchdown.
T-minus 15 seconds. T-minus 10, 9, 8, 7, 6. We have main engine start. 4, 3, 2, 1, and liftoff. Liftoff of the 25th Space Shuttle mission, and it has cleared the tower.
Throttle up.
Roger, go throttle up.
One minute, 15 seconds. Velocity 2,900 feet per second. Altitude 9 nautical miles. Downrange distance 7 nautical miles.
I would rate that as one of the biggest ones that I was ever part of. Certainly, probably the biggest. I had been a part of several accident and incident investigations while at NASA. I had been deposed to testify in an F-14 crash case when I was in the Navy, active duty in the Navy. But yeah, the Challenger investigation was probably the biggest one that I ever did, and it was huge because the whole world was watching.
You know, I guess another thing that has been part of your life is the things you've done have intersected with a lot of historically significant things. And what I mean by that is even investigating the Challenger, obviously the docking with Mir, some of the litigation things you've been testified at or been part of. I guess I'd like to talk about a few of those, and maybe how do you pick one historically significant moment out of all that you've done? But would it be the investigation of the Challenger was your first focus on something that the whole world was watching?
It certainly was one of the larger things that I was part of in terms of a size of an investigation.
Yeah. How would you rate those historically significant moments? Never mind what I'm asking. How would you rate them?
Well, I would rate that as one of the biggest ones that I was ever part of. Certainly, probably the biggest. I had been a part of several accident and incident investigations while at NASA. I had been deposed to testify in an F-14 crash case when I was in the Navy, active duty in the Navy. And so I had a little bit of experience in investigations and in flight testing to determine, okay, what happened here? What went wrong? How can we equip our aviators to handle something like this if it ever happens in the future? But really, I hadn't really thought about it in the way that you posed the question. But yeah, the Challenger investigation was probably the biggest one that I ever did.
In July of 1982, after the landing of the fourth shuttle flight, President Reagan hailed the program's early promise.
The test flights are over. The groundwork has been laid. And now we will move forward to capitalize on the tremendous potential offered by the ultimate frontier of space. Beginning with the next flight, the Columbia and her sister ships will be fully operational, ready to provide economical and routine access to space for scientific exploration, commercial ventures, and for tasks related to the national security.
For many within NASA, the President's confidence seemed premature. STS-26 Commander Rick Houck was involved in the program from the beginning.
I think that we, NASA, probably placed too much emphasis on how routine shuttle operations were becoming. I think to declare that the shuttle was operational, and whatever that meant after 4 flights, was simplistic.
We pulled the ejection seats out of the machines and we said we are now an operational space vehicle. And I'm sure that everyone who was associated with flight tests or had any involvement with the development and deployment of a new aircraft or a new system must have smiled quite a bit, because nothing can be that operational after just 4 flights. And in fact, nothing can be really very operational after 25 flights.
And it was huge because the whole world was watching, and especially the media. You had to be very careful when you talk to the media. Well, you always have to be very careful when you talk to the media, because they can take it the wrong way.
And will.
Very easily, and will. And sometimes I suppose they do that just to make a good story. But we we were working at a very unhappy, sad time. We had just lost 7 astronauts. We had just stopped dead in our tracks in our space program. And for nearly 3 years, we didn't send anybody to space, where for the previous 5 years, we had been launching numerous astronauts to space. And for example, 1985, I think we launched 8 times in the year 1985, and we were going to launch 8 or 9 times in 1986. So all of a sudden, we're not even sure that the Space Shuttle program is going to survive. And fortunately, the President Reagan, was right behind us every bit of the way and said, we will rebuild, we will recover from this. And space is not easy. Space is difficult, space is challenging, space can be dangerous, and we will design and we will rebuild. And we accomplished all that. We accomplished that because the United States stood behind it and said, we are going to fix this and we're going to persevere. And we certainly did, because Challenger was the 25th launch. We went on to launch 110 more times. It was a commitment to say, never die and don't quit. And by golly, we didn't. We did not quit.
I guess we haven't really talked about, did you have any involvement with the investigation of the second loss? I did not, because at that point I had been away from NASA for, let's see, how many years would that be? That would be 7 years. I had been away from NASA at that point. I did get asked to come brief the CABE, the Columbia Accident Investigation Board. There's that NASA acronym again, CAIB. Could we have gotten to space without acronyms? And how do you remember them all?
Well, yeah, mostly I remember them, but no, I don't think we could have done that, because all of our checklists would have weighed too much. But, we can say RMS activation, instead of remote manipulator system activation and all that. But I did get asked to come brief them, and it was a little bit odd, John, because I got called by one of the assistants to the board that said, hey, Admiral Gaiman has asked if you would come brief them. And I said, well, sure, I'd be happy to. What would he like me to brief them on? And the answer was, well, whatever you'd like. And so I'm thinking, well, this is a little bit unusual. So I did go brief the Columbia board, and I don't know that they had heard the story of my incident that occurred on STS-27, because it certainly seemed like they had never heard of it. And this was almost identical to what happened to Columbia. Only in our case, it was damaged tiles. It wasn't a hole in the leading edge of the wing that brought down Columbia. But it was so very similar in many ways. During launch, you get hit by something and it causes you a problem. And so I went to brief them, and this was somewhat earlier in the Columbia investigation. I don't think it had been concluded yet that what happened was foam came loose, put a hole in the leading edge of the left wing. And so I had done a point paper way back, oh golly, this would have been 1989. Columbia had a really hot reentry on STS-29, which was a classified Department of Defense mission. I don't think there was a whole lot of widespread news about it because, again, it was a classified mission, just like my STS-27 was a classified mission. But they had had a really hot reentry on, I think it was the right wing. I guess it doesn't matter which wing. It was one of the wings, had a lot of slumped tiles, which means tiles that were in the process of melting. So something had happened on the right wing of Columbia during reentry that maybe it was the left wing. In fact, I think it was the left wing because at the time we were questioning all these anomalies that we saw in the Columbia accident in the left wing. And it turns out that I had done an assessment when I worked as the chief of the safety branch for the Astronaut Corps to look at the smoothness or lack of smoothness of the tiles on the left wing. And there's a very tight specification called step and gap, how big the gap can be between the tiles and how big a step you can have from one tile to the next. And it's like 1/10 of an inch or less that you can have. Say you have a tile here that's this level, you can't have more than 1/10 of an inch on the next tile behind it sticking up, or you will cause heating right there. And so I had done an assessment of what was the step and gap, and it was a number that got generated called K equivalent, KEQ. I don't remember how it was calculated, but it took into account the gap and also the rise in the next tile and all those things. Turned out Columbia had the bumpiest wings of any orbiter. And so this was before we figured out that a foam block had hit the leading edge of the wing. So I had done an assessment of that. And what they told me was that after that STS-29 reentry, they had, or no, I'm sorry, it was STS-28. If I said 29 earlier, it was actually 28. Yeah. Okay, it was 28. That afterwards, they had smoothed out a lot of those tiles. And so the topic was, okay, could uneven wings have caused the Columbia accident? And so I briefed them on that, although by the time I briefed them, we had figured out that it was a foam impact on the leading edge of the wing. But I also briefed them on the whole story of STS-27 and the fact that we had 770 damaged tiles. And I told my whole story. They asked a number of questions. And then at the end of everything, just like the Joint Chiefs in a way, Admiral Gaiman said, "All right, well, do we have any more questions for Hoot?" And there weren't any more questions for me. And Admiral Gaiman said, "Well, ladies and gentlemen, we've been listening to the luckiest man alive," meaning that we had survived the STS-27 reentry with all that tile damage. And so after the Columbia accident, I'm told that there was a reinvigoration of looking at, is there a way that we can make tile repairs on orbit? And I think they had developed a little bit of a capability to fill gaps and to fill up a hole where a tile might be missing. And at least did that to cover us for the remainder of the Space Shuttle program.
What would you like to have the average person understand and know about the importance of the shuttle program, and how do you view its legacy?
Gee, that is a big topic because there's so much that happened in the shuttle program, in the Space Shuttle program, that had never happened before. And we flew, for example, so many more people. And prior to shuttle, another thing that gets pointed out very frequently is that it had been all white males that flew on the thing, and of course that changed dramatically right away with the Space Shuttle program. But beyond that, there was so very much that we did, the things that we did, and it's a real testament to the people that designed the Space Shuttle and put in place the capabilities and the things that it could do that made it such an incredibly versatile vehicle. And over the course of its history, just look at what we did. We carried large payloads up into space. It was the Space Shuttle that enabled us to build the International Space Station. The Space Shuttle that enabled us to launch the Hubble Space Telescope. And all of these very large satellites that we put up into orbit couldn't have been done without a big vehicle like that could shuttle cargo up to space and bring things back as well. So for the first time, we brought wounded satellites back down to Earth, had them refurbished, and then took them back to space. Not always back to space on the Space Shuttle, sometimes on an expendable rocket. But we accomplished all of those things. We also accomplished repairing satellites in place up in orbit. And we repaired a number of broken satellites that otherwise would have been total failures from the point at which sometimes little thing that went wrong meant that it couldn't do its intended job. And so we did all those things. We also flew many more people than had ever been to space. And here's an interesting statistic. The Space Shuttle launched 135 times. Our entire American space program prior to the shuttle, Mercury, Gemini, Apollo, Apollo-Soyuz, and Skylab, amounted to a grand total of 31 launches. So shuttle really rewrote the book on space. It really rewrote the book on here's what you can do with space. Because we went up and we grappled satellites, we pulled them over in the cargo bay, repaired them, grabbed them with the robot arm, and put them back out again. So just accomplished so very many things. Over the top of all of this, we wound up developing new capabilities, new things like digital cameras came about, not because of Space Shuttle, but I saw those evolve at about the same time that we were doing all these interesting things with the Space Shuttle. And so just by getting so much more time in space, so much more time on orbit, we were able to develop other capabilities. We took global positioning system or GPS operations into space. And so it accomplished, I think, way more even than the original designers expected that it would.
Do you think large numbers of Earthlings will live in space in the future?
I don't know that it will be large numbers because it's always going to be kind of expensive to get there. Even if we cut the price of it in half, well, half wouldn't be enough. Cut it in a quarter, I don't know. Cut it in a tenth, we might be able to accomplish more people being in space. I don't know where we're going to put them if our goal is to put a whole lot of people up there. We don't have an Earth-like environment anywhere in the solar system that we could possibly go to. Earth is going to be it. But we are looking already at putting a base on the moon and operating from there. And we want to send Americans to Mars. Now, if we saw the movie The Martian, it's going to take a while to do that, and there's going to have to be an awful lot of infrastructure in place to be able to safely do that and risk human lives to send them to Mars. So that might take us a while to get to that point, but it's an evolution, and it's going to keep going on. And but again, I don't know that we're ever going to colonize Mars. We would have to adapt an awful lot. I don't see how we could possibly build an atmosphere on Mars. Mars has 1% of Earth's atmosphere, 1% of the pressure, 1% of the atmospheric constituent, but of course most of it's carbon dioxide. And so I don't know how we're going to colonize Mars, although we hear talk that says we're going to build a colony on Mars and we're going to populate Mars. I can't see that happening just right now.
If we were able to ever have a base on the moon and could launch vehicles from the moon, how much easier is it to launch into space if you don't have to break the bonds of the Earth's atmosphere if you're already up there?
It's Earth's gravity and Earth's atmosphere that are the two big challenges that you have to overcome, getting off the planet and back onto the planet as well. The moon, no atmosphere at all, and just 1/6 of Earth's gravity. You don't need nearly as much thrust or as much fuel or as much power to launch missions from a Mars base, which that might get to be one of the purposes of a Mars base, of a moon base. I keep saying Mars. If we can figure out how to generate rocket fuel from lunar soil, from the soil on the moon, and the belief is out there that there's a lot of oxidizer in the surface of the moon. If we could, and if there's as much water as we think we're seeing on the moon, and of course water, we can break that down into hydrogen and oxygen. That's called rocket fuel. And if we can do all those things, then it might be that the moon would be a waypoint on our way to Mars.
I kind of don't know how to ask this, so I'll just ask it. Do you miss space? I mean, it must be kind of like business travel. You weren't on a vacation. You didn't have time to ruminate and look out the window, but do you ever say, gosh, I'm not going back, and I wish I could, or anything like that?
Yes, I do. Yes, I do. And, it's kind of interesting. I have the dreams all the time where I'm in orbit or I'm flying a re-entry and coming back to land, and sometimes they're weird dreams. Sometimes I land at a small airport somewhere. I don't land at Cape Canaveral. I don't land out at Edwards Air Force Base. I wound up going low during the re-entry, and I had to land somewhere else. And then I remember in one of these dreams, I pulled my cell phone out, and I'm trying to remember Mission Control's cell phone number or telephone number on my cell phone. So I still have dreams about it. And I have dreams about what it was like when you first got there on your second mission and your third mission, and you found yourself saying, wow, it's great to be back. It's really great to be back there. I would have been happy to stay and fly some more missions because it is something you don't ever get tired of. But it was time for me to get out of the way. I had commanded 4 missions. I was the first person to command 4 missions on the Space Shuttle. And I had my turn, 5 flights altogether. Time for me to get out of the way and give the younger people a turn. So I didn't leave because I was tired of it, because I certainly was not tired of it. And would I like to go back? Yes, for a while I was working as the chief pilot for an outfit that was competing to do the cargo hauling and people hauling up to the International Space Station and back. They didn't win the contract, but if they had won the contract, I would have been their chief astronaut. So it wasn't like I was tired of going. I wasn't. And would have loved to go back, still would love to go back. Maybe something like Space Cowboys will happen, and they'll need a bunch of old astronauts to go do that.
You were involved in the investigation of our friend Jim Leeward's accident at Reno, which made news pretty much around the world. And maybe you could talk about what you learned in that investigation.
That was such a giant tragedy. In 2011, I was racing an airplane after the Sea Fury called Riff Raff. I was racing an airplane that had been owned by and raced by a guy named Mike Brown, and he built it up to the point where he actually won the Unlimited Championship one year in it. But it was also a year in which the Mustangs blew up. Voodoo and Strega did not do well those years, and so a Sea Fury, Hawker Sea Fury, was able to win the Unlimited Championship. And I was racing another Sea Fury called race number 232, and of course that wound up being the fastest Sea Fury ever to race Reno. It had a boil-off system for the oil cooler. So rather than having a big opening in the wing leading edge where you took in air, let it blow through the oil cooler, and then dump it out under the wing, which creates a lot of drag, that Sea Fury had a boil-off system behind the cockpit that had a water methanol bath with the oil cooler immersed in it, and 50-50 mix of water and methanol, that will boil at 80 degrees centigrade. Well, that's right where we want the engine oil, 80 degrees centigrade. So it was an ideal thing. No aerodynamic drag from it. There was one little exhaust that would exhaust the steam that you formed from boiling that. So that was a very fast airplane. I had qualified in that airplane and set the qualifying record for a Sea Fury. And I had qualified 4th place out of all the unlimiteds that year, 2011. Jimmy had qualified 5th place with the Galloping Ghost, and he had actually raced the Galloping Ghost the year before, 2010, and possibly could have won the gold that year because he had a really fast airplane, but he didn't get to race the final race. Jimmy had showed up late, if I remember right, and so he had to start at the bottom of the bronze and then work his way through the bronze and then through the silver and then through the gold. So he was in the gold heat for the final in 2010. But meanwhile, we had made a crosswind rule, and the crosswind, hoping it would never happen, but the crosswinds were over the limits that we had said we would fly in. So he didn't get to race in the final race. They just awarded the places based on what your qualification had been up to that point. So this accident might have happened that year, 2010. But in 2011, I was there with race number 232, the Sea Fury I was referring to, and I qualified ahead of Jimmy. And Jimmy was there, and that airplane was really moving. He had flown that thing at well over 500 miles an hour. And he got asked, well, what's your strategy for winning? And he had told, I guess it was a reporter, he had said, we're going to win the unlimited championship while using less horsepower than anybody else. And that was because that airplane had been so cleaned up in terms of removing the big air scoop under the wing that we refer to as the doghouse, removing that entire thing from it and having a boil-off system for the radiator and also for the oil cooler. And so it was a clean airplane. He also had all the high-speed modifications to the engine. And the engines are so very important in air racing. The aerodynamics is a really important thing, but the horsepower of the engine seems to be the predominant factor in all of these things. So he was going to win the Unlimited Championship in 2011, I'm convinced, because he was fast enough. And I didn't get to be in that fateful race because in my qualifying run, I had burned a hole through the number 1 piston in the engine, and so I was out of the race for that year. And there was a funny story because the morning of the accident, Jimmy had talked to me. He and I had been chatting about things, and he said, you know, I'm really sad that you're not going to be in that race today because you know what I was going to do? He said, I was going to stay behind you for about 1 or 2 laps, and then I was going to smoke your ass, is what he told me. So,
and you guys were good friends.
We were good friends. I had known Jimmy for 28 years. In fact, 2 years prior to this, my wife and I flew my Bonanza down to Ocala, Florida, to help celebrate his 50th wedding anniversary to Betty. Big celebration down there. And so here we are. Jimmy was going to win the Unlimited Championship that year in 2011. It looked like a sure thing. So since I was out of the race, I was standing on the wing of one of the Tiger Cats, the F-7 Tiger Cats, in the pit area. I watched the whole thing happen. I watched Jimmy coming into the home stretch past the grandstands and past where all the crowd was, and I watched that airplane go into a pitch-up maneuver and a roll maneuver to the right, and it rolled over the top and headed toward the grandstands, and I watched it hit the ground and said, Oh my gosh, Jimmy, straight down. It looked like straight down from where I was looking at it. Now, I didn't even know that it had gone into the crowd, that it had gone into the pit seats, the special seats out there on the ramp area. So, as far as I knew, although immediately you started hearing calls for ambulances and lots of doctors and nurses and all of that sort of thing, so figured out it had been the catastrophe that it was. Now, it was about impossible to tell just from listening to it or looking at it to see exactly what it was. And one of the lawyers that I have worked with, well, the one I worked with the longest, the first person who first got me into this business of being an expert witness, called me that day and said, Hoot, you have got to get through to the leadership of the air racing organization because they need to be talking to me right away. Because the accident investigation starts immediately, and there are certain actions that you've got to do and you've got to accomplish, and they can make this a simple, well, it's hard to say a simple investigation. It can make it easier, or it can make life a whole lot more difficult. And so I did put the ops boss in touch with the lawyer that I talked with, and then it was a horribly sad several days. The races, for good reason, were canceled for the year. We didn't complete the races. It turns out we had 10 dead on the ground and a lot of people with horrible injuries as well. And so if this had happened on the backside of the race course out in the desert out there, the races would have continued because we were accustomed to losing a pilot now and then. But because of the nature of the tragedy, that was the end of the races that year. I got a phone call from that same lawyer a couple days later saying, okay, you need to be the party representative for the air racing organization for Reno Air Races. And of course that was a logical fit because I had done so much accident investigation and also working as an expert witness that I was the logical person to be the party representative for Reno, for the racing organization. And so one of the things that we did was this took, I'm trying to remember how much later it was a couple months later. We went to a place north of Sacramento where the wreckage was being stored, and that was depressing as well, to be looking at the wreckage, because the biggest piece of that airplane might have been perhaps 4 feet long. Biggest chunk that was left was 4 feet long. And all of the parts of the airplane, all the minuscule little things that get scooped up, get put into these gigantic bean bags. And what you're doing in a wreckage inspection is you're going through these bags bit by bit. And they'll lift them up with a forklift because you can't lift one of these bags. They'll lift them up with a forklift and dump the bag out on the floor in the hangar. And you'd go through it bit by bit, looking for anything that might be evidence. We had a couple of specific things we were looking for, and we found most of them. But there was a device called a bob weight for the control stick that we were looking for that we never did find. And it's about a 5-pound block of steel on the end of a lever arm. We looked for that, and when we'd finished looking through one bag, we'd put everything back in that bag, go to the next bag. If I remember, we had about 4 of these giant bags that when they were full of airplane debris, these bags would stand about 5.5 feet tall and about 5 feet in diameter. Well, we went all the way through all 4 or 5 bags, however many it was, and we didn't find the bob weight. So we turned around and went through them all over again.
Had you ever flown that airplane?
No, I had not flown Jimmy's
airplane. But you knew the airplane. It's kind of like picking through an old friend, yeah.
I had known the Mustang because I'd flown a Mustang 2 times prior to that, and I had been at Minden, Nevada, hanging out with Jimmy when he was doing some of his flight testing of that airplane right before the races started in 2010. So got to talk to him, and he had asked me to make him a calculation of what his stall speed would probably be, that sort of thing. And so I was a little bit familiar with that airplane, but I had been all over it that summer of 2010, took photos of the cockpit and all that sort of thing. So had his whole instrument panel and all that in my data. But it turns out that the biggest clue came from the photographs and the videos that everyone took as the airplane was coming past the grandstands. And in that, what we saw the trim tab for the left elevator. 3/4 of it broke loose and fell to the ground. And so that was certainly going to be a part of the picture.
For anyone that does not know what a trim tab does to an airplane, you could help us with that a little bit.
Sure. And I was going to go there, but what the elevator trim tab does is that an airplane, based on its weight and center of gravity and the speed it's flying at, will either be what's called in trim, which means it'll fly straight and level. You can take your hands off the control stick and it'll continue to fly straight and level. Let's say it has a nose down tendency and the airplane wants to go down. What we have on the elevator of the P-51 Mustang is a trim tab on the left elevator and a trim tab on the right elevator, and they work together. So if the airplane is tending to go down, then what happens is the trim tab on the very back of the elevator would go down. That drives the elevator up, which holds the nose up. And so that was certainly going to be something we looked at very heavily, which we did. And it turns out from looking at the video footage and the still photos of the Galloping Ghost going around the race course at 500 miles an hour, it turns out that the trim tab on the left side, which was the only one that was active, I wish Jimmy had left the right elevator trim tab be active, but he decided he wanted this to be just like an airplane called Stiletto, which had been very similar to the Galloping Ghost in its configuration. And Stiletto only had the left side trim active. And so Jimmy had implemented an electrical trim to it to where he could just run the motor and trim that trim tab. What we saw in the photos and in the video was that trim tab was deflected up considerably. That means that it's pushing down elevator. It's pushing the elevators down because at 500 plus miles an hour, without that trim tab, the airplane would want to pitch up rather violently. And so the trim tab is holding the airplane from pitching up. Well, what happens when the trim tab comes off? 80-90% of the trim tab came off. The airplane pitched up. Jimmy had a telemetry system in the airplane that was recording G's, and it pegged at 10 G's. And then it was above the scale for a period of time, and then it came back down below 10 G's after the airplane had gone out of control. So what we calculated, if I remember right, was that the airplane saw 17 G's. Well, 17 G's is enough to put any pilot to sleep. And when I say put them to sleep, what happens is when you're pulling G's, the blood in your brain tends to be pushed down into your lower body, and you can gray out, which is where you lose enough blood flow in your brain that your optic nerve isn't able to see, and so your vision will turn all gray. That's known as graying out. Shortly after you gray out, you black out. You physically pass out because your brain does not have enough blood. Well, this 17.4 G's came on in about 0.4 of a second, so it was a rapid pitch up. Jimmy was unconscious immediately, so now he can't fly the airplane. He's not flying the airplane. In fact, the photos that show the airplane heading for the ground, you can't see him in the photo. He is slumped down in the seat. So the airplane, unfortunately, had a right roll tendency, and it pitched up. Jimmy's unconscious at this point, and now the airplane starts rolling over the top in a barrel roll to the right and winds up pointing straight down and went right into the crowd. And so what we found with the trim tab was that the elastic stop nuts, which are there to give enough friction so that the bolts can't work their way loose, the elastic stop nuts were too old and too worn, and the bolts were able to back out and give some slop to the hinge points of that trim tab. And at the speed he was going, that airplane went fast enough that that trim tab fluttered, which means it's bouncing back and forth. It couldn't stand the stresses, and the trim tab broke off, and at that point, that 17G pitch-up happened.
I guess I want to ask, is there any kind of inspection of the aircraft program in NASA? They come and look at your car before they let you race. Can they do that at the Reno Air Races?
Yes. In fact, the airplane had passed the tech inspection, and they all have to pass that. The tech inspectors are very experienced and very accomplished mechanics, and very experienced in doing that particular job, doing the technical inspections to verify that we have a safe airplane. They missed this one. But I can tell you that certainly this became an area that got thoroughly checked after that. Of course, by now, we're too late. The horse is already out of the barn. But there is
We can learn from it.
We can learn from it, and sadly, we did learn from it. But that's another area that really gets thoroughly checked nowadays at the Reno Air Races. So we learn from mistakes, we learn from accidents, we learn from tragedies, and this is one of those.
Ladies and gentlemen, your new Unlimited World Unlimited Air Race Champion, Robert Hoot Gibson.
We've talked about the dangers of the environment in space and what can go wrong. Earlier, we talked about the fact that you felt air racing was more dangerous than space. And I guess the only way I can ask it is, how do you process danger? How do you say what I'm going to do in the face of danger is worth it? If that makes any sense.
Well, to answer that, I guess I'll say that, I get questioned all the time, do you consider yourself to be a risk taker? And I say, no, I don't consider myself to be a risk taker. All of the risky things that I've done, though, are all in the world of aviation, in the world of flying. Now, I have a lot of experience. I have more than 14,500 hours of flight time. And so, with all of that, I believe that I am very much able to analyze what I'm about to do. Certainly, the aeronautical engineering is a big advantage for being able to analyze. Also, the experience of test pilot school, being able to do a risk analysis that goes along with that. And so the things that I've done that are really exciting, like flying in the air races, I think are a bit of a calculated judgment that says, okay, I'm going to have to be very much alert and very much cautious, because air racing is probably more dangerous than the Space Shuttle was, because we flew the Space Shuttle 135 times, and we lost 2 of those. But when you look at air racing, I raced at the Reno Air Races over the course of 18 years altogether, and in 8 of those years, we had at least a pilot fatality. So 44% of the years that I raced at Reno, we had a pilot die. And one of those years, 2007, we had 3 pilots die. So based on a statistic like that, that's probably, well, it is. It's more dangerous than flying combat missions over Hanoi in the Vietnam War, and it's more dangerous than going to space. But there is a huge reward for taking that risk. Seeing what the Earth looks like from space is certainly worth that risk. And our experience and the Russian experience has been that the majority of your missions fly just fine and come back safely. And there doesn't have to be a fatal mission, even 1 out of 10. So certainly everything we do in life is a calculated risk, and doing that was a calculated risk. And as far as air racing goes, I am not brave enough to race in one of the classes out there at Reno where the airplanes are all nearly identical, that being the T6 class. You could offer me a whole lot of money and I wouldn't take it to race in the T6 class because those airplanes are too closely bunched up and too even, whereas the classes that I've raced in, the Unlimited class, the Jet class, and the Formula One class, airplanes are going to space out reasonably. So, sure, right at the start, you're right next to 9 other airplanes, but very rapidly, you are pretty much flying on your own, especially if you're out in front. I got to have that experience the one time, and that's really great. That's really great to be way out in front by yourself. And sure, there's a risk of your hitting the ground, but if you hit the ground, it's probably because you did it. And so it's the sort of thing that, are you confident that you can fly that thing and not hit a pylon, not hit the ground? And do you think you're capable of doing that? And if the answer is no, then you better not do it. But I certainly always felt that, yes, I'm capable of keeping the airplane above the ground and keeping it in the air. And so it's one of those calculated risks.
You know, I was going to say, in air racing, you have this proximity to other pilots whose behavior and decisions you can't control. But then, as I thought about it, when you're on the shuttle, you're dependent upon your crew as well and other people performing their jobs. So I guess that's just a faith in human beings that you have to have.
Yes, yes. And in addition to that, we are very strict in the Reno air races. And when I first started racing, the first year that I actually got to race was 1998. It was not required to have gone through training, formal training there at Reno in something they call Pylon Racing Seminar, PRS. Now another acronym, yes. Now it is required. You don't get to race unless you have been through PRS, Pylon Racing Seminar, and then you have to race, you have to have raced at least once in the previous 2 years. So let's say you went through Pylon Racing Seminar, and now you raced in 2007. Let's say you didn't race in 2008. You could still race in 2009 because you were within 2 years of when you went through PRS. But if you didn't race in 2009, you had to repeat Pylon Racing Seminar before you could race again. So they have been very strict about qualifications and about experience. And in addition to that, we also had a Professional Standards Committee. And the Professional Standards Committee was made up of all very experienced race pilots. And they watched every race, and they watched every racer. And if there was someone that wasn't flying the way that he or she was supposed to be flying, the Professional Standards Committee had the power to ground him. And we did. I was part of it one year that we grounded a pilot and told him, here's what we want you to do better at. So you're through for this year. Why don't you go get this kind of experience and a little more time doing this, and then come back to us. So it is dangerous enough without a pilot that you can't rely on. And what we really need, and we need this in almost any aviation endeavor, is somebody that's predictable. You need to be predictable, and you need to be predictable in a good way, that you're going to do the right things. And we have, over the years in the Reno air races, grounded pilots that were not predictable enough, because they're going to wind up killing themselves and probably killing somebody else as well. So these are some of the hazard alleviation procedures that you go through to try to make it as safe as you can possibly make it.
You said earlier that it's fun. What, and I guess when I think about you building your own Formula One airplane and seeing what you can do with it, that's a work of your hands, your mind, your skill, and I can see where that would be something a guy might want to do. In the unlimited class, you're dealing with modified World War II pursuit planes mostly. And what is the joy? I mean, it's always fun to win anything, but what's the joy that you find in air racing?
Well, there's a lot of piloting that goes into it, a tremendous amount of piloting that goes into it, because you're going to wind up passing other airplanes, because if you're one of the faster ones in a heat, you're going to catch up with the tail end Charlies and have to pass them. And you're going to get in a duel with another airplane that's fairly closely matched, and whichever one of you can be the most efficient and get the most out of the amount of horsepower you have and get the most out of the aerodynamics that you have, then you're going to be the one that succeeds. But there's also a whole lot of satisfaction that comes out of, for example, the airplane that I initially raced in the unlimited class, race number 99 Riff Raff. The first year that we raced it, which was 1998, we came in the middle of the silver category. The 8 fastest airplanes are the gold category, the next 8 are the silver, and then the slower 8 are the bronze category. And we started out and placed in the middle of the silver in the finals. And that was an accomplishment because we moved up, if I remember right, we moved up from the top of the bronze category into the silver. And we were tweaking the engine, we were tweaking the water injection system for the engine and all of that. And on top of that, your pilot has to fly the thing accurately. Don't use too much rudder, too much side slip. Don't pull on too many G's if you can help it. So there's a lot of piloting that goes into it. And so when you succeed at it, there's a whole lot of a reward that comes to you from having done it well. So using that airplane as an example, we started out in the silver category, and we raced 98, 99, 2000. We didn't come back in 2001, but each year modifications were made to the airplane to clean it up aerodynamically and make it possibly go a little bit faster. 2002, the 4th year that we brought that airplane, we made it into the gold. We made it into the gold category. And then wound up, over the years, moving up in the gold category to where I placed 4th in the gold 3 years in a row, 2005, 6, and 7. Placed 4th place in the gold. Starting out as a 388 mile an hour airplane, average speed, and finishing up as a 437 mile an hour airplane. So there's a ton of satisfaction from doing that. And hey, let's just talk about the racing itself. It's fun to fly low, but it's dangerous. And so the only time I fly low is at the Reno air races. Watching the ground go by you at 400 and 500 miles an hour is pretty darn thrilling because it's really scooting on by. And that's fun. That's really fun.
Which you've probably answered this question 1,000 times. Do you have a sensation of speed in space when you're in orbit?
You actually do. Even though you don't have a sensation of 17,500 miles an hour, though. But you're moving at 5 miles per second in orbit. So that's really scooting. And if you look at the ground, you can see that the ground is definitely moving by under you. But not like being in a racer at 50 feet above the ground doing 400. The ground is really speeding by.
Hard business. You had a Formula One racing incident with your cassette. I don't think we've told that story or related that experience. Would you like to talk about that?
Sure, because there is, there are always lessons that come out of things like that. I was flying in an air race, and it wasn't even a real air race. It was a real air race, but it was a demonstration air race. It was part of an air show in Texas, and it was, how many airplanes did we have? We had 6 Formula One racers that were putting on a demonstration of what an air race looks like. And in the Formula One class, that class and I guess the biplane class at Reno are the 2 classes that do what we call a racehorse start. The airplanes line up across the runway, and then a second row back behind them line up, and if need be, a third row behind them. And the checkered flag goes down to start the race, and all the airplanes roll at the same time. And then you are going around a race course consisting of 6 pylons, 3 on each end. And I had the pole position for that race, but we didn't do it. I wasn't the fastest airplane. Usually the fastest airplane is the pole position. But if I remember right, we drew straws, and that's how we decided who was going to be on the pole. So I was on the pole. So I led the race for about 2 laps. And this was at New Braunfels, Texas, which is near San Antonio. And then I was in the turn, passing the pylons, and of course all my attention is devoted out here in front of me because we're only about 30 feet above the ground. And I'm doing about 225 miles an hour going around this race course. So my attention is all out in front of me. And all of a sudden, I feel this bang, 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 bang. And I figured I must have blown the engine because we are pushing these engines so hard. They are generally a 100 horsepower engine, the Continental O200, which is designed to be run at 2,800 RPM. We're running them at 4,000 RPM. And so it is not unusual, well, in fact, it's very usual that we would blow an engine. So I assumed I had blown the engine. So I flipped the magnetos off, pulled inside the race course first, rolled wings level, and in the course of doing that, shut the magnetos off, so killed the engine, pitched up, and now I'm going to be dead stick. So no engine. So I've got to maneuver for the runway, and I was actually in a little bit of trouble because of where I was sitting. And I started a right turn, and as I started that right turn, I noticed my right wing, and my wingtip looked like turkey feathers. My right wingtip was shredded. Pieces of it were sticking up and all, and it literally looked like a turkey flying with all the feathers sticking up. And I said very quickly to myself, well, wait a minute, that must be what's wrong. It's not a blown engine. I must have fluttered, and the wing has shredded. This wing was pretty new. I had designed and built it myself. But I'm an aeronautical engineer, and I designed it to be a very, very strong wing. And it turns out that it was a very, very strong wing. But I realized that, wait a minute, I don't have a blown engine. I have something wrong with my wing. So I flipped the magnetos back on. The propeller was still spinning, so I caught the engine, because I don't have a starter in that airplane. There's no starter. So I did this quickly enough that I caught it and got the engine running. And then, you know what? I don't know how good my wing is now. I don't know what my stall speed might be. I'd better do an approach to stall here on downwind. So I checked it out, and I slowed down as slow as about 120 miles an hour. And I said, okay, that's slow enough. I don't need to go slower than that. So I speeded back up, and I just made sure I kept the airplane above 120 miles an hour for the rest of the landing. I taxied clear of the runway, pulled into the ramp area, and one of my friends named Don was the first one up to the airplane. And I opened the canopy, and Don was already on the ground, but he had been part of that heat race. And I noticed I had noticed also that after I had this bang, 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 and that the other airplanes all landed. And so Don walked up to me, and I said, Don, what happened? And he said, you mean you don't know that Rocky hit you and that he went in? I said, no. He said, yeah, Rocky ran into you and he lost his left wing and crashed. And at those kind of speeds, that's not survivable. So I remember I had some extremely sad moments there, because I had known Rocky for over a year at that point. I first met him the September prior to that, when we raced at Cleveland. I raced one of Bruce's airplanes at Cleveland, Bruce Bohannon's airplanes at Cleveland, and at the Reno Air Races that year. And Rocky raced at Cleveland, and he raced again at the Reno Air Races. So I had gotten to know Rocky, and we really hit it off. He was a good bit older than me, but he had been a former Air Force pilot, and all of a sudden he's gone. And so it was a really sad day. Well, the NTSB showed up, and the very next day, I spent, it must have been 3 hours or so, being interviewed by the investigator in charge, the IIC of the NTSB investigation, and it took a while, but they eventually wrote the report as to what happened, and several of my buddies had been videotaping the race. And so what I was able to see, that as I was going around the pylons, Rocky was up above me and catching me, came down from above and just drove right into my right wing. And the bang, 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 bang I heard was his propeller going through my wingtip, which shredded the wingtip a bunch. And there was a red, white, and blue stripe about this far from my canopy on my wing. And he had a red, white, and blue stripe on his wingtip. So his wingtip had hit my wing. One of his wheels had hit my aileron and left a tire track on my aileron, because he kind of came in over the top of my wing. But this very strong wing that I had built survived that impact and sliced his left wing off. So his airplane went into an uncontrollable roll while I was pulling G's away from him, and he probably hit the ground within 4 seconds of when his wing came apart.
So what type of airplane was Rocky flying? I mean, how could he descend on you and not see you? Or was it just a miscalculation of judgment?
I think it was a miscalculation of judgment, and it may have been that he had a very weak left eye.
Oh, my goodness.
I was told after the accident that, hey, everybody kind of knows that Rocky couldn't see out of his left eye, but that somehow every year for his aviation medical, he had somebody that was signing him off. I don't know if that's true or not. That's what I was told. And there's some credence to that, because I mentioned the Cleveland Air Races. And at Cleveland, I was on the pole once again. Rocky was right next to me in the front row, and then the Don that I was referring to, Don Davila, was on the right wing. In that race, Rocky out-accelerated me on the racehorse start, and he was about a half an airplane in front of me when we got to the first pylon, and Rocky pulled an immediate hard turn right in front of me, and if I hadn't pitched up at about a 2.5, 3G pull-up, I would have hit him right there. Well, it may very well be that he couldn't see out of his left eye, and so he wasn't seeing me. And in one of those ironic things that happened before the race in New Braunfels, when Rocky was killed, Don and I were once again in the front row, I think, with Rocky. And I pulled Don aside before the race, and I said, this is ironic, I said, Don, keep a close eye on Rocky, because you remember what he did to me at Cleveland. So keep a close eye on Rocky. So then, Don wasn't the one that Rocky hit, I was the one that Rocky hit. My airplane wasn't severely damaged. I had to take it apart there in Reno and put it in a trailer and trailer it the rest of the way back to Houston where I kept it. And it took me several months to repair the damage. Fortunately, the wing spars weren't damaged or any of those things. And the NTSB, we had lots of video showing what had happened and what had occurred. Well, as the lead airplane in the race, I have the right of way. And anyone passing me has to yield right of way to me. And so it was Rocky's responsibility to avoid me. Now, what may have happened is that he was catching up to Don as well, and I was down low, Don was up high. Rocky may not have seen me and may have assumed that Don was the airplane leading the race, and cut inside of him and was watching him as he was passing Don and never saw me. That's a likely scenario of what may have occurred. In any event, the NTSB conclusion was that Rocky was the party responsible for the accident because he had the responsibility to yield right of way. And I was not guilty of failing to yield right of way. So that was the conclusion of the NTSB.
Did it have any impact on your NASA career?
Well, it certainly did. Because the chief astronaut at the time determined that I was in violation of a rule that we had that said when you're assigned to a crew. Now, this was a rule that wasn't very well written. And subsequently to this, it got rewritten. But at the time of the race, the rule said when you're assigned to a crew, no high-risk recreational activities, such as air racing, auto racing, boat racing, but it also included skiing, for example. Now, the reason that the rule was poorly written was that normally we assigned crews a year before launch. And then you train for that dedicated year to go fly. And in that time, you don't want to lose one of your crew members due to an accident. Well, I had been assigned to a rather unorthodox mission 3 years ahead of time. And in fact, when this accident happened, it was still 2 years before launch of that crew. Well, okay, the rule as it was written, I was in violation of, but the rule didn't say what it meant. What it meant was when you are assigned to a crew and you are within 1 year, they weren't trying to tell you you can't go water skiing or snow skiing for 3 years. They were saying we don't want you doing that within 1 year. So he dropped the hammer on me. The mission that I had been assigned to, that I was training for a year at that point and still had 2 more years to go, he pulled me off of that crew and grounded me for a year. Now, the reason this all happened so violently, my grounding and my kicking off the crew, is because it got rushed. It happened on a Friday, or it happened on a Saturday, and NASA wanted to go out with a press release on Monday because they were grounding another astronaut at the same time. And the thinking was, hey, let's take all of our lumps at once. Let's ground both of our bad boys at the same time and get it all over with, and then we can get back to normal. So they rushed it and grounded me for a year was the way that it originally came out.
And there's no appeal process or any?
Well, I had a lawyer call me to say, they can't do this to you. And I said, okay, yeah, look, I could win this battle and lose this war. I can survive this. I can live with this. Kicked off the mission, grounded for a year from flying the NASA T-38s. I just said, I'm going to take my lumps because I have never been a crybaby, and I didn't want to look like a crybaby now either. And so I said, I'm just going to suck it up and go with it. I got fired as the safety branch chief for the astronaut corps because obviously I'm not safe. So I was fired out of that job. And the mission I was removed from, however, was the tethered satellite, which was a weird mission anyway. The tethered satellite launched twice. The first time, which was the one I was removed from, it launched, and I got removed from the flight that I was on, and someone else got assigned to the tethered satellite mission. And when they went to deploy the tethered satellite, they reeled it out. The idea was you were going to have a satellite at the end of a 12-mile long electrically conducting cable. And since you have a conductor cutting a magnetic field, the Earth's magnetic field, that generates electricity. This was going to be cheap electricity. Only managing that cable and managing that satellite was a big problem. Well, they reeled it out 900 feet, and the reel jammed. And they fought with it for about 2 days and weren't able to unjam it. And so at the end of that time, they said, reel it back in. Well, they could jettison, they could guillotine the thing and cut it loose, but they could reel it back in. So they reeled it back in. They said, reel it back in and bring it home. It was a total bust. I got pulled off of that mission. And so I happened to be down at the Cape training in the shuttle training airplane when they came in and landed. And when they walked into the building there at the shuttle runway, I walked up to the commander and I said, hey, thanks for taking that mission for me. So I suppose I shouldn't have been so cavalier about that, but I didn't get to command the mission that was a total bust. However, what did happen was after about 6 months, I think NASA got to realizing that, you know what, we overdid this. And they very quietly ungrounded me and let me go back to flying T-38s again. They assigned me to the very next mission after STS-46. They assigned me to STS-47 as the commander. And that mission flew very successfully and did very well. And when I came back from that mission, that was my 4th flight, they made me chief astronaut. So I came out of it just fine. But the other thing they did when they very quietly ungrounded me was they republished the rule saying what it really meant. When you are assigned to a crew and you are within 1 year of launch, no high-risk recreational activity. So it was it was a bit of a technicality that they grounded me on, although at face value, okay, it looks like I violated the rule. But the rule just didn't say what it really meant. So it got fixed. I got recovered and went on to get to be one of the best jobs I've ever had, which was chief astronaut.
Let's talk about another rule you came up against in your Southwest Airlines career, where, you know, we've already been through what your life has been like since 16 years old. Suddenly you had a birthday and they said 60 and nobody can fly after 60. That rule was in place for how many years?
Oh, golly, since I don't even remember when.
And we're talking about airline retirement.
Yes, to be an airline pilot, there was mandatory age 60 retirement. Well, I was a NASA astronaut until I was 50 years old. And we were moving, Ray and I were moving back to Murfreesboro, Tennessee. There's not that much call for test pilots or astronauts or even aeronautical engineers for that matter in Murfreesboro, Tennessee. And so I looked at the situation, and I had known a number of Southwest airline pilots. There were not really very many pilots at Southwest that, well, this is my job, I'm driving this bus. No, they were there because they love flying, and a lot of them had aerobatic airplanes, had home-built airplanes, had World War II airplanes and things like that. These were guys that genuinely loved flying and loved getting to fly. And for years, I would ask somebody, I'd bump into a Southwest employee getting on a flight in the airport, and I'd say, hey, tell me something bad about Southwest. And they'd say, what did you just ask me? I said, tell me something bad about Southwest Airlines. And they'd look around and they'd go, I can't think of anything bad to tell you. Well, try that in almost any other airline. You'll get an earful. What don't you like about your company? Just about anywhere else you'll get an earful of that. So I decided I can go fly airliners for Southwest Airlines because I can commute to wherever my crew base is. I can show my badge and get on an airplane and fly for free to wherever my crew base is. And so I joined Southwest at the age of 50. So I knew going into it, okay, I've only got 10 years to do this because the mandatory age 60 had been put in place, I don't know when, way back when, like 1960 or so. And it was put in place because the head of, Pan Am Airlines was tired of dealing with his very senior old captains, and he couldn't get rid of them. And so he got the head of the FAA to implement an age 60 rule, supposedly for safety, for medical safety. Well, as an airline captain, I took a Class 1 medical every 6 months. I also took a simulator check every 6 months. And if I ever flunked any of those things, the medical or the simulator check, I'm out. So there is a test of whether you are medically competent, medically capable, and there's a test of your cognition because you're in the simulator getting engine failures, landing gear failures, all these kinds of failures thrown at you. So you had plenty of things to assess whether you're capable of doing this. However, the age 60 rule was in place, and so after 10 great years of flying for Southwest, 5 years as a co-pilot, called first officer actually, and then 5 years as a captain, which that was very enjoyable. Once again, it was great to be the leader. And I really enjoyed my time, my 10 years that I had, and I would have liked to have stayed longer, but it wasn't in the cards. And so I was advocating for moving the age 60 to age 65. Some of the European countries had done that, had moved it to age 65. But it wasn't to be. I had to retire when I got to my 60th birthday, and 13 months later they raised it to age 65. There wasn't the ability to go back, and I can understand that because you had all these captains who had been forced to retire, and if you said, okay, you could come take your old job back, they'd move into all these captain spots and displace all these co-pilots who had moved up and move them back to being a co-pilot again. You would have had to lay off a whole bunch of new hires, so it would have been a mess. They did say, okay, you can come back, but you got to start all over again as a co-pilot, as a brand new co-pilot. And I actually looked into it. It was such a great company that I thought, and the airplane flying was fun. It was fun to do that kind of flying. I actually looked into it, but they weren't going to hire any more new pilots after they brought in 2 groups of us old guys. And you were going to be standing reserve in 2 of the airports that 2 of the crew bases that I really didn't want to be at. And so I looked at it and said, you know what, it's not worth doing. So I had to walk away when I turned 60, and I'm glad it wasn't 13 days later or 13 hours later that they raised it to 65. But once again, like I said when I left NASA, okay, I had my turn. So I got to have a turn doing it.
Did you ever meet Herb Kelleher?
Many, many times. And of course, being this famous astronaut, when I joined his airline, he knew from day one who I was and knew about me. And in fact, I served on a airline advisory board with all the CEOs of the airlines. And so Herb was one of them. And so I got to know, let's see, what was Bob Crandall, American Airlines. I knew Herb really well because Herb would come see us at the Reno air races. He was out there every year. So he'd come see my air racing team because two of us on that team were Southwest pilots. So he'd always come by and say hi. What a magnanimous human being he was. What an incredible personality. He was one of those people, John, that no matter how much time you had with him, you might have 15, 20 minutes that you got to stand there and have a beer with him and talk to him, and then he had to go somewhere else. And you couldn't help the feeling when he walked away, saying to yourself, I wish I could have had more of his time. He was one of those kind of people.
Yeah, I think the phrase larger than life was invented for her.
Oh, probably so. And
at your time with Southwest, was it all 737s?
Yes, it was. Yeah. Now we flew three different models. Let's see. Well, four models by the time I finished. When I first got there, we flew the Dash 200s, Dash 300s, and Dash 500s. And then, oh golly, after about 7 years of it, something like that, we got the Dash 700s. And then we got rid of the Dash 200s because those things were getting kind of long in the teeth and getting maybe a little bit old. They were still in very good condition. I'm sure one of the reasons for Southwest's admirable safety record was the maintenance and the care that went into those airplanes. You very rarely ever flew an airplane that had even one anomaly. There are certain gripes that you can fly with. There's a minimum equipment list. And so, for example, you could have one of the electrically powered hydraulic systems inoperative. And you had four systems. You had two engine-driven pumps. You had to have those two. But you had two electric hydraulic systems. One of those could be inoperative and you could still fly. It was extremely rare in the 10 years that I flew Southwest airplanes that you would look in the logbook and see that you had anything that was inoperative. They were kept so in such good condition that I think that was part of the reason for the excellent safety record that Southwest Airlines has had.
I guess at some point we should get it on the record. How many types of airplanes have you flown?
That was an interesting question to me. I think it was about 5 years ago. Air and Space Smithsonian Magazine told me that they were going to put me on the cover. And this was, like I say, about five years ago or so. And it was a real honor because they said, you're only the third person that we will have put on our cover of Air and Space Magazine. And they said, okay, for the website, we're going to put a website together and all. How many different airplanes have you flown? We want to put that on the website. And I said, well, I don't know. I've never sat down to count it. And they said, well, then make us a list. So I made a list, and this was some years ago. But anyway, to answer your question, I've kept the list updated ever since then. And the answer is 162 airplanes, or helicopters or gliders altogether. 162 is the number at this point.
Do you consider the shuttle an airplane?
Yes, I do. Yes, I do. Absolutely. And so now I've listed the four shuttles. I suppose I could just say, okay, the Space Shuttle. But I wanted to make the number look bigger. So I said, okay, Space Shuttle Challenger, Space Shuttle Columbia, Space Shuttle Atlantis, and Space Shuttle Endeavour.
Well, they were all different they were all different modifications. There were differences.
They were slightly different each time you flew them. So I took credit for the Space Shuttle 4 times. Maybe that's being greedy, but that's what I did.
Some of us are old enough to remember that in the early stages, when the Space Shuttle program was in development, there were people who said, "I know what that is. That's military. That's some way to militarize space." And the fact is, the shuttle program, I have no idea, I should, but I don't, how many different human disciplines that advanced, including, weapons, but also, fly 5 missions. Can you talk about 5 different objectives and?
Well, you brought up military. The shuttle very definitely has military applications, things that it can do. Anything that occupies the high ground like that can be used for surveillance, can be used for intelligence gathering, can be used for many, many things. And let's face it, we know we have military satellites up there. However, there is an international treaty that says we will not weaponize space. And we have lived by that faithfully. I don't know if other people have necessarily done that. In other words, you won't base weapons in space. And we have never done that. And I have been part of a military mission aboard the Space Shuttle, but to describe the 5 missions which you asked about, my first flight was aboard Challenger, and we carried 2 communications satellites, civilian communication satellites, and we planned and did do the very first untethered spacewalks ever done. Every time that we would send astronauts outside a spacecraft, they needed to be very carefully tethered to the spacecraft in case they pushed the wrong way and floated away. And a vehicle like the space station, you're not going to be able to maneuver it to go pick them up. Now, that came along years later. We could maneuver the space shuttle, so we had the capability to rescue a marooned astronaut that had pushed away. But we did the very first test flights of the manned maneuvering unit, or the Buck Rogers jet backpack, as it was affectionately known. And Bruce McCandless was the first human ever to set foot outside a spaceship without being tethered to it. And he flew the manned maneuvering unit the length of a football field away from the shuttle.
That's some intestinal fortitude to be the first guy to do that.
And equally as important to him, back to the space shuttle.
Maybe more.
But I will add that we trained to rescue him if we needed to. So we had a procedure in place called EVA Crew Member Rescue, EVA standing for Extravehicular Activity. So we had the capability to fly over and rescue him if need be. And no doubt, you've seen the photo of an astronaut floating in space away from the shuttle on an angle. I was the photographer that took all of those photos because there were only 3 of us left inside Challenger because we were only a 5-person crew, and we sent 2 of our mission specialists outside to do the spacewalk. So Bruce McCandless and Bob Stewart were the first 2 ever to fly free in space. So we did that. We also came back and made the very first landing back at Cape Canaveral, and that was the 10th launch of a shuttle back in 1984.
I want to just interrupt you for a second. Pilots think about touch and goes and practicing landings, and there's no way to practice a shuttle landing except a simulator. I mean, what were you thinking about on your first flight?
We had trained so extensively for the landing, and we have an excellent Space Shuttle landing simulator. Now, we had the motion-based simulator, which is in a building. We had the fixed-based simulator, and we could fly landings in there because we had a visual scene as well. And it's being realized in many ways that you don't really need a motion base if you have a big enough visual scene, because you go into a roll and you see the horizon roll and you feel like you're rolling. Your brain fills in the scene to tell you, yes, I'm in a roll angle. But we had even better than that. We had a modified Grumman Gulfstream II that had been modified to fly just exactly like the Space Shuttle flew. So it had a digital computer mounted in the middle of the cabin, basically, and it had thrust reversers that we could engage in flight, and that's what it took to get the kind of drag that a space shuttle has. because the Gulfstream II is a really clean, sleek, high-performance airplane, and the Space Shuttle is kind of like a flying dump truck. It's got a lot of drag, and so it makes this very steep approach into land. And to model that, what had to be done was the Gulfstream, the G2, Gulfstream 2, the flaps had to be removed and replaced with plain flaps because they were triple-slotted Fowler flaps is what they were. What we needed, though, was we needed flaps that could go up to kill lift as well as down to add lift when you needed it, to model the deck angle of the Space Shuttle. So that was one of the specifications that had to be matched, was when we're touching down, we would be at 10 degrees angle of attack was our angle of attack for touchdown speed. And we needed to be able to model that with the Gulfstream. And so it needed to be killing lift as we're touching down, because the wing of that airplane had way too much lift. So there were some significant modifications. The left cockpit, up in the front cockpit, of course, was configured to be just like the Space Shuttle cockpit. So we had a Space Shuttle attitude indicator, Space Shuttle instruments, we had a Space Shuttle heads-up display that we looked through. Now, one of the amusing things is that the Space Shuttle has fairly large windows, but they're far enough away from you that the angular field of view of the Gulfstream II was too big. So we had to put in plastic masking to block part of our field of view out the forward windscreen and also out of the two side windows. We had to make it smaller. So, because we had to adapt to that, because the approach and landing is visual. And now you're looking at your displays inside as well, but it's out the window. And so you're going to land looking out the window through the heads-up display. We fly that airplane, and before a person would make his or her first flight as shuttle co-pilot, they would have had about 500 approaches in this Grumman Gulfstream. So most of the time we took it out to White Sands, New Mexico, and flew it to the Northrop Strip that's there, which is about a 20,000-foot runway on the dry lake bed up there at White Sands. And we would go up to 38,000 feet for the very first approach and fly it all the way down, which didn't take very long. And then doesn't take very much time to come down, but it takes a long time to get back up. So you generally would just make one high approach on the first one. And then after that, we would go back up to about 15,000 feet above the ground and engage the simulation mode and fly it the rest of the way down from there. Now, at Space Shuttle touchdown, the landing gear of the Gulfstream II would be, if I remember right, about 30 feet above the ground, because your eye height in the Space Shuttle was so high because you're at a 10-degree angle of attack and it's such a big vehicle and your main gear is way down below you and you're going to touch down on the main gear first. And that's where the simulation would end. It would automatically, when we'd get to simulated touchdown height, we were after less than 3 feet per second descent rate is what we were after. And 205 knots touchdown speed, so about 235 miles per hour touchdown speed. That's what you were trying to achieve. And it was an interesting airplane to fly because it's a 100-ton glider. It doesn't fly like any other airplane. It flies like a space shuttle. So it took a lot of getting used to. Before a person would fly his or her first mission as commander, they would probably have 1,000 practice landings. And the reason we trained so heavily for it is obvious. You can't go into holding. You can't do a touch and go. You're not going to get a second try. You get exactly 1.0 attempts to land the thing. And so you don't dare get behind it. You don't dare get confused. And so we had to make sure that our commanders and co-pilots, pilots, were so highly trained that they could pull this off on the one chance you're going to get.
I got to know, when you land the space shuttle, does somebody say 3 green when when the gear goes down?
Yes, we do. Yeah. Yes, we do. And what we did was the landing gear is not hydraulically deployed. The landing gear is sort of hydraulically deployed, but what happens is the uplocks that lock the landing gear up are just hydraulically released. The landing gear falls due to its own weight and also air loads, because all 3 of the landing gear, when they extend aft into the airstream, so the velocity helps push the gear down. We wait until we are 300 feet above touchdown to deploy the landing gear.
Is that system more fail-safe than a hydraulic system, that the gear's going to come down because gravity's going to drop it?
It was a weight saving, I'm sure, to not have a hydraulic actuator to push all 3 of the gear down, because every pound of weight that you take into orbit costs 9 pounds of fuel. For every 1 pound that makes it to orbit, you burn 9 pounds of fuel. And that's what the shuttle burned. And the shuttle was one of the more efficient vehicles in terms of payload weight versus amount of fuel burned. But 9 pounds of fuel for every 1 pound that you establish into orbit. So I'm sure it was a weight saving. Now, if your hydraulic system number 1 was failed, that's the one that releases the uplocks. And so there was a pyrotechnic system as a backup. And what we would do was it took 2 buttons. There wasn't a gear handle like we're all accustomed to on the space shuttle. There were 2 push buttons. One was called landing gear arm. The other one was called landing gear deploy. And we would arm the landing gear when we rolled out on final, basically. And then we wouldn't push the button, though, until we're at 300 feet above touchdown. And the reason is the space shuttle glides like kind of a smooth rock with the gear up, and it glides like a very bumpy rock with the gear down. So we would keep the gear retracted until 300 feet, and then we'd hit the deploy push button. Usually your mission specialist would be watching the 3 gear indicators and would say gear indicates down when they reach the down position. And I was asked one time, what are you going to do if the gear doesn't come down? And I said, we have decided ahead of time we're going to land anyway. As if we had a choice.
Yeah, that's right. You didn't have what do they call it, a JATO pack in the back that you could somehow give yourself a boost of power?
There's no touch and goes and no go around or anything, so you had to make sure you were on time for all of this. And the gear had plenty enough time, because at 300 feet, we aren't coming down like we are when we're at 10,000 feet. We are on a 1.5 degree glide slope at that point. So we're a very shallow flight path angle. And so there's plenty enough time for the gear to make it down as long as you push that button on time.
The incredible training. I mean, not only the equipment, but what you guys went through and how well prepared you were. Were there any surprises the first time you actually flew? Anything that deviated from the training you had done, or?
The answer is no. There was no difference between it and what we called the Shuttle Training Airplane. The STA was that modified Grumman Gulfstream II, and it was remarkable. Every time a commander came back from his or her first landing that they made, and so my first landing was on my second mission, in the debrief, they would say, okay, talk about it related to the STA, the Shuttle Training Airplane. And the answer was always, don't change a thing. It flies just like the STA does. So we were so very well trained to actually land the space shuttle, because it flew just like our STA.
What about the reentry? The heat of the reentry. I mean, there's no way to simulate that before you actually go through it, is there?
We could sort of simulate it in the motion-based simulator and the fixed-based simulator, because we had the television screens for the out-the-window view. And what they would do is they would start out in a dull pinkish color, and then it would get brighter and brighter and brighter, and finally it's just about bright as day out there for the re-entry. And I remember for my first mission.
I got to ask a stupid question. Are you at some point like on fire? Are you surrounded by flame or?
For 15 minutes. Yes, you are. Because what happens during the re-entry, we hit the top of the atmosphere, which is about 80 nautical miles up, 400,000 feet, is where we have defined the top of the atmosphere. Now, actually prior to that, on your way down, after having performed the deorbit burn, which slows you down and puts you on a trajectory that's going to intercept Earth's air. And it's really the drag of the air that slows us down the rest of the way, because we only have enough fuel to slow down about 300 miles an hour. But that's enough to change our trajectory to where we hit the air. And the flight path angle when we hit the air has to be 1/2 degree down. 1/2 a degree. If it's less than that, you're going to tend to skip out. You're not going to encounter enough air to get the drag, and you're going to sail by your landing site at 200,000 feet. If it's steeper than that, you're going to burn up, because the thermal protection system on the orbiter, which the orbiter, by the way, is made out of aluminum, that's not going to tolerate more than about 300 degrees. We're going to see 9,000. So what happens is we create a shock wave in the air because we're 25 times the speed of sound, Mach 25. And it's cool. Once you've flown your first flight, you qualify for this very exclusive little patch. It's a pretty small rectangular patch, has a picture of a shuttle on it, and it says Mach 25. That means you have flown Mach 25. And it's a thrill to have that patch, to have that thing. But at Mach 25, you create this enormous, powerful shock wave around the vehicle. And the temperature in it, I used to know the formula to calculate it from my aeronautical engineering, but it has to do with the square of the Mach number. So for example, at Mach 3, you'd square 3, you get 9. At Mach 25, you square that, you get 625. So the temperature is proportional to the square of the Mach number, and so at Mach 25, what we get is 9,000 degrees. And that temperature starts out as a dull pinkish kind of glow, even before we get all the way down to 400,000 feet. And then it gets brighter and brighter and brighter, and finally it's just as bright as day out the window. And you have that fire and flame around you. Now, it's actually a plasma. It isn't really fire, it's a plasma. We heat the outside air up so hot that we cause the molecules of oxygen, which is O2, to dissociate, to break up into O and O, and nitrogen, which is N2, to break up into N and N. And so that results in a net electrical charge. And I don't know if it's positive or negative. I don't remember whether it's positive or negative. But you have this charged cloud of plasma around you, and that's why you can't broadcast or receive radio signals through it. It's because it has a charge. So that causes blackout, what was known as blackout during re-entry. Now, I actually flew the world's first re-entry that didn't have a blackout, but that's another story. But you are surrounded by fire and flame for about 15 minutes on your way down to land. When we are really slow, all the way down to just Mach 10, that's where, slow, all the way down to Mach 10.
You're yawning.
That's where the fire starts. Yes, that's where the fire starts to dissipate. But one of the things that you really noticed in the simulator, especially the motion-based simulator, was, wow, the launch is really dynamic, and the launch only takes 8.5 minutes. And all of a sudden, you are at orbital speed in just 8.5 minutes. So that's a pretty exciting dynamic ride. Re-entry in the simulator seems pretty tame because you do the deorbit burn an hour before touchdown. And then we free fall for 30 minutes. We're still at 0 Gs. Free fall for 30 minutes until we hit the top of that atmosphere. And now you just feel this very slow buildup in G, because there's just a little bit of drag when you first get there.
The top of the atmosphere is what altitude?
We define it as about 400,000 feet.
Okay.
So it's about 80 nautical miles. And what's fun is you say, I think we're feeling a little bit of G coming on, aren't we? We're already seeing it, the glow out the windows. And you'd take your pencil and you'd let your pencil go, and it would just very slowly head towards the floor. And you'd say, yeah, we're getting a little bit of G. And then as you got into thicker and thicker air, of course, the G's build up. And we build up to a total of 2 G's during the reentry. So the constant drag phase, when we get to that, and constant drag is something like Mach 14 down to about Mach 10, pick a number, something like that, Mach 14 down to about Mach 10. That's where we are right at 2 G's of total G during the course of it. So that's as much G as we are supposed to see during reentry. And I don't think I saw a G spike on my 3rd mission where we went above 2 G's, just a little bit above 2 G's. But that was an abnormality. And however, once you've flown your first reentry, you say, okay, it isn't just a dull, boring glide back to land, because the amount of plasma is what's around you. It isn't fire and flame. By breaking up all the molecules like that, you form a 9,000 degree plasma around the vehicle is what gives you the light show.
Is there any sense of relief, or when that time period comes to an end, when you actually know that you're there, or you have not burned up? And I mean, or are you just trained to not think about that stuff?
The answer is yes. There's a little bit of a relief, because you are, like I say, surrounded by this fire for 15 minutes. And every so often, looking out your windscreen, you'd see some sparks go by. And you'd say, what was that? Did we just lose a tile? And is that what's making sparks that went by? And so when you started to dissipate the fire and flame at Mach 10, yes, there was a little bit of relief, because you said, okay, we have survived the high heating region. Now, we still have plenty to go. We still have a long ways to go to get safely on the runway. But there is a feeling that, okay, we have weathered the thermal region.
And as I recall, in the very early stages of developing the space shuttle, weren't the tiles, the heat shield tiles, a drawback or a delay trying to get those right? I mean, they've been an issue for a long time, right?
That was one of the big delays. The 2 big delays getting ready for first launch of the space shuttle, as you point out, one of them was the tile system. And this was the first time that anything like this had been used, because we needed a reusable insulation system. We needed a reusable thermal protection system. So that's what they're referred to as TPS tiles, thermal protection system tiles. And they are silica, which I guess sand is silica. So it's a type of silica, and to hold a tile in your hand, it feels like you're holding a block of styrofoam. So that's about how heavy it is. So in other words, it's very lightweight. So that's a big advantage. But it's also very capable. The tiles themselves can handle temperatures up to about 2,400 degrees. And what happens during reentry is this big shock wave that we were talking about that has a 9,000 degree temperature in it. The shock wave is actually separated away from the space shuttle by a certain distance. And that's why the space shuttle is so blunt, because you want to produce a very, very powerful shock wave, while a very powerful shock wave is a thick shock wave. So 9,000 degrees is that much farther away from the surface of the orbiter, because the tiles are really, really very good at dissipating heat, but they can only tolerate about 2,400 degrees. So for the areas that see 3,000 degrees, the gray nose cap The gray wing leading edges will see 3,000 degrees. Those are made of reinforced carbon-carbon, or, in NASA lingo, RCC, reinforced carbon-carbon. And we had a lot of trouble originally with the tile system on Columbia. And I'm sure many of us may remember how when we dispatched Columbia from Palmdale, where it was being assembled, and flew it down to Cape Canaveral to continue the work with the tiles down there, a number of the tiles that had been already applied and already placed on the underside of the shuttle came off during the trip. And that's only seeing air that's going, 450 miles an hour or something like that. It's going to see air moving past it much faster than that during launch. So obviously we needed to refine the attachment system much better. And what they came up with, if I remember it right, was they came up with a pull test that they would go ahead and bond the tiles to a SIP, an SIP, a strain isolation pad, which was similar to a felt pad. And the tiles were glued, essentially, with RTV to those. And the pad allowed the tile to expand when it got hot. And you had to have space, a certain space in between all the tiles. And then you had to have Nomex rope gap fillers in between all the tiles. So it was a big nightmare to originally get the tiles mounted and correctly glued in place and pull tested successfully. That was one of the big technology areas of the shuttle. Once we got those working, once we got those in place and in place correctly, they worked very well. You would always have some tiles damaged on a flight, whether from rocks or whatever being thrown up by the wheels on landing. You would chip some tiles, and so you always had tiles that had to be replaced. But they all had an individual serial number. Each tile had its own serial number, so that if you had to replace one, you could go to the inventory and say, okay, we need whatever the numbering system was, we need one of those. And initially, I think there were 30,000 tiles. And that included the black tiles that went on the bottom, that's the real high heat region, and then the white tiles that were on the top. Now, over the years, we started to replace the white tiles, the ones on the top and on the rocket pods back on the back of the shuttle. Got to replacing a lot of those with thermal blankets, so probably Nomex blankets. And I don't remember exactly. I want to say it's something like 1,000 degrees the thermal blankets are good for. So areas that are only going to see 1,000 degrees during reentry could replace all the tiles in that area with one thermal blanket.
If you enjoyed this video, please remember to like and subscribe. And as always, thank you for watching.